Part 7. They were told to expect hundreds of thousands. That was what the officers had read aloud before they had boarded. But now, they could look upon it for themselves. It was astonishing. Simply breathtaking. Unlike anything they had ever seen. They were all dressed in their finest, awaiting glory and recognition. But he didn't want any part of it. Of course, it was a day for which to smile, and he carried out that emotion like all the others. But the fame and glory? No, it was not for him. He planned to glide on past it. A celebration for what? The end of war? He wanted to believe that convoluted dream, that it was to be all over. But, like others, he had seen the rising tensions in Berlin after its capture. No, he thought, there was to be no peace. The masses believed that ironic lie. As long as humans inhabited the earth, peace would only be an implausible reality. But he was done fighting for it. Fighting for peace. It did not matter anymore. He had seen and done his fair share. He began as a private, but that was a lifetime ago. He had boarded the transport ship home as Sergeant William Cramden. He would step off, rankless, unemployed, and alone. The air was brisk and quiet as it calmly cooled his face. The soldiers crowded the deck just to catch a glimpse of the city skyline, which was now in full view. It was just as he had left it, although the return trip had left him with an entirely different train of thought. He peered out over the railing, as he was fortunate enough to be in that position. The voyage home was uncomfortable in numerous ways. Will's passage home had been delayed for 3 months, partially by his own doing. It was Tuesday, August 14th, 1945. By chance, he would be arriving home on the same day of the Japanese surrender, ending the war in the Pacific. This had caused the massive crowds. The timing surprised Will, but he was nonetheless relieved to be heading back. He was one of the first transports to dock on that day, so the reception would certainly be overwhelming. He could now see many in the crowd waving their hands in pure excitement. The soldiers blew kisses to the women who gathered dockside. He could hear fanfare music in the streets, which masked the constant cheering and jubilation from the crowd. A sight to behold. There was not an inch of ground space that was not taken up by onlookers. The ship's horn sounded multiple times as it slowed to its final engine bursts. They arrived, and absolute chaos and pandemonium awaited. As the unloading ramp was being prepared, Will half expected there to be pushing, shoving, and disorder. He was fortunately mistaken. They were all trained for careful obedience and conformity, and even now, they would not abandon their conduct. As the doors were opened, they filed out in an orderly fashion and then dispersed into the madness. The mass of people reminded Will of the ocean, an ocean of people as far as the eye could see. Finding the bus station would be a claustrophobic nightmare. The mesh of soldiers slowly advanced toward the bow. He would have to wait his turn. It would be a long day. No one would be meeting him or picking him up. He had kept to himself after the Normandy invasion. He had already lost too much. Many on the ship were friends and would take in the New York life together. Not him. Not on this day. His days of camaraderie and joyous undertakings seemed to be lost in a past filled with death and unrelenting grief. Like those who went before him, he took an immediate right to step onto the ramp. Peering over the heads of the other soldiers, he could see no clear path to take. The chaos on the streets reminded him of the invasion. There was no clear landing or end in sight. However, this was no battlefield. While it appeared chaotic and disordered, there would be no bloodshed. Will had witnessed firsthand how many men under his command, including men from the Normandy assault, had experienced severe episodes of post-war stress. Men, who had escaped from the face of death, but could not escape its haunting images and the unrelenting sounds that constantly fought to be heard. He had watched as it had slowly eaten them alive, piece by piece, until they were completely and emotionally lost. Will was fortunate enough to have escaped the demon's grasp, and as he stepped onto American soil for the first time in nearly 2 years, he brushed the horrid memories aside. Cheering and smiling emanated from everyone around him, and the sensation warmed him. The young and the old, no matter their duty or vocation, were all present and overcome with joy to see them. Many women stopped to kiss his cheek, and the men embraced and hugged him. He was cautious at first, but he quickly grew fond of their selfless gratitude, for this celebration was the reason they had come. As he trudged through the thick crowd, Will could not help but to come to a particular realization. His happiness, his joy, and his innocence, they had all appeared lost, but for the crowd, and millions upon millions around the country and the world, theirs remained intact, whole, pure, and vibrant. This world war, in which he had partaken, had reached a great number of countries. It had been fought on all continents, but the streets of this grand and illustrious city had been left untouched. Aside from the attack on Pearl Harbor, the war had never reached the American home front, and no enemy had touched down on its untarnished lands. He smiled. He truly smiled for the first time since he had left. He knew his reason for living and continuing in his journey. He grabbed the first woman that he saw, a pretty young girl in a red sundress, and kissed her on the forehead. He released his hold of her. She stepped up to him again with a widened smile. Her lips met his, and they became one in unity. His lost happiness and joy were temporarily restored. He inhaled deeply and stared back at her as if she were an angel. She had breathed life back into his departed soul. It was a moment of pure bliss. She quickly turned away and embraced another soldier. She was a healer, and she had much work left to perform. He walked past the overcrowded streets until the masses began to thin out. He glanced up and recognized the popular intersection. Billboards of upcoming films and large advertisements littered the surrounding landscape. He had seemingly forgotten the beauty and splendor of the city's landmarks. It really was the city of life. He breathed in its air and finally felt peace. He was lost, penniless, and without family or kin, but he was home. In that moment, it was all worth it. In the midst of his wandering stares, he collided into the back of a naval seaman. Startled, the man turned around, and Will was overcome with embarrassment. The seaman smiled back at him and hugged him tightly. It was not a day of anger, but of glee and adoration. The man continued on, overcome with excitement, and he too accidentally collided with a white figure, a surprised nurse. In an instant, he took her in his arms, dipped her, and kissed her. A moment in time, perfectly capturing the atmosphere of the day. Will found himself full of joy, laughing at the scene, trying carefully to avoid the multitude of photographs taken of the couple. He did not wish to spoil their moment. The colorful advertisements, the abundance of onlookers, and the fanfare lessened as he continued through the city. As the crowd dwindled, so did his newfound elation. Reality began to swarm him once again like a plague. He was home, but he would not settle in New York. He had to find a bus station, but there was no one to ask for assistance. He was alone on an empty and desolate street. He continued on until he finally recognized a restaurant. It was vacant, but for an older man cleaning glasses. He didn't even look up when Will entered through the door. "We're closed. Everyone's downtown today." "Sir, where is the bus station?" Will quietly murmured. "Out-of-towner, huh? No problem. Just 3 blocks down and take a right. Can't miss it." The bartender finally glanced up at Will and noticed his uniform. He became overjoyed and quickly went around the bar to embrace him. "Young man, welcome home. Did you just get in today?" "Yes, sir," Will nodded. "Sir," he scoffed. "Nobody calls me that. Not that I make them say it either. Except little children I don't like," he added, smirking at Will. "Let me pour you a drink. Or 3 if you're really thirsty." He paused to laugh at his own comment. "Really respect you boys. That was a hell of a war. And you made it through the damn thing, so cheers to that." They touched glasses, and the man drank a shot of whiskey with Will. "My son fought also, but he won't get here till tomorrow. But you drink up, and then get on that bus back to your folks. Bet they miss you lots. Where's home?" "Don't have one," Will replied. "Oh. Your folks?" the bartender questioned. "No family either." He sat his glass down. He needed a refill. The bartender coughed uncomfortably. The honest answer had taken him by surprise. He chose his next words carefully as he poured Will another drink. "I'm sorry, kid. I really am." He paused for a moment to ponder. "And no one took you in?" "I was in and out of the orphanage and boarding schools before the army." Will emptied another glass. "Unwanted, I guess." He quickly drank the newly filled glass. "I didn't find a real family until I entered the service," Will continued. "My brothers, we all had the same last name," he explained, pointing to the American flag patch on his shoulder. "But they're all lost or dead now, and I'm still here. For God knows what." His eyes filled with tears. The bartender skidded the bottle across the table to him. "I think you need to be alone, but just for right now. I tell you, a good dame cures all ailments. Mine's with your brothers, but yours is out there. I wish you luck, kid. Just flip the sign when you leave." With that, the man left, presumably to welcome home the other soldiers. Or possibly, he longed to be where happiness and joy still remained. Not at that bar. Not at that moment. Will wept aloud as he poured another drink. His impending journey would be long, but for now, he was right where he needed to be. He drank alone, reminiscing on brighter days. Part 8. "You should have told me sooner. So you could do what?" he scoffed. "Have pity on me?" "No, not what I mean," the other replied. "You don't keep that kind of thing bottled up." His tears stopped flowing, only to harden in the blistering cold. The two brothers in arms drove on through the endless snow-blanketed woods. Their patrol duties had long since been put aside. They had experienced so much, but their time together was waning quickly. This was to be their final ride. "Well, Alexei, I apologize for not rushing to your side when I first heard," he stated sarcastically. "Mick, I just wanted to be there for you if you needed me." Alexei borrowed and adjusted his grip on the steering wheel. "Now you look as if you need no one." "It seems that way." Mikhail simply stared straight ahead, emotionless. "Don't think I don't know what and how you're feeling," Alexei continued. "I do." "No, it's not the same," Mikhail Sorosev retorted. "Your father was already on his way out anyhow." Mikhail felt the error of his words as soon as they had left his mouth. He had spoken in disgust and in poor judgment to his only friend in the Soviet army. He quietly recalled how his father's death had broken Alexei to the core. What had he done? To mock his father's memory was an unforgivable act, forgivable only between family. "Alexei, I'm sorry," he apologized, weeping aloud. "I just don't know how to take this. It seems I'm not as strong as you are." "No need for apologies, Mick. I was where you are right now, for a long time. Don't think yourself weak, comrade. There's no written book on how to grieve." As they drove around the sharp curve, Both men recounted their long lives as soldiers in the Soviet army. They had spilled their own blood on their own land, fighting an evil hell-bent on claiming it for their own. They had been victorious, but what were to be their spoils? The only victory that they desired was to return home alive. But there were pieces of themselves which they were forced to leave behind, and in many cases, some pieces were larger than others. Alexei, we celebrated the end of war and the end of the enemy reign all over our motherland. And yet, here I am, helplessly alone once again. I'm done. I know, Alexei replied. I saw your release papers. Ah, very true. I forgot you moved up and left us behind. I didn't leave you behind, Mick. I told you, no matter where you end up, east or west, I'll be there not long after. I'm just not ready to let go yet. Mikhail Surosev stared out into the never-ending forestry. The uniform had once been his childhood dream. Now it was stained and tattered, its meaning long lost. He wished to tell Alexei of his true thoughts, but he refrained and kept them partially hidden. For the first time in weeks, he very much enjoyed their mutual silence. After I leave, how much longer will the army stay here in this miserable place? Mikhail grew irritated, staring out at the countless trees into nothingness. No idea, replied Alexei. Maybe we'll never leave. Pointless. Just pointless. We're just broom sweepers now. At least we're not getting shot at. Not yet, Mikhail retorted loudly. He nearly smirked. He would miss Alexei and the army very much. Despite his grief, Alexei always found a way to somewhat lift his spirits. The townspeople, their death stares are somewhat frightening, to say the least. Of course, I would look like that also if I had to live there, especially out in this lonely shithole. I'm with you, Mick. Such a lifeless and forgotten land, claimed by absolutely no one. Stop, Alexei! Stop! Mikhail shouted suddenly. He exited the car and peered out far into the distance. They only revealed themselves for an instant, but they desperately cried out for help. The shadows were neither vegetation nor of the earth. The shadows were as black as they appeared, ironically polarizing to their white, lively surroundings, void of light and purity, but longing to be rescued. He gazed upon the distant dark figures in fear and overwhelming bewilderment. Like the fleeting wind, the two Soviets hurried back to where they came from in order to spread the word to everyone who would hear them. This can't be. The officer stared in utter disbelief at his map of the area. The shadows they described were neither marked nor diagrammed. To an unfamiliar onlooker, they did not exist. But that was then, and this was now. Obviously belonging to the enemy regime, sir. Most likely vacant now. And are you, most likely, willing to risk all of these lives to warrant that vacancy? The young and inexperienced soldier fell silent. He too was beyond comprehension of their existence. Borodin, Surosev, sir. Mikhail, is it you who marked these? Out of the corner of my eye, yes, Mikhail confirmed. The captain nodded. And you who wish to leave us, will you join the motherland on one more mission? Mikhail sighed with uneasiness. Captain Stavich, sir, I am obliged to join up front. No, Mick, Captain Marko Stavich smiled. You will march side by side with us, as comrades, one last time. The black shadows slowly revealed themselves. From what they could see from afar, they were truly void of life. The temperature dropped significantly when they approached its outer limits. The army slowed pace as they realized what the shadows had revealed. 3 small buildings triangulated each other. They were positioned perfectly in a valley, surrounded by evergreen trees. It became inherently clear that this place was never meant to be found by any other aside from its inhabitants. Signs of life, however, were non-existent. "What is this place?" asked Alexei. His perplexity mirrored that of the entire army, except for one man. "I surely believed that I would never have to look upon one of these again," Stavich muttered to himself. "Sir?" whispered Mikhail. "Eyes open, men," Captain Stavich alerted loudly. Mikhail could plainly see that his nerves were intensifying. What was this place? The captain could not bear to answer this question. The shadowy buildings obviously contained secrets, but how dark, and to what extent? The tree line stopped, and they came upon a small clearing which had recently been tilled. The farthest building lay straight ahead in the center. A pole with a sign stood in the center of the clearing. Mikhail Sorosev was the first to read its only word. Freistadt. Sanctuary. His eyes widened. An overwhelming and uneasy sense of dread followed what he had unearthed. All of them were supposed to be overthrown and vacant by this point, he thought. If it was non-existent on the map, that meant that no one knew that it still remained, let alone aware of its sole existence. But where were the fences? No boundary, no guard towers present. A sanctuary with no enclosure or bounds. "This is no holy place," Mikhail quietly commented. "Furthest from it, my boy," Captain Stavich replied. "Lieutenant," the captain called. He pointed out the building to their right. "Take half of the men and search that. Be ready for anything. I'll take the rest to the one here on the left." "Go!" The point soldier quickly kicked open the door, and two others scoped out the interior. There was no threat inside, and the double doors swung open to reveal the entire contents of the building, which was no more than 2 stories tall. Shower heads were scattered on the ceiling. The simple construction was made of a concrete floor and stone walls, and there was only one way in. They quickly scoured the bare room, but the stench inside was foul and unbearable. What could make pure rock and stone smell in such a way? The lieutenant reported the exact same findings in the other building. There were no livable quarters or sanitary stations of any kind. Only the final building in the back remained. Very few words were spoken. Each man knew what place this was, and its secrecy only enhanced its dark history. The men made their way to the front of the final building, which appeared to be the headquarters of the compound. They burst through the door. Inside were living arrangements, but they had clearly been abandoned a long time ago. The space seemed to house only 5 to 10 persons, and there was no evidence of electrical power. A strong, musty smell kept the men on edge as they continued searching. They reached the back of the small quarters and discovered a makeshift lounge. In the center of the room sat a dark figure. It stood up, faced the alarmed soldiers, and uttered a now damnable phrase. "Heil Hitler!" With that, the man in a German officer's overcoat raised his pistol and shot himself in the side of the head. So many questions, all left unanswered with that fatal action. Mikhail Sorosev and Alexei Borodin came upon the final room to be cleared. The door was unlocked, and the two entered a small brick room, which was even colder than the outside air. The stench was even more unbearable here, and they covered their noses while they walked through. The room was bare, except for a small holding cell in the center of the room. A figure in the cell began to rustle, and the tattered cardboard packaging on top was slowly pushed aside by the stranger. It was a prisoner. "Hands up, you shit!" exclaimed Mikhail, moving over to the cell door. He raised his rifle to the prisoner, who very slowly raised his quivering hands. Mikhail instantly regretted giving an order to the man. He was sullen, malnourished, and suffering from extreme sickness, most likely hypothermia. Excrement was scattered on the small brick floor. The two men locked eyes. Mikhail felt as if he were looking in a mirror, only this man was suffering more than he could ever hope to imagine. He lowered his rifle. There was to be no need for it anymore. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Burns," the major responded as he stepped out of the car. "Never thought we'd meet again." "Oh, I did, sir," the British lieutenant replied, shaking his hand. "Just not so soon, given the recent events." The two men greeted each other and journeyed into the headquarters. Their reunion was to be a swift one, but it only served as a precursor to the reason for the major's arrival. "It's just up the stairs, past security clearance." "Lieutenant," questioned the major, "is there really a need for military holding?" "You haven't laid eyes on the subject, sir. He still sees himself as a prisoner, and us, his captors. A reason why he only gave us his first name. He was a prisoner of war," the major sternly retorted. "I would expect nothing less." "This man," the lieutenant told him solemnly, "this man was no prisoner of war. He wasn't housed at a prisoner of war camp, which is the reason for his hearing tomorrow. Which is why I am here. Major, do please forgive me for my conjectures," the lieutenant continued tentatively. "But you have traveled here based solely on the fact that this man only gave his first name, which may or may not even be factual." Lieutenant Burns took a deep breath and asked, "Sir, on what grounds does your basis stand?" The major stopped before the door and stared intently at the lieutenant. "Belief, and only belief. And I know it to be true. I know that he needs me. I know that he needs me for the hearing. And mostly, I know that he desperately needs to go home." The major turned to open the door. "Thank you, Lieutenant." The British officer left, and the major drew in a deep breath. He finally opened the door. The major's gaze fixed on him. It was surreal, almost like an out-of-body experience. The man before him was thought to have been erased by the enemy. No war camps had reported his existence after the fighting had ceased. Now, in late February 1946, more than 6 months after the war had ended, he had seemingly risen from amongst the forgotten shadows. The train ride had allotted him plenty of time to prepare an appropriate greeting. He had recited it in his head over and over for good measure. All for nothing. There was nothing notable to say. Whatever sincerity his words could convey had long since burned to ashes. The major could not help his shortness of breath, but the prisoner only glanced slowly away from the window when the door opened. The major noticed that a cloud had encompassed his face. It emitted gloom and slow decay. This man had truly passed on. His eyes, which had once beheld mere glimpses of absolute wonder, were now void of any sense of life, truly broken beyond repair. The major could only attempt to imagine the man's personal depravity, for it would unfortunately have to be revealed in the upcoming days. The major finally took his seat across from the prisoner and laid his notes upon the table. The inevitable process of preparing for yet another battle together began. There's going to be so many questions asked by individuals who will attempt to understand, but won't. He shook his head in dismay. "I don't see any point in wasting your time conversing about anything else," the major commented, beginning to tear up. He quickly smiled to reflect positivity. "So, let's get right to it. And remember," he told him, "you don't have to answer any of these godforsaken questions." He exhaled loudly. "But please, For your sake, you have to try." The subject sat motionless and silent throughout the Major's speech, his head heavy. He was tired of being enclosed, tired of orders, and tired of listening to anything and everything altogether. "We have to start with how the camp was run. These 2 buildings. I sure don't want to know, but anything to get this over. I don't care anymore." The prisoner had finally spoken. "I'll tell you, them, anyone," the prisoner continued. "Anything to go home. And you will, Jimmy. You will. I'm making you a goddamn promise, and I'm damn sure keeping it this time." The Major clasped his shoulder. "I've always had your back, and I'm not stopping now." James nodded. He had promised himself that he would never speak of what he had witnessed or the actions that he had been forced to carry out. "And Jimmy, remember, you can always tell these men to kiss your ass if there are questions you don't want to answer." He paused to reflect on this once unimaginable meeting. "Damn, it's good to see you again. You too, Lieutenant." His speech was slow and quiet. "But you moved up in the world, I see." The Major sighed. "My home is the United States Army," Major Frank Stallings replied. "Always has, and always will be. Thank you for helping me. Finally getting to see you go home and have some closure will help me more than you will ever know." James nodded. "Start wherever you want to start," Stallings continued, "and whenever you're ready." It was time. "All right, deep breaths. And remember, don't answer anything you're not comfortable answering." "I'll tell the truth, Lieutenant. It's all I have left." He had mistakenly addressed Stallings by the wrong rank, but the Major brushed it aside. It was not meant to be a slight. His had been the first familiar face that James had recognized in a long time. Each man longed to remember the other as he had been, not as he had become. A soldier opened the wooden doors to reveal a fairly small room with 3 officers who would serve as the hearing leaders. "Good morning, Major. Private Hastings," stated the elderly hearing officer seated to the left. Stallings nodded once in reply. He escorted James to his seat and sat down beside him. Apart from the hearing officers and the defense, only 3 other soldiers were present in the room. A very secretive occasion, but James was already accustomed to isolated affairs. He would never again be pressured nor intimidated. "Thank you all, once again, for coming," the elderly officer addressed them. "We'll get introductions out of the way first. My fellow bookend is Lieutenant Richard Burns. In the middle here we have First Officer Thomas Wheeler, who will be asking the majority of our questions, and I am Brigadier General Warren Shaw. I should be retired, so what I am still doing here, I have no earthly idea," he smirked. "But I digress," Shaw continued. "Private Hastings, may I remind you that this is only a military hearing. This is no trial. We here," he commented, gesturing around the table, "our only job is to determine whether or not a trial is even warranted, God forbid. But, all in all, our main objective, our ultimate goal, is to seek the truth. The truth about what exactly happened at the camp outside Augusto, Poland. It's a place shrouded in mystery, and only you can attempt to bring its secrets to the forefront. We are not here to hold you captive, and if our findings are deemed inconclusive, we wish for you to return home and be welcomed back to your country with open arms." He paused for a brief moment. "With that being understood, Officer Wheeler, you may proceed." "Thank you, General." Wheeler nodded. "Private James Hastings, could you give everyone here a brief history of what actually occurred at the Augustal camp?" "Sir," James hesitated as he faintly answered, "this was no camp." Let us not debate definitions, all right? A brief history, please." James exhaled, and a freezing chill overcame him. He trembled in its discomfort as he searched for a formidable answer. Fatigued, he faced the officers. "Eradication." The young officer suddenly ceased writing and peered up at James. He was genuinely surprised by his honesty. Major Stallings was also caught off guard by his sincerity. "Private? Could you repeat that, please?" replied Officer Wheeler. "Louder this time." James closed his eyes and drew in another deep breath. He spoke slowly. "Each man, woman, and child came by truck transport. As you can tell, this was all done quietly. They all came and never left. None lived." Each member of the panel, "I honestly don't know, sir." "And neither do we, hence the damn question. Why don't we start with what you do know? What was a typical day like for Private Hastings in this death camp?" "What?" James was perplexed. "What the hell did you do day after day while this slaughter took place?" James began to recollect. It was not a time that he wished to revisit, but the images and sounds would weigh heavily on him for the rest of his days. "American, over here." The German officer pointed to the entrance of Outhouse 1. James dropped the shovel and struggled to the door. He writhed in pain, and multiple officers snickered at his condition. His side injury from the Normandy invasion had not healed, and the Germans ensured that his wounds stay open with weekly burns and brandings. "I told you to hurry, you little cunt," the officer ordered, swiftly jabbing his rifle into James' stomach. He spat up blood and collapsed to the ground. He would have to crawl the rest of the way. He felt like crying, but it would only prove to weaken his lost cause. He had to press on. His burden, his heavy load to bear. "The next time I give an order, I expect the order to be followed," the officer shouted. "I don't want to see you buried in the dirt. Your time is not up yet." "Why are—" He struggled to speak as he finally stood with the officer. "Now, today is your day. The Major sees so much potential in you, so you must demonstrate that potential. Bring them," he called, in German. 2 soldiers forcibly brought out 2 women from the overcrowded outhouse. One was middle-aged, and the other was young, nearer to James' own age. Their heads were shaven, and their clothes tattered. Death was nearing. "Thank you. Now, it isn't very difficult. I do it every day. It has never been a problem, and it never will be. Eradication, my poor boy, that is the only cure." James shook his head in disagreement. "Sir, please." "It doesn't matter," the officer continued. "They want to be cured." To James' shock, the officer produced a long, serrated knife. He held it to the younger woman's throat. "They want this," he exclaimed. He then deeply cut her throat with one quick stroke. The edges of the dull knife prevented the cut from being clean. Her neck wound was uneven, but the damage was severe. She tried to scream, but could only gargle blood. She uncontrollably spat some at the officer, then collapsed to the ground, holding her throat and bleeding profusely. She violently twitched until her movements began to slow. James shook and cried out. He stretched his arms to the young girl, but the officer met him and held him to the ground. "Watch it, boy. Watch it. Don't blink. Don't blink." He could not blink, even if he had wished to. As she breathed her last, she stared directly back at him with a look that imprinted on his mind. He felt it etch every corner of his brain. Those were the eyes of helplessness and utter agony. From that moment on, the sorrow that he had felt for his brother was overshadowed by the events of Freystadt. John had fallen because he had fought for his country. These people, these most unfortunates, they fell because existence was their only crime. Here, it was punishable by great suffering and death. Her blood spread out upon the darkened soil. She was pain-free. A miracle, isn't it? It will truly be a miracle when all these pieces of excrement rot away to ash. The German forcibly stood James up to face the other woman. Your turn now, boy. No. He adamantly shook his head. On cue, the officer unearthed his pistol and pointed it to James' head. He pulled back the hammer. Boy, you seem to forget. Your life matters to no one. I shoot you, and I cut her myself. I'll cut her limb from limb, just to spite you. So don't fucking test me, you American fuck. He shoved the knife handle into James' chest. James grabbed the bloodied weapon. Now, the officer cried, jamming his pistol into the back of his head. The German was right. Any act of mercy would only prolong her death by mere seconds. His tears flowed out heavily as he raised the blade to her throat. I'm sorry, ma'am, James sobbed uncontrollably. I'm so sorry. He finally peered into her eyes and recognized them. He glanced back at the murdered girl, her daughter. The realization only kindled his sorrow. He looked back at the older woman. She was lifeless, her stare blank and void of feeling. It could not have been her first experience of seeing her children ruthlessly killed before her. She was ready to be with them, only he could not fulfill her longing. Please, sir, James begged. Fucking end this cunt, the German officer yelled. The nearby soldiers laughed again in unison. He felt his muscles wanting to push forward, but the heart was not willing. Still not completely broken. Just extend the arm, he thought. It was all that had to be performed. But even now, in the depths of hell, innocence still miraculously clung on to life. Her mouth gaped open. Blood ran out through the broad incision in her neck. There was no conceivable way. He couldn't have. It had happened in an instant. The officer's assistance had been the source of the thrust. James cried out to the woman as her strength faded. He clutched her hair as she lost her balance. Paradise. She finally let go and fell lifeless to the ground. Her final utterance echoed through him. You weak piece of American shit! The German officer grabbed his head and slammed his face against the outhouse concrete wall. Get back to your fucking work, the officer yelled, kicking his stomach. You're in for a long night. I did what they ordered me to do. I regret it all, every single action. But I did it. They would have shot me and done it themselves anyway. Did you murder as well? Officer Wheeler continued. Are we seriously using the word murder here? Major Stallings questioned. Major, what other term accurately depicts what happened there? I'll be damned, but I sure as hell can't think of any. Might I suggest eliminate? Added Lieutenant Burns. What? Wheeler looked at him with disappointment. No, Lieutenant, you may not. One eliminates problems. These were not problems. They were living and breathing people. Flesh and blood. Forced or premeditated, murder is murder. Now, I ask again, he questioned James. Did you murder? The flames reached as high as the surrounding trees. The night was dark, but the molten ash and silt blackened the sky as he tossed them, one by one. His help, another prisoner, grabbed the lower, and he managed the upper. Each one they heaved into the colossal furnace. Most were already dead. He hoped and prayed that they all were. Some he could still hear faintly screaming as they sank into the fire. Fortunately, Those instances were few and far between. The two prisoners reached down and picked up an adolescent boy. It appeared that he had only been exposed to small amounts of lethal gas. He still was gasping for air, but he only clung on to borrowed time. He was relatively painless to heave. He landed in the middle of the burning pile and came to a rest near the top of the pit. James hoped that he did not suffer long. The truck's contents finally began to dwindle. The outhouses served as converted gas chambers, but overcrowding had been a recurring issue. Somehow, the smothered ones had a greater chance of survival. Those were the unlucky few. He walked into the back of the truck to check for anyone else. As he turned back, he tripped and fell hard onto the black, sullen floor. He attributed the fall to a wheel well until he beheld a white object. He collapsed to his knees. The assistant prisoner saw it as well and ran to pick it up. "No!" James ordered him to stand down. This would be his. He could not afford to cry anymore. He had dealt with too many of them. More than 24 that night alone. He clutched it in his arms and whispered a prayer into its deaf ears, as he did with each of them. It had only recently been awarded the great privilege of life, and now it was bound to return from whence it came. He clutched it one last time, and then flung it into the light. He imagined it as a different light, one that would take them all far away from there. Sanctuary, thought to be an oasis of life. Maybe somewhere else, he thought. There were to be at least 12 more truckloads before the night came to a close. His helper would be executed and burned when the last truck was unloaded. He would spread out all of the ashes in the morning. "Yes, I'm murdered. Could you repeat that?" Wheeler demanded. "Much louder this time." "Yes, Officer Wheeler. I'm murdered, but always at gunpoint. Always with impending death hovering over me." Major Stallings sunk in his chair. If the board members had been looking for a confession, they had just been granted their wish. Frank had to speak up. "Does he not receive any sympathy from this board? He murdered on strict orders. If they were not carried out as demanded, he would have been executed, and those murders would still have taken place." "Is that what you instructed him to do at Claiborne?" Wheeler retorted. "If captured, please do, by all means, aid the enemy in the mass murder and genocide of millions of people?" "Officer, don't you ever again, in your fucking life, insult the airborne," the major snapped back. Each man there was skillfully trained in the art of survival, and that is what Private Hastings did. He survived, and you know damn well that those prisoners would have been executed with or without his help. "Oh yes, he did survive. That he did. And while he did, he willingly let countless families burn to ash. He's already lost a brother in the war. Don't cause his family more grief than they have already. Do you even think I give a considerable fuck about his family's grief, or even his life for that matter? My thoughts are with the men, women, and especially the children that he blatantly discarded. He might have been a patriotic American soldier once, but that was a long damn time ago." The livid officer now turned to address James. "Private Hastings, you still continue to walk this earth because you sacrificed hundreds, maybe thousands, in your stead. You appear to have some remorse, yet you still justify your actions. My opinion, you should have turned the sword on yourself. That would have at least left you your dignity." James could only stare blankly and listen to the persistent officer. He expressed no emotion or scorn toward the man. He had felt the devil's whip against his back 100 times over. He had endured the devil's abhorrent wrath in every one of the German soldiers. The only positive aspect of his time in the compound was that he could never be intimidated, frightened, or bullied by anyone anymore. His experience had molded him to be fearless and immune to every single attacking force. I look at you and I shake my head in distaste. You should not be here. That camp should have swallowed you up, and yet you still remain, leaving only God to judge your malevolent doings. But we here can also judge. General Shaw, I recommend a full court-martial to be held as soon as possible. Officer, you are an absolute fucking joke, Stallings countered. I've heard all I need to hear, sir, Major Wheeler defiantly concluded. The general exhaled and removed his glasses as he prepared his statement. Officer Wheeler, I admire your enthusiasm. I admire your patriotism as well as your adherence to common morality. But I, for one, would like to ask the man a few questions of my own before we begin to contemplate a possible court-martial. Stallings nodded at the general in approval and patted James on the back. The general sat back against his seat for a short while and folded his hands. Private Hastings, I can't even begin to imagine the levels of torment that you endure day after day. And I also can't help but wonder if some facts of the war have not yet been made known to you prior to this hearing. I know this may trouble you even more, but could you take a guess, just a guess, as to how many lost their lives at the camp while you were there? Tens of thousands, sir. Maybe more, James replied shakily, hanging his head. An estimated total of deaths throughout all camps in Europe is in the millions, the general continued. James teared up. His actions had only been part of a whole, a small part of the madness. You see now, Hastings, the severity of this hearing. One of the worst genocides in human history, and you were forced to partake in it. When the Soviets found you, they discovered you and one other soldier, a German officer of some sort, who refused to be taken alive, so he shot himself. The general paused to reflect. I guess my question is, how long had it been just you two present at the camp? There were always around 10 soldiers who remained on the compound, James explained slowly. But they came and went. That officer, he never left. He was the one who first brought me there. I only knew him as Healer, their leader. His monotonic and somber tone had remained constant throughout the hearing. It reflected his perceived self-worth, torn, ruptured, and completely tarnished. They all believed themselves to be healing the prisoners by executing them, as if they were seemingly afflicted with an incurable disease. No remorse, no expressions at all, but laughter and personal satisfaction. They were men. At least, they appeared to be. But in reality, they were the furthest thing from it. He had once wished for honor, recognition, and glorified fame. He envied the ticker-tape parades of American heroes long since past, who had returned home and been bombarded with profound adoration. Such foolish thinking. He had been immature, still holding on to the wholesomeness of life. He was no man. Now he only wished for his younger years. He had seen the blood, smelled the flesh, tasted the ash, heard the screams, and felt the writhing pain. All of it, black and void of light. He finally glanced up, and the general wiped away tears of his own. With that, they adjourned for the day. Their decision would come in the morning. Did you ever go home? No reason to, Major Stallings sighed. My mother died when I was 3, and my father couldn't wait for me to join up, so he could be rid of me. My aunt wrote me that he finally drank himself to death sometime after we left Claiborne. The two men shared one last dinner together before nightfall. They ate, and they reminisced. For James, it was good to experience companionship once again. For Frank, it was just good to remember, and for once, not to forget. No, James, he continued, I'm a lifer. I guess we all have our calling, What will you do when you leave? If I leave, James remarked. Don't think like that. When you leave. When I leave? James placed his fork down on the plate. I'm going home, to the family I deserted, and to never leave. Never again. Well, you gotta leave for something, right? Stallings smiled. What for? That girl, Catherine, I think, was her name, Stallings continued. One just doesn't leave a girl like that be, no matter who her father is. He hates me, James told him, shaking his head. There's someone in mind for his daughter, and it sure as hell isn't me. Well, let me give you some advice. If it was easy, it wouldn't be worth it. Putting it lightly. I'm serious, Stallings insisted. Go make that happen. James blinked his eyes as if to agree with him, but Frank was correct in his assumption. He had to see her. She truly had never left his mind. Oh, also your buddy Will Cramden made it through the war. I believe he went home to your family and is working on your farm. Ma invited him. I suggested it. It would be good to see that boy. Jimmy, let him help you. You're going to need someone in your corner. James nodded. He looked out of the window to the city lights and night sky. Again, he shook his head in disbelief. Berlin, huh? We finally made it. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Stallings nodded back. Their sporadic conversation was limited, and the focus shifted to preparing for more grueling questions in the morning. His thoughts were focused on home. Perhaps Stallings had conveyed to him a sense of false hope. Maybe tomorrow's outcome would result in him staying put for a longer trial. It was difficult to stay positive at this point. He constantly felt as if an enemy soldier were about to assault him, for no reason at all. In the 5 days that he had been held at the Allied stronghold in Berlin, he had refused to sleep on the provided bed. He had gotten used to the floor. It had been his only option at Freystadt. That night, he would fail to rest again. The terrors remained steel-plated on his fragile mind. American, the officer shouted from the sitting room. American, are you perhaps hungry? They had starved him for 6 days. He was weak and reaching his breaking point, for the starvation periods were becoming more frequent. American! Yes, I am, he gasped. He was through. He had tossed away his pride. A collective burst of laughter sprouted from the room. His suffering amused them. All right, you fucking cunt. Stop your whining. The officer poured James a bowl of stew and brought it into the holding room. James stood, grasping the cell bars and helplessly begging for his food. His animalistic behavior began to show itself. You are truly pathetic, the officer laughed as he placed the bowl on the floor in front of the cell. James frantically tried to reach it, but it was intentionally placed just out of his grasp. The officer then began to unbutton his trousers, and his laughter grew louder. He urinated into the bowl, and a hopeless James never relinquished his eye contact. At that point, he could not have cared less as to what contents were in his stew. He needed to eat for survival and to deal with their torments. The German finished, stirred the stew, and slid it closer to James. He wasted little time and devoured its contents immediately. The soldiers roared with obnoxious laughter. He had abandoned his dignity a long time ago. All right, let's not delay any longer. Again, this is an unfortunate situation for all those involved. We have a few more questions for you, Private Hastings, before we make our final decision. What more could you possibly want to know, Wheeler? Stallings loudly demanded. I understand your frustration, Major, but we have a protocol. Oh, fuck your protocol. Do you actually believe that a couple more questions and answers will impact this hearing? May I remind you, Major, Officer Wheeler retorted, that this is a sanctioned hearing and you will not, and I'll remind you, you little shit,
to shut your fucking mouth. I've had to listen to you spew your meaningless bullshit to Private Hastings for long enough. You say another goddamn word, and I'll drop my rank and end your fucking life.
Major, the general attempted to calm the room. Officer Wheeler leaned back in his chair in cowardice.
Sir, Stallings calmly replied, I apologize. Please let me continue our conversation. Don't base his life and his goddamn right to return home on a morality principle. Yes, what he did was wrong in every conceivable way, but he is on trial here based solely on the fact that he merely survived. There's no more deliberation. There are no more questions. You have all that you need, and you fucking know it. Enough.
The room turned to look at James. He sat teary-eyed and weak from exhaustion, but he was restless and eager to move on.
Enough,
he repeated slowly.
If you want to court-martial me, that's fine. If you want to let me leave, that's fine too. But just make a decision. I'm sick and tired of waiting. Let me go or sentence me. I don't give a damn anymore. You see, Stallings continued, we've punished him enough. Let him go home to see his family and bury his brother.
Well, the general hesitated. I just have one more question, then, Private.
Yes, sir,
James calmly answered. Why in the hell haven't you attempted to notify your family that you're still alive? Why, Hastings?
Because I already told them once at the hospital that I was coming home. And that's going on 2 years now. Only one of their sons came back. I'm not going to risk telling them another lie and give them false hope. They think me dead, so I'm going to show up alive and give them no doubt. I'm going to keep my promise.
Sir, Stallings stated adamantly,
I'm begging you, with all that I hold dear, for the love of God, please allow him to go home. This war, sir, it took away so many lives and families on all sides, ripped apart. We have a chance here to right a terrible wrong. Please, sir, allow him to be free again.
The general and the rest of the hearing committee sat and reflected. Lieutenant, commanded General Shaw, please escort Private Hastings to the bench right outside the door. Close it when you come back. We will all need to discuss. James held his head in his hands. Of all of the atrocities that had been committed at the compound, he had chosen to tell the committee about his own wrongdoings. He could have lied. He could have testified that he had remained a prisoner for the entirety of his captivity, that he had never played a role in the gruesome plot. The German soldiers, however, had another name for it: cleansing. Before the Normandy invasion, the rumors of mass executions in concentration camps had been somewhat familiar to him. He was aware that these crimes were occurring, but as to their extent, he had been clueless. Not anymore. For almost 2 years, he had witnessed it firsthand. Surely humans were not meant for that kind of blatant evil and disregard for the sanctity of human life. That evil had seemed inbred in the enemy regime. Hatred from within against people who were completely innocent. It was a grim reminder of the fact that evil could never be explained. There was no reason for that level of malevolence. They hated only to hate, pure and simple. And now he would pay dearly for his indirect involvement with it all. It was not fair, but it was to be his life now. He had been a perfect victim, a soldier who had suffered an inconceivable loss, but with so much for which to live. He was their personal pawn, and was forced to move at will. Major Stallings abruptly opened the door, wearing a somber expression. James felt his stomach drop, but still stood up to hear the verdict.
Lieutenant, I appreciate all that you've done for me, but if I go to trial, I want to do this alone. I'm tired of shadowing myself from what I did. I've got to face—
Stop, Stallings interrupted him. He handed James an envelope. In there, you'll find 2 things. The first is a train ticket for this afternoon that will take you to the sea. The second is a boarding pass to a cargo ship that is bound for New York City. James shook uncontrollably as he opened the precious envelope. The tickets gleamed brightly to his watery eyes. He had so many questions. There's also more than enough money in there for you to make your journey home.
Lieutenant,
He struggled to speak.
Frank, did they rule in my favor? I mean, when did you get all of this?
Got it last night, but don't worry about it. You're going home, Jimmy.
I don't want to just run away.
James couldn't fathom their decision to let him leave so soon. Hastings, don't worry about it. Please. It's all taken care of. The 2 men shared one final handshake.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't mention it. I'm going to make sure that you make it home this time. James nodded in disbelief, but never smiled. It was not joy he was experiencing, but extreme relief.
I hope we can meet up sometime soon after all this.
Jimmy, I appreciate it, but honestly, I hope we never meet again. If we do, I hope it's a long time from now. I'm going to purge this war from my mind, and hopefully be reassigned somewhere more lively. Hell, I'm a major now. I think I can manage to pull those strings. James nodded. He definitely understood the feeling. But hurry, and don't miss that train, Stallings urged.
I won't,
James nodded.
Thank you again.
He turned to the double doors. They led to a free world.
Jimmy, one more thing.
Yeah. Marry that girl. She'll save your life. James could not fathom true happiness. It was lost to him. Even the joy of leaving was masked by the uncomfortable sensations of uncertainty and grave depression. Maybe he would marry her. He hoped that he would, but his thoughts were focused solely on Kentucky. Major Frank Stallings cried tears of joy as he turned away. He was truly happy to see James once again, but happier to see him finally return home. He had saved James from his unfortunate landing in the invasion. He would have assisted him much sooner, but he had just finished cutting his brother down from the tree. Below him had lain 3 young German soldiers, just recently struck down from a surprise burst from his Thompson machine gun. Stallings informed everyone that John had fallen in a firefight. Only he knew the real truth. As James opened the double doors, he was met abruptly by another passing soldier. He caught his eye and recognized the man from before. Mikhail Surosev also recognized him. The 2 had shared the burdened gazes of despair, but this time they shared a different gaze upon the world, the gazes of men who were going home. Part 9. He wiped the mess away from his mouth as he finished throwing up over the starboard side railing. He sighed in relief and peered out into the fog. His stomach was churning, and his body was extremely weak. He had not gotten a full night's rest in more than a year, but it didn't matter. He would sleep once he returned home. A crew member alerted him that they were merely hours from port. He had greatly missed his country. He remembered New York as extremely cluttered, but full of life. The war had faded the city's magnificence in the shadows and dwelled only in his memory. But it still remained. The smell of abundant vibrancy traveled through the air. By its appealing aroma, he knew that it would not be long. For days he had stared across the ocean, wishing for the time to pass. Home was beckoning, and he felt its somber calls. Why had he told the hearing committee
that he would have been content with either decision. Maybe he had been tired. The lack of a decent rest was a probable reason. But to throw his life away because he was tired of waiting around? Pure lunacy. His mind wandered aimlessly from one spontaneous thought to another. What did that young Officer Wheeler have against him? He had just spent the better part of 2 long and arduous years in a labor-intensive hell. The work and physical strain didn't bother him. He truly believed that, despite the long periods of starvation, the reopening of his shrapnel wound, and the constant battery and punishment, they would not have let him die. But why? He had not the faintest idea. Why had this been done to him? No other prisoner had been kept alive, just he, who had been selected at random for no apparent reason. No, the physical demands had not bothered him at all. The mental strain, however, deemed too heavy for him to bear. The involvement in forced murder, according to Wheeler, was his largest adversary. The burnings, the spreading of ashes. Ashes to only wither away in time with the wind. There had been no specified duration of his captivity, yet he had held on. With all hope lost, only his cherished, wondrous memories remained. And there she was. A passing deckhand alerted him, and he stretched even farther on the railing, out to peer ahead. She lay just beyond the horizon. Only a small mirage, but with one glimpse, James felt calm spread over him. As the fog slowly lifted, his anticipation grew, and the silhouettes of countless buildings, which together made up the city's skyline, appeared straight ahead. Minute by minute, their contrast began to enhance. Once void of light and color, the gray skies illuminated and invoked a vast oasis of life. New York City, the United States of America. He was home. He never wished to turn his back on it again. It was neither his house nor his farm. His county was 1,000 miles away, but the city's fragrance and warmth flooded him with adoration. His expression remained stern like before, but his heart immediately commenced the long process of healing. He remembered how the city had reminded him of an ocean, with buildings as far as the eye could see. And what a glorious ocean it was! The most beautiful ocean that he had ever encountered. He never wished to turn his back on her any longer. He quickly gathered his belongings and, with haste, made his way to the port bow. He wanted to run, but kept his composure. If it ever happened to be released, he would collapse in an overzealous explosion of joy. They were heading to the same port that he had departed from almost 2 years prior. Absent, however, were the expansive crowds. It was too late for that. They were close enough to shore for him to observe the lively streets and pedestrians. He was arriving at midday, lunch hour in the city. He surmised that the local workforce was outside searching for a bite to eat. He wished to embrace each and every one of them, but at the same time, he wished to catch the nearest outbound train for home. The ship docked, and the ramp was lowered. The water around the docks appeared murky, and the skies brought a light mist upon the city. But nothing could ruin this glorious day. He walked briskly down the ramp, and finally set foot on American soil. The port, once filled with thousands of cheering people, had been converted into a shipping yard. The ever-growing metropolis was a well-operating machine. He walked a familiar pathway that led to the overflowing streets, shaking uncontrollably as he ascended each step. He found a taxicab, and the driver indicated to James that he was on break. James appeared taciturn and expressionless, but he was eager to finally make the return trip home. "Hello, sir. Where might be the nearest train station?" "Sonny," the cab driver replied. "You do realize that the war is over, right?" James hesitated. He was dressed in full military attire. "I do, sir." "Don't call me sir. I ain't a general. Closest station is a couple miles that way off the street, but I'm staying put. Won't take you long. You were in the Army. You're in shape." As the driver closed his window to nap, James thanked him and blended back into the crowd. It was not the welcome that he had longed for, but it would have to suffice. He rapidly became overwhelmed with the congested traffic and the constant sense of urgency. Had he forgotten how to maneuver a large city? He had fallen in love with New York during his previous stay, but it was not his true home. He glanced around at the people. There were couples enjoying the fresh air, walking hand in hand. Some sat together on the nearby benches. Local businesses were thriving once again, since the soldiers had been home for nearly 6 months, enough time to adjust back into civilian life. The world had moved on without him. He reached the heart of the city. Film posters, billboards, and giant advertisements littered Times Square. The city of abundant life. The city that never sleeps. He was frustrated that he couldn't locate a train station. He desperately missed seeing his family, but the city contained a warm feeling, unlike any other. Its commanding presence and majestic draw screamed its abundant opportunities. It would take 1,000 lifetimes to explore and experience all that the city offered. She was a beauty queen that aged like fine wine. Nothing could wither her. The city was the crown jubilee of a country that thrived on advancement and endless growth. The war, although dark and hellish, spawned a rather rapid change in the industrial and technological fields, which James could plainly observe. Parts of the city were almost unrecognizable due to the ever-changing landscape. The world was growing indeed, but he was through exploring. Sick and tired of being anxious and adrift, he was homesick beyond all comprehension. She was a breathtaking spectacle that offered him and everyone who encountered her a countless array of plentiful bounties. But he would not give in. His heart belonged to much greener pastures. He finally reached the street that the cab driver had mentioned, but there did not seem to be a station nearby. His frustration developed into tiresome anger and weakness. He swallowed his pride. He had done it before. Perspiring and out of options, he strolled up to a nearby restaurant where a lone couple enjoyed lunch outside on the patio. "Sorry, excuse me, y'all," he spoke slowly. "Where would be the closest train station?" The middle-aged man seemed offended that James had interrupted their meal. His tone of voice alluded to that assumption. "Up the road about 5 or 6 blocks. Now let us finish our lunch, huh?" "Yes, sir." James nodded in humble gratitude. "You're an out-of-towner, I guess, right?" the young woman asked. "Obviously, Lucy," the man snapped back at her. He shook his head in disappointment and wiped his mouth. James nodded to her. "Trying to be. Pretty soon, I hope." "You take care now," she continued. She bared a striking resemblance to the girl that his brother had tried unsuccessfully to set him up with during the senator's dinner more than 2 years earlier. James nearly smiled, but instead he lowered his head and continued. He could hear them arguing as he walked away. He regretted asking them for directions. However, he did envy them. They had each other. It seemed, he thought, that the simplest pleasures in life consistently evaded him and settled elsewhere. The street veered right and narrowed. No station in sight. He drew in a deep breath and slowed his pace. He was lost in the New York maze, and none of the help he had been given had proved satisfactory. He would have to figure it out alone. He pressed on down the narrow street until everyone had vanished. It was a barren street that promised no exit whatsoever. More frustration set in as he became fed up with searching. At that moment, he spotted a dimly lit sign in the distance. The lights flickered through the gray sky as if to flag him down. A young man stood just inside the window, cleaning glasses. It was a restaurant. He sighed with much relief and stepped inside. "Oh, hello there, young man. Welcome to paradise. What will it be? Beer? Whiskey? How about both?" "Not today." "Oh, that's quite all right. Now, what have we here?" He shot a glance at James' uniform. "You served in the Airborne?" I did. James nodded. So, I'm guessing you jumped into France. Wow! You have my utmost respect. I arrived in France a day after you all did, by sea. That's really great. But I see you're just now getting back home, the bartender replied. I can tell by that lost and lonesome look on your face. Right about that one. I'm actually just looking for the nearest train station. I'm needing to get back home. I'm right there with you, young man. I couldn't wait to see my father once again. Of course, that was only for a few months. He's passed on now. Gave me this here restaurant, though. Gotta be thankful with what you got, I guess. James nodded. He desperately missed his family as well. But I veered off topic. The station's only a block up the road, there on your left. Can't miss it. James gave him his thanks and turned to leave. The bartender bid him one final farewell. Treasure what we do have left, young man, for it is all we have. The bartender patted his shoulder, and the door, along with the city, closed behind him. The roads were extremely uneven. The inside smelled of a strong body odor, and the ride was to be quite long. But James was as content as he had ever hoped to be. Another mile was one more mile closer. He hoped that he had made the correct decision in not notifying his family of his return. He could not bear the thought of crushing their hopes again. The bus would stop in Pittsburgh for the night and set out early the next morning. He was given an adequate cot and living quarters, but he drifted in and out of sleep. Never a full rest. The constant terrors and screams were too great to keep at bay. The absence of light only kindled their painful memories. Better him than some other unfortunate soul, he thought. His eyes were red and bloodshot. He rested his head in his hands. It would take another day to arrive in Frankfort, the Kentucky state capital, and from there, transportation would surely be scarce. But he would search. He would search far and wide until someone, somewhere, could take him home. He wished not to waste any more time. To his surprise, there were a plethora of buses heading west. He boarded one that was bound for Oklahoma, and they agreed to drop him off in the dead center of Hawkins County. From there, he could easily walk the rest of the way. The county sign brought tears to his eyes. He was home. It had been 3.5 years since he had seen it, but it remained as beautiful as ever. The flower shops in town emulated their familiar, gratifying aromas. The store locations remained the same, and the farmlands on the outskirts of town seemed destined for a bountiful harvest in the fall. The pieces of land in and around his county always seemed to have an extra sparkle to them. Maybe he was biased, but he would never think otherwise. And even now, they shined as brightly as ever as his transport finally dropped him off in town. They wished him farewell and headed westward. He headed southwest toward his house, but he took some time to gaze at the vivacious town. Only one streetlight had been installed when he left for war. Now in eyeshot, he could see 5. The same businesses still thrived, but it appeared that the town had grown 3-fold in size. He chalked it up to a population boom, presumably brought on by the return of soldiers from war. But the truth of the matter was that the same war that he had seen destroy numerous cities and countries in Europe had caused expansion spikes across the United States, an unlikely cause for rapid advancement. But he quickly brushed the thought aside. His family. He turned to begin the short journey home. He had departed Berlin almost 2 weeks earlier, and now he had reached the final stretch. His eyes were still bloodshot. His side still ached from years of torture and abuse. His body was exhausted from 1,000 lifetimes worth of wear and tear. It mattered very little. His pace was like that of an adolescent boy, filled with energy and purpose. He would not be hindered or slowed. This time, he would reach home. Nothing stood in his way. He was so lost in dreams of returning home that he barely heard the blasts from a car horn. "You there, need a lift?" He stared down the long path home and sighed. He had not gotten this far by his lonesome. He would not turn down help for the rest of the way. "Yes, sir," James responded, covering his eyes to avoid the scorching sunlight. "If it's on your way." "Go ahead and hop in, boy," replied the stranger. The car was loaded down with bags and furniture. Wherever this man was going, James thought, it would be a one-way trip. "Yeah, and as you can see, I'm moving away. Out west, to be exact. This town's got nothing for me anymore." James immediately recognized a familiar voice. Sheriff Wade Burnsley. It had been more than 5 years since he had last seen him. That particular meeting, however, had involved a stolen stoplight and some foolish decisions afterward. "Always good to see a man in uniform," stated the former sheriff. "Where is it you're headed?" "Down the road a ways. About 10 miles. James motioned forward. "I'm going home." "Well, welcome back home, stranger," Burnsley replied. "And to think I knew everybody." James sat in uncomfortable silence. The former sheriff, now drifter, was truly blind to his ghostly presence. James quickly realized that the townspeople likely believed him to be dead. He recollected his once immature self, the young man who had wished for a hero's welcome at home, who had wanted to be paraded around the town to the tune of thunderous applause and cheer. He had been such an entitled and ignorant fool. That self had not even the slightest inclination of what it meant to receive that kind of welcome. One would have had to accomplish something heroic in the face of certain death, an act of true courage. But he had seen firsthand the sacrifices those feats truly required. There had been no men charging up the hill or grinning joyful smiles like in the movie pictures, laughing in the face of death. No, not at all. From his experience, true heroism had been accomplished by soldiers who had cared very little about themselves. Those men had fought because they had cared more for what lay behind them than in front of them. They had not sought recognition, and after the war, they certainly did not seek gratitude. And most of these men returned from the war in coffins, draped in the only recognition that was needed, if they came back at all. He had lost the will to fight more times than he could count. His faith, his country, his home, his fragile heart and soul. The reason depended on the day. Consequently, at the end of the passing days, his hopes had all been buried in exchange for a lifetime of terrors and long-lasting turmoil. But at the first sight of it, all depressing thoughts and memories quickly withered away. The white slats glistened as if they had been freshly crafted. To his eyes, they might as well have been. It sat perfectly positioned on the hill as a monument of undying hope. "Right here, please." "The Hastings place?" James hastily gathered his bag and thanked Burnsley. He stepped out of the car and only turned back for a moment. "You take care, Sheriff. I hope you find what you're looking for." With that, James began the long-anticipated walk up the new gravel driveway. A car was parked adjacent to the house, but no one was outside. From the street, the driver's eyes widened as he finally recognized the lone soldier. Tears of joy fell from his face as he loudly began to wail. He would continue down the road, but now with a greater sense of purpose. The air was smooth, and the clouds allowed sunlight to beam through ever so slightly as the cool and welcoming breeze flowed. James' eyes were watery, but they never veered from his goal. He was here. He was home. Maybe they were all working in the back. What was he to say? Maybe his presence would speak for itself. He desperately needed them to have and to hold dear, and he hoped that the shock would not be too overwhelming. He was close enough to see the front door abruptly swing open. Gus noticed him first and sprinted his way. Through the door, a young woman in a bright yellow dress sprinted toward him, flailing her arms. "Jimmy! Jimmy!" She was no young woman, at least not to him. She was his little girl, his adoring sister, his reason for holding on. "Oh my God! Jimmy!" He dropped his bag and ran toward her. They touchingly embraced and again became as one. "Hey, little girl," he murmured softly and kissed her cheek. She had grown substantially since he had left. He vowed to never again let her go. He picked Maggie up and held her to his side as he used his free hand to affectionately pet Gus. He then looked up at the front door, where a woman in an apron stood motionless in the doorway. She shook with uncontrollable emotion. She had never given up hope. Now he could not control his tears. He openly sobbed tears of fervent joy. Even though his smile was vacant, he could feel his soul healing itself with every passing second. He climbed up the few last steps to the front porch and finally spoke aloud. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She flung herself into his free arm and latched onto her reborn eldest son, the culmination of her prayers, her reward for holding on. There was so much to be told, so many stories and memories to recall, but it all seemed rather insignificant as all three collapsed onto the porch floor in unison. They had always been bound together. Not one was complete without the others. Seconds turned to minutes, and those passed on. "My son." She caressed his face and hair as he cried on her shoulder. "As much as I never wish to let you go, you need to see your father." Joseph Hastings was supervising the local schoolboys who were plowing the rest of the field for new planting. He helped them, but his knees had begun to ache more and more each day. His back was problematic as well, and constantly caused him great pain when he performed manual labor. But the sight of his son cured his ailments. In that moment, he felt as if he were 20 years old once again. He was liberated of pain and anguish. The tough, hard-nosed patriarch of the Hastings family was speechless and could only mutter incomprehensible phrases. He stared at James and believed himself to be looking in the mirror. His thoughts jumbled together, and overwhelming elation replaced them. The two men held each other tightly, lost in pure bliss and wonder. His son was once lost and had now been found. "We never give up hope." Her words were sluggish and uneven, but Anne Hastings continued to smile and weep simultaneously as she stared at her eldest child. James sat propped up against the front wall on the porch. At his side, Maggie clutched him tenderly. His father stood firm and proud. James seemed to them like a clouded mirage. He was physically seated on the wooden floor before them, but the rest of him, his soul, his entire livelihood, had been forcefully stolen from him long ago. "How long have you been able to return home?" his mother asked. James closed his eyes in shame. "Almost 3 weeks." "What?" his father sternly replied. It was evident that he was perplexed and disappointed. "And you decided not to say a thing to us?" "I'm sorry. Again, sir, I thought it'd be better this way. Your mother and I, all of us, we're barely living one day at a time, and you keep this to yourself?" "And what?" James retorted strongly. "Tell another lie? I wrote to you all that I was coming home with John, and he came back alone. The whole time I was held, I kept thinking that I had broken yet another promise. No," he shook his head. "It was going to be for certain this time, sir." "A bit selfish if you ask me," his father remarked. "Pa," pleaded Maggie. "Joseph, he's home," his mother exclaimed. "And obviously he's been through more than enough." She glanced back at James. "Boy, I know you're hurting, and I know what happened over there was awful, in every sense. But I want to let you know that we're all here for you, to help get you back on your feet. We've never given up on you, and we'll never start. Boy, I'm sorry. His father had immediately regretted scolding his son. Whatever his actions, whatever his thinking might have been, he believed his son would have made the correct decision in wartime. And despite it all, his son had finally returned home. He could not fault him for that. I'm sorry, son. We've just missed you badly, that's all. I know, Paul. I'm staying put now. We never should have left. She's in her second year of high school already. James nodded. He was extremely happy for his sister, even though he could not show it. Already? He replied. Yeah, Jimmy. I go back on Monday. Ma, can he take me? Oh, I don't know. That's going to be up to him, I guess. James sat perplexed, picking at his food. A sit-down, home-cooked meal. A blessing unlike any other. I mean, I'd like to. Will Mr. Ingram let me drive the car? His father chuckled and smiled back at him. His son had been away from home for far too long. We bought that car outside when you were away. James glanced out of the window. He remembered seeing the car as he walked up earlier, but the thought of it belonging to the family had never crossed his mind. That's good to hear. I'll definitely take her then. Good, Maggie exclaimed happily. I can't wait. James continued to pick at his food. He had hoped that his family would help him find happiness again. Maybe it would just take more time than he initially believed. He was hungry, but barely ate. He still felt sick to his stomach. He placed his fork down. Jimmy, his mother chimed in, I'd like to take you into town tomorrow to get some new clothes. We can leave whenever you're ready. Well, if it's all the same to y'all, I'd like to start helping Paul in the morning. Not tomorrow, son, Joseph Hastings responded. You need some time to settle in. No, Paul. Sir, I don't. You know my size, Ma. I haven't grown. I just want everything to return to normal. Son, you're limp. It's hurting you. I can tell. I want you to work with me also. But I want you to be fully healed before you do so. I've limped for 2 years, Paul, James answered back. I'll be all right. His family could only nod and accept his condition. A long silence fell upon the dinner table. They could gather that James had suffered a great deal, but did not dare to inquire about it. His mother cleared the table, and they gathered on the front porch before bed. The night sky seemed to be brighter than previous nights. It hoped to provide a dim light for what lay ahead. Blackened ash littered the night sky. The awful stench of burning bodies lingered in the air. Screams drifted in and out. He stood at the edge of the fire, and the dead called out to him in the pit. Jack lay in pieces, his hand grasping for James, the young German from Normandy, the American medic, Sam, engulfed in flames. They all called out to him in perfect unison. Save us! They screamed as they burned alive. James could not take it anymore. He was through with it all. He closed his eyes and fell backward into a gaping hole. More dead desperately reached out to him from the pit above. Save us! One by one, burning men were thrown on top of him. Their cries grew louder. Their pain was unbearable. Save us! Save us! A darkened man stood on the ground above him. Dirt began raining down. The man laughed in delight with each shovel toss. In the hole, the dirt rose up to his face, and it smothered the fire around him. He finally recognized the man as the final batch of dirt covered him. James quickly realized his unforgivable actions and ceased laughing. He cried out loudly in devastating misery, and then he turned around, dropped the shovel, and threw himself into the fiery furnace.
The screams were deafening around him. He closed his eyes.
Jimmy! Jimmy!
He opened his eyes. His mother was clutching him and wiping away the sweat from his face.
Ma,
he murmured.
Your nightmares will stop, I promise, my boy. It'll just take some time. Now let's climb back into bed. No, I'm fine.
His heart beat rapidly as he struggled to catch his breath.
I'm more comfortable down here.
She continued to caress him, and he desperately tried to calm down. The moonlight revealed his sizable wound, where years of considerable wear and constant burnings had taken their toll.
Oh, my boy.
It'll heal with time, Ma.
You can go back to bed. I really am fine.
She wiped away her tears and slowly stood. She could not be there for him when he had needed her the most. Only now could she attempt to pick up the pieces and assist him back to normalcy.
Jimmy, I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Ma.
As she walked away, he slowly called to her once again.
Hey, Ma.
Yes, she swiftly responded.
Where's John?
Outside.
Under the oak tree.
She hung her head.
Please get some rest, my boy. Sorry it took me so long. I know you've been waiting. It's not like how it used to be. You'd be amazed at how the world's changed.
The sun slowly illuminated the surrounding trees as it finally rose from beyond the horizon. Teary-eyed, James crouched down, even though it caused him great anguish to do so. But they were finally reunited. It was all that mattered.
I really should be right there, next to you. Can't stand you being alone. I was always there with you. We tried our best to have each other's back. But in the end, I failed in that regard. And I gotta live with that. I did some pretty unspeakable things to get back here. Really just to stay alive, I guess. Worst thing is that I did them just for me. Not Ma, Pa, or Maggie. Just me. Forced to murder in ways that were not even human. I definitely lost my faith in God and whatever the hell else over there. And that's another thing. It was all bullshit. I'm sure you've already figured that out by now. They told us all our lives to believe, and one look over there throws that lie out the window. But we took it all in like a sponge, didn't we? How young and foolish we once were. Slaves as children who would listen to everything they would say. And they were force-fed those lies as well. Carefully scripted, like those damn movie pictures to reel us in. But they never saw what we saw. Never bled as we bled. And now look at us. All broken and dead inside, like some damn worn-out dog looking for some place to lie down and die alone.
James sat and sobbed uncontrollably in front of his brother's headstone. The grass and vegetation surrounding the grave was withered and nearly lifeless, evidence of constant wear from a helpless and grieving family. Incomprehensible damage had fallen upon the Hastings family and countless others around the world. The worldwide conflict was over, but the healing process had only just begun.
You gotta stop me if I'm talking too much. I miss having you with me. What ignorant fools we were, fighting for a cause not our own. If I could go back 4 years, I'd kick and strangle that spoiled little shit. He was still painless and worry-free. But of course, he wanted more. And he wouldn't listen to a damn thing anyone told him. He wanted to see the world. Well, ask and you shall receive. I'm still lost, John. I thought seeing them would somewhat ease my pain, but it still remains like a cancer. They'll never understand, will they? Sure, Pa fought, but he came back whole and healthy to Ma. We're still over there, you know, imprinted on that ground to never return. still breathing in that soiled and forsaken air. Maybe it's better that you passed on. I couldn't fathom changing places with you or anyone. No one should have to witness what I saw and do what I did. Maybe I should have let go as well. Just let them in my life. Instead, I helped end countless others. If there is a better place beyond this one, I'll never go, and I'm fine with that. I'll never be whole again, and I'm aware of that. I don't deserve to walk with everyone else. I shoveled ash for almost 2 years. I can shovel it forever, no problem. That much is certain. That I do deserve. I don't know anymore, Bud. Maybe we will see each other again. Maybe we won't. Maybe we do just wither away. A part of me refuses to believe that. But that same part is stuck in the past, holding on to the better yesterdays. They were so happy, John. So full of life and prosperity. Just the mere sight of me seemed to fill their hearts that were empty for so long. I'm jealous of them, Bud. To them, in that moment, it was as if the war was only a distant memory. Smiles from ear to ear. And everything around bode well for me to join in their celebration. But in that moment, I also came to the realization that they weren't my reason for living or coming back. And I'm ashamed of the honest truth.
They told him that he was out there. He wasted no time to see it for himself, to ensure that they were right, that it was no dream, to see that it was true. He looked out at the kneeling man. He squinted his eyes. He wiped them for good measure. His eyes, they would not dare lie to him. Not now. Definitely not now. He smiled a true smile, his first one in many years. The day had finally come. "Jimmy!" The crouching figure suddenly stopped whispering and fell silent. Slowly, he turned his head toward the back porch. He exhaled and carefully stood. Before him stood a brother, a long-lost brother from a distant family, a family broken and destroyed by conflict. He shuffled toward the back door. The brother followed his lead and strode out to meet him. He smiled widely as he stared in amazement at the weary figure. It was no dream. His mouth gaped open, but now he could see. The sight brought him an incredible calm. His shock quickly changed to exuberance, and he solemnly smiled for the first time in ages. He stood across from his brother, and now he was home. Words were meaningless, and he discarded them as he embraced James with compelling glee. James slowly raised his hands to clasp him, and shortly thereafter, with the initial hesitance foregone, he clutched him tightly. He would help him. They would help each other. They were now beginning the long process. Will fumbled with his words, for his breathing was rapid. He took some deep breaths and allowed his mind to focus. Your folks, they just called me and told me that you were here." Will shook his head in utter disbelief. "I just can't put this into words, Jim." "Words were never your specialty," James replied sarcastically, and Will's grin grew even wider. "There's the Jimmy Hastings I know and love," Will cried, but he noticed that not even an ounce of happiness remained in his long-lost brother. He would have to choose his words carefully. James had seen too much, and had been away for far too long. "Things have changed so much." James broke the long silence as the two men stared out into the distance. They gradually began to walk around the farm's perimeter to reminisce on old times and brighter days, a conversation that was years overdue. Their ears were eager, but their minds were hesitant. To bring up the past would result in focusing on a future, which only one of them seemed to have.
Did you notice the electric lines? How could I not? James replied. They're everywhere, all throughout the town, and even in front of the house. And when did they get a telephone? I think shortly before the war ended. Yeah, the world's expanding. That much is true. I mean, you've seen the shipping yards. The country had to make battle supplies. I guess the ripple effect reached out here as well. I guess. James looked at Will thoughtfully for a moment. I'm surprised they didn't put you up in my old room. Why would they, Jimmy? Will questioned. And I would have refused anyway if they had offered. So where are you staying? Downstairs? Will sighed and cleared his throat. He had been tasked as the teller of harsh truths. As a survivor, it was a role that had been thrust upon him. He embraced it with open arms, but that didn't make it any easier to say what needed to be made known. Jimmy, I don't live with them. Honestly, I don't think I ever did. Ma told you that you were welcome to live and work with us. She did, and she didn't break that promise. But I gotta tell you, showing up on that doorstep, only mere months after they received 2 folded flags, I wasn't the sight they wanted to see. They needed you, though, James replied. Needed you for all of this. They did, for a time. But so many people from around the county sympathized with them and volunteered their own boys to help. Trust me, Jimmy, I truly believe I was nothing more than a burden, a constant reminder to them of what they had lost. I stayed for about 3 months, but I had to get out. And I did. So if they didn't want you, where'd you go? Back home? James asked. Back home? What home, Jim? Will responded sternly. No, I had to make my own way. I stayed here, but I moved across the county. I work for a man who's got a decent-sized farm and a piece of land. I see your folks at church, but that's really it. But when they called this morning and told me that you would come home, you best believe I got here on the double to see that for myself. Will looked up and saw James' blank expression. But enough of that, he continued cheerfully. I'm just so damn glad to see you again. Same with you, Will. Even though I know I don't show it. I only just got home yesterday. I guess I just need some time to adapt. Most definitely. Did you come through New York? I did, James answered. That place is a darn sight, isn't it? Sure is. Seeing that city and those people sure helped me to quickly adapt back. I tell you, seeing that statue again, he shook his head animatedly. I don't know about you, but I teared up a bit. It was a quick period of calm, but it did help. I can relate to that, James replied. Although I didn't stay long. He looked out over the fields and mused. But honestly, it was just good to see a city not destroyed or broken apart by the war. Very true, brother. Very true. Carnera's still there, by the way. That's right. He's from there. I forgot. Other than home, I really didn't have anything else on my mind. Jimmy, I don't blame you at all. I actually paid him a visit before I left. It was a rather short one, but still good to see him. That's great to hear. How's he doing? I spent more time talking with his father than I did him. Nick finally showed himself from the back and promptly ordered me out of the restaurant and out of his life. You two have a falling out? Not at all, Will continued. I guess just seeing me brought back too many memories that he doesn't want to recall anymore. He never recovered from Normandy, Jim. I think the stress and all that death latched onto him and wouldn't let go. Some can control it, some can't. I think it was just too much, too fast for him in the end, and he couldn't keep up. I feel for him, Jimmy. I really do. I can understand that, James mumbled. He could only hang his head in dismay. We need to visit him sometime, and I hate to ask, but have you heard anything about Sam? Yeah, I did. Jim, I went and visited every one of our friends. He was my first stop, but I was already too late. His father, apparently, had hired every medical surgeon within hundreds of miles. But it was of no use. Jim, he had more burns on his body than he had skin, and he finally passed away a month after the Japanese surrender. I was 3 weeks late, Will explained. He looked out at the landscape thoughtfully, recalling the visit. They seemed happy to see me, but they couldn't hide the pain. I do believe that his final year was something that I don't wish upon anyone. Whatever hardships you went through, and I know you did, whatever happened, I know for a fact that he suffered far worse. His statements weighed heavily on James' heart. What had he known? A shell had been his only dwelling. He had been incapable of letting in outside influences until Will brought back the memories of their friends. And before you ask, Will continued, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'll speak about all of them once, but that's it. Please don't ask me anymore, all right? You have my word. He could relate to the feeling. Well, I did. I had to see the families, to tell them that their sons didn't die for nothing. They needed to see all of us, Jimmy, and I tried to convey that to Jack's folks, but as soon as they all saw my uniform, they wished for me to leave. Not in anger, no, not at all, but in remembrance. Because when you get only bits and pieces back of your once unbreakable son, you really just want to be left alone. Will grew more emotional and struggled to maintain focus. Not everyone turned me away. Everyone, but just one, Nancy. She still lived in the house that they were going to share. Still had that ring on her finger. She vowed never to give herself to anyone else. She listened carefully to every word that I said with great intent. To her, they were stories that she had never heard. I got her to smile, Jimmy, even if but for a mere moment. I think that made her feel warm again. Only just for that short amount of time. But I think, for her, it was well worth it. Jim, she was so pale. I felt as if she had nothing to hold on to. Hell didn't just manifest in France, you see. It made everywhere its home. Will took a minute to compose himself. James waited patiently, as they had abruptly stopped their walk. I had to come back home and work for a bit to gather myself after that. A couple weeks later, I went down to Louisiana. Of course, I expected more of the same, but what I saw was different. You weren't at the line with all of us, but Trent, he was a hero. He saved 20, 30, I don't know how many more. And he didn't have to. I think that he just wanted to end all of the fighting. And that he did. I thought his family would turn me away as well. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was one of 15 children. 15! They all spoke of him as if he was bigger than man. They all chose to remember him, rather than let it all go. Sure, they cried. Sure, it pained them to recall. But they took it all in stride. I'm sure that him not being an only child helped in the grieving process. You knew Trent as well as me. He was always a jokester, an every man's man. And I could see where he got it all from. James' knees ached as they approached the house. He collapsed on the ground, and Will squatted down beside him. He noticed James clutching his side. His father was right in his judgment, James thought. He was far from being fit for labor-intensive work. Not just yet. He struggled for air as he sat upright and gazed over the fields. I wish I could have gone with you, Will. I know, Will nodded. But you made it, Jimmy. That's what matters now. Yeah, sure, I made it. But they didn't. Will, I would not have been the one to look their folks dead in the eye and say that they didn't die for nothing. I don't know how many could say that, if any at all, after what we saw. Jimmy, you've been away for too long, and you're not making too much sense. No, I make perfect sense, he retorted. You think that since we got Berlin, that all this is over? You're naive. We did it before. My own father did. All for nothing. I fought the same war he did, only mine was larger, and ended with more death. And if we have sons, they'll be over there in 20 years as well, fighting for the same shit that we did. Small little puppets on a damn string, James grimly muttered to himself. Jimmy, listen to yourself, Will angrily exclaimed. I don't know where you've been these past years, but it has clouded your mind. Me? Naive? No, you're lost, bud. Where I've been? James shouted. I'll also only say this once. I was a prisoner in a damn death camp, forced to murder and torture men, women, children, even little babies. I watched as we threw them away like trash and listened to their screams as they melted away. I was told millions of them died like that. And you want to sit here and tell me that it's all over? That good will prevail? Well, you forsake the fact that it never prevails. It just hides, dormant for years until it shows up again, just biding its time. Why don't you talk to me about that happy ending, Will? You think you were alone in that ordeal? Will replied. I was no prisoner, but I helped liberate those camps. They were no camps, in no sense of the word. They were hell on earth. Visited Auschwitz, Dachau, helped with both in freeing the people there. James, these people, they weren't burned. They wished that they were, so far malnourished that their skin looked as if it were painted on. Death would have been a privilege to those souls. Piles of bodies stacked building high. And in spite of that, those people were overjoyed to see each and every one of us. They lived with hope, and they died with hope. And if they ever left, they left with life. Whatever hardships I had vanished right then and there. But, James continued, you said it yourself, and you described it perfectly. Even in my worst nightmares, I never pictured anything as cruel than what I experienced in France, and especially in that camp. Those were men, just like us, following orders to exterminate a mass of people. And you want to tell me that it was all worth it, that those acts of depravity have been cleaned and washed away, and that my little brother, who barely even touched ground, that his death is somewhat justified, that Jack in little pieces, and Sam, rolling around with his face dripping off his body, that it was all worth that, and more? I'm sorry. I really am. But every way I look at it, it all is just a waste to me. No, I'm sorry, Will replied. I truly am. I know now that you couldn't see what I saw because they wouldn't let you. And I can't answer for each individual death. They were awful beyond any sort of measure. But we didn't fight as individuals, did we? We fought as one. One unit with the sole intention of restoring people's homes and lives from a deplorable tyrant. That same tyrant that ordered those to be mass executed. You weren't there in Paris as we took back the city and gave it to those who couldn't once defend themselves. And that's why we fought, Jim. To fight for those who couldn't for themselves. Try telling the women and children, the old and the young, that we had no earthly reason to be there. Tell them to do it themselves while we sit on our loins and only fight in the Pacific because that's the only reason we joined the damn war. Those people needed us. Our allies needed us. And we needed them. Before you boast that we fought for nothing, go to France. Go to Poland. Go to everywhere that once was enemy occupied. The French occupy France. The Polish occupy Poland. And so on, and so on. To think our cause was lost is ignorant and downright selfish. Will, I don't know how, and I don't know why you continue to defend the fact that we landed in a damn firefight. Forget the citizens. Forget the people, old and the young. They all look the same. They all look the same in a pile of ash. They all look the same. James stopped for a moment and hung his head. Why did it have to be us? Have us all fight and kill each other. For what? To stop one madman? We'll never learn. There will always be madmen. There will always. I don't know. Maybe I just miss my brother.
They used to sit out here for hours. Will paused for a moment, but then continued.
And I'd join them sometimes, but I wasn't family. I didn't feel the same. They'd sit and just pray on his grave. To an outsider, it seemed hopeless. I even questioned it. What was the point? He was dead. But it finally dawned on me. They weren't praying for him. They were praying to him. Him and God. Praying to keep you safe and to one day bring you home. They never dug a second one. Even after they got your flag. You see, Jimmy, you weren't alone. You had people in your corner. They believed, and that can withstand any barrier. You're here because of them. You live and you breathe because of your longing for home. You owe your life to them in that regard. They might have prayed, James retorted. They might have wished upon a god or a shooting star. It's all the same. That didn't get me home. Faith in a god didn't keep me going. No, I hung on to what was true and only that truth. No blatant lie, no force-fed bullshit. It clouded me and I couldn't see. But the skies cleared up and the earth parted and I saw it all. It was no myth. It was by will alone. And you sit here and resent your faith, or lack thereof, when that was the sole reason for keeping your family afloat. I implore you to preach to them about your revelation, that you made it here all yourself, that a life beyond this one is a falsehood. Please, explain this epiphany of yours so we mere mortals can follow in your stead. Will, don't you dare mock me. You belittle the idea that we are but dust after death, because that is what I saw. Mere mortals become, each and every passing day. I witnessed so much of it that I forgot how to speak. I lived and walked every day in silence, not by choice, but by the sheer fact that it was all that remained. However, the first few months, I didn't. I would sit alone, and I foolishly prayed for a way out, so that I could keep going and not break down. I prayed, just like Ma taught me, and every day I woke up, and the surroundings never changed. The beatings and burnings, they only felt worse. They made me realize I wasn't in hell. Far from it. No, I was being punished. Punished for joining up on false hope. Punished for leaving my home. And punished for letting him die. And ordering him to do so. The faith stopped that day. And now I can only dream, he concluded. But Will shook his head at him in protest. Who do you think punishes? Who do you think gives and takes away? I get it. You let go of your higher power, whatever helps you sleep. Your on-the-fly projection that no being rules all. And why? Because the enemy destroyed your family and put you in prison? Will pointed at him. Your family. Your prison. You may have abandoned your God, but don't think for 1 second that you can persuade me to abandon mine. How selfish can one be when only one's misfortune rules all others? Why does yours win out? Do we make this ruling on all, since only your hardships are so great in severity? The world isn't yours to control and to judge. I didn't make that decision alone. Captain Reynolds spelled it all out for me, plain as day. His final pleas still weigh heavily upon my mind. One look at a war-torn land erases religion and deities from human existence. To still believe after witnessing that is to dethrone the essence of life, for we have but just one to waste away. Captain Reynolds? Will questioned. Our Captain Reynolds? That same unfortunate who bore the weight of keeping us alive on his shoulders? We lost countless, pinned down and massacred like lambs to the slaughter. That same captain? I would imagine that his thoughts were very dark indeed, almost damning, one would suspect, and yet completely understandable. You see, you disregard the fact that I survived. I made it out of France unscathed, out of the war unscathed. When one survives, they move up the ladder, not by merit, but by necessity. And you disregard that I, too, had men under my stead, men which some uncontrollably would fall by the enemy, and I would be stricken with that exact same weight. Pain is but only temporary, but guilt always lasts. Some days it pushes, others it pulls, but the strain is always there. How could you go on? The strain never ceases. It pained me then, and it lingers even now. I'd shunned myself from all other contact and grieved alone. When we once liberated a small German town, we shot an enemy soldier who had just only recently executed most of their remaining prisoners. And you stand and listen to one mourn their only child as it lays shot up beneath you. She cries up at you with its blood on her hands, and your strain pushes even harder, knowing that if you only sped up your journey, you could have saved them all, and her pain now becomes your immediate regret. No, I too have seen the horrors of this lowly world. You, my brother, are not alone in misery. I too have witnessed the hell that was that forever war. Cursed God himself for putting us all through it. It's true. I lost it as well. It was only after visiting our fallen brothers that it slowly crept back. I too was selfish, but I soon realized the bigger picture. Oh, so now you have all the answers? No, Will replied patiently. And that was my realization. They were not supposed to comprehend. It's not all supposed to fall perfectly into place. And no one knows how or why. If they claim they do, they preach a straightforward lie. It's all supposed to be complex, full of questions with absolutely no definite answers. Why death? Why famine? Why anger and darkness? Why her child? Why your brother? And our brothers? If ever I do see him, we will have a long conversation. But until then, I only believe solely on the hope of seeing our family once again. That death is not the final act. And I also hope that one day, you too will come to that same realization. All it takes is time. You speak true, James affirmed slowly. And it's somewhat convincing. But the sun beams down and I still see no light. I still sit in darkness. If I was given a guarantee that I'd see that boy again, I would be willing. But all that I know is pain and a broken spirit. I wish that I could too share in your salvation, but I'm lost in the search for something pure. You think I bask in purity? You think I could possibly see any glimpse of light all by my lonesome? I know without a doubt that you are not alone in this fight. How many times have I walked by your sister's room and heard her crying uncontrollably with no means to an end? How many times have I seen your father just sit in his chair and stare at the wall, trying to muster up the strength to keep going? And how many times have I seen your mother clean the same dish over and over again? Jimmy, I couldn't help but notice, when you bury your only sons, nothing ever really seems that clean and pure anymore. That pain is something you can't wipe away. And if you keep straining to make it right, that stain, it just keeps building. Sometimes you just gotta let it follow you around like a shadow until it becomes a part of you. If you think you can somehow rid yourself of your dark and broken past all alone, you are faulting only yourself. Then help me, Will, James cried out. Tell me what to do next. You're right, he admitted, burying his head in his hands. I'm tired of trying to fight on my own. I'm with you, Will warmly replied, moving in to put a hand on his shoulder. I'm with you. Why don't we just start with what you said was true? You said you held on to it, that it was the reason for keeping you afloat and getting you home. What was it?
James hung his head in disgrace.
Not right now, Will.
Jim, I'll never look down on you. I hold you in such high regard that I can't even fathom doing so. James sat in complete silence. He was ashamed of the truth. He had even lied to John, who surely would have judged his reasoning from beyond the grave. But it longed to be released. It was too massive to keep bottled up inside.
But I'm ashamed,
he sighed.
My folks are never to know.
You have my word.
Her.
I knew it. Will smiled.
I'm sorry. I really am. And I don't know how I can be forgiven for that.
Forgiven for what?
For putting her over my family and my brother. I don't think I can ever make amends for that. I'll carry this to my grave.
Jim, you're still so naive, Will smirked. You blame yourself for being human? Don't be so otherworldly.
I don't understand.
1,000, 1,000,000 grievous faults exist in this vast landscape of ours. A beautiful girl being the means for continuing to breathe? That truly is not one of them.
Putting her over my own name seems like a pretty unspeakable fault to me,
James countered.
Unforgivable even.
Jimmy, I spent almost 6 months searching the European setting, searching for you. No luck whatsoever. You vanished, and I still kept blindly searching. You were the closest thing I ever had to family. I regrettably gave up and came home as you are right now, feeling empty and alone. But one gaze upon her, and, for a moment, you were only but a distant memory. Will Cramden stopped and pointed up toward the back porch. James turned and could see a figure standing on the back porch, calmly folding laundry. A young woman. He had failed to recognize her at first glance, for the years had clouded his memory. But she looked up, and his vision cleared. Mary Ingram. She smiled and waved back at the two men.
Is that?
Your family took me in, as you said they would, Will explained, waving back. You brought me to her. Your doing. And now, it's my turn to repay the favor. James turned and looked back at him, perplexed. He stared him down as if he had uttered an unspeakable and unthinkable expression.
I'm happy for you, Will. I really am. But you better purge that radical idea from your mind.
Excuse me?
You heard me,
James hammered back. So please, help me picture this. She's your sole and only reason for surviving what you describe as the darkest place imaginable. And you now wish to move on and forget her.
I left this place searching for fame and valor, and I dragged my little brother along with me. And now only I remain. No, Will, I'm staying put. I owe it to them. I won't put them through that ordeal ever again.
Jimmy, Will exhaled in frustration. Can you look me in the eye and tell me that you are willing to stay here and never again look upon her? Can you honestly say that? James hung his head. Exhaustion had quickly set in. He was sick and tired of being away from home. He could not bear the thought of his family alone without their sons throughout the war. He had led his brother to his final demise and had put them through the torment of his disappearance and captivity for far too long. Her memory lingered closely to him, but it would have to fade, not for his sake, but for theirs.
I can. I'm staying here, Will.
What is the harm in just going to see her? Will asked, following him. You don't think she deserves to know you made it back? James rose from the ground and began walking back to the house. Hey, Will called, grabbing James by the arm. You should know that after I saw Nick, I paid her a visit as well. I gave her the news, and it broke her heart. She wanted to go overseas to help search, but the senator quickly shot that down. You were her means for living as well. You have to see her. You owe her that much. She deserves to see you. Now you think about your final answer long and hard before you mention it again.
I'd be lying face down in a ditch somewhere if I hadn't found Mary, Will reminisced. And you will too. The air flowed briskly, and James breathed deeply and looked out toward the newly hired farmhands. They were the sons of numerous townspeople, and they had taken up his work while he was away. He longed to help them, but abided by his father's wishes. The two of them had planned to visit the local doctor within the next few days, and again he was anxious. Not alone, but anxious nonetheless. The unwanted cries of anticipation and angst had crept into his lonely soul. He would tell himself to shake his impossible dream. It was but a dream and nothing more. He belonged here, only here, and not to abandon his family any longer. So he would stay. He would dream no longer. His cloud had abandoned him a long time ago. Almost 3 years had passed. She couldn't still. She had not waited. She must have moved on by now. Again, she clouded his mind. He could not shake it. That unclean stain. Was she another permanent blemish in his life? No, he thought. She was no stain. No blemish of any sort. None at all. Purity at its finest form. Gentle in her movements. Angelic in her actions. How could he resist? Why was he so blind to her magnetic calling? Running swiftly through the New York sand, an apple in one hand, his own in the other. It helped him breathe, to go on, and to withstand. Get rid of it. Toss it aside. Bury it deep and think of it no longer. He cursed as his thoughts again swarmed around her. He wished to replace them, but could not do so with any value. Nothing monetary. No earthly artifact would dare attempt to be its equal. He was regrettably possessed, a trance that replayed itself every hour of the day. Every passing memory would bring with it thoughts of its unmistaken grandeur and mesmerizing radiance. The sun bowed and gave way. In darkness, it would only shine brighter. He dared not to sleep and waste its borrowed time. It would never burn out. Yet it was no fire. Heat played not a factor. The appearance of a lone flame, but the feeling of a smooth breeze. Never to cool or to pass over, but to only calm and keep content. To preserve an idea, a persistence, and a deep outcry. For a place far better, a life much more divine. Stop! For the love of everything that is and ever shall be, let me be. Let it go. He had not asked for this. It was never warranted nor deserved. Only impeccable timing and placement, never fully defined. It always was, and it always will be. Not alive, but with infinite heartbeats. It was never made, but can be made whole. Never to be destroyed, only to be continued. It never rivals nor competes, but always victorious, yet unending. It is true, but with no answer. It heals without form or body. It searches and finds aimlessly without means, shared not by blood or waters, but how it flows. It cannot be seen or heard, but it deafens and blinds, not given or taken away, separated never by walls or borders. Mutually, it never ceases, only slows, driven away by space, but it longs to return. Its cries are endless, yet silent to the open ears. Time, its greatest enemy, but only ally. Together they glisten, apart they fade, but never to black. Absent of color, yet a constant light, needing only life and hope to remain. Life ends and it surely rests, but never dies. It sleeps only but to dream, on brighter days. Why did you switch schools? Any reason? I don't know, really, Maggie replied. I guess it being closer to the hospital. I help out during the week sometimes. You? This little one? Never would have dreamed that.
James clutched the steering wheel with both hands. Maggie was in the car beside him. He had gotten no rest whatsoever the night before, and his body was exhausted. He had to be mistake-free, and while he worried with an overwhelming fear, she remained calm with no worries in her realm of existence, still believing that he would watch over all. He had held her once. He never let go. A promise he always vowed to keep, starting with the steering wheel. His mind regained focus, and his vision was rich with clarity. He had never been more in control than he was right then and there.
Jimmy, are you all right? What? Yeah, I'm fine.
He sensed her concern about his nervousness. He longed to rest, but rest would have to wait. For now, it was not necessary to complete the assigned task.
Maggie, I'm just wanting to get you there safely. That's all. Nothing to fret about.
I know you'll get us there, no problem, she assured him. I'm just asking about you overall. You walk around like you're always afraid of something. She was right in her assumption. He was afraid. Afraid of another truckload arriving for him to unload. Fearful of any more bodily harm. But she was never to know.
I guess I'm still getting used to being home. I've been gone for so long, little girl.
Jimmy, you look as if you've lost 50 pounds. Maybe more, since you left. You trudge around, but you got no direction. You haven't once cratched so much as a smirk to me or anyone since you've been back. Please, you gotta tell me what's wrong. James tightened his grip on the wheel and attempted to concoct an answer to her plea. One that would reasonably justify his actions. One that would help her understand. She was his little girl, no longer.
Listen, Mags,
he softly replied.
There's just some things that are better left unsaid. Things I gotta keep hid. I have to keep the past in the past now. I do appreciate you taking me here, Paul. Don't think I don't. I just want to get back to work quick.
Son, Joseph Hastings replied, you can barely walk. I don't want you out there if you're in pain all the time. We'll see what the doctor says. The two men strolled across the town square. James did not recognize a single person when he scanned the streets. His once desolate hometown had quickly tripled in size since he had departed. With change came new faces. Faces with new stories to tell. James recognized the doctor's office from afar. It had somehow still remained in the dead center of town.
You're taking me to this man?
Dr. Trent. Yes, son.
The same man who called us all cowards for not signing up sooner? That Jerry Trent?
Jim, you were gone for far too long, his father calmly replied.
His two girls help out at the farm every once in a while.
Seeing his son's bitterness, however, Joseph continued.
Sometimes people say things they don't mean, and do things that they surely wouldn't do twice. If you don't learn anything else from me ever again, just remember that one of the best things you can ever do is to forgive and forget. Sheriff came by one day before he left town and did the same to me for taking your ma from him. I think it did him some good to make peace.
James could only swallow his pride. He had witnessed that same forgiveness firsthand.
Boy, am I glad you made it back, she smiled. I feel like Will would have drunk himself to death if you hadn't. It's good to see you again, Jimmy.
You too, Mary.
Couldn't tell you what you see in him, but I'm glad he's happy.
You sure don't look it.
Well, don't you worry,
James stated with assurance.
I know I'll get there.
He hung some of her laundry on the wire.
Say, what have you been up to these past few years?
Well, I guess, she chuckled.
I guess I've been taking your sound advice.
I stayed in school and graduated. And then I worked as a nurse on the East Coast for a bit before the war ended. Work in that hospital across the county now. So you're the reason my sister changed schools, to be closer to the hospital? He surmised sarcastically. It all makes sense now. Your little sister wants to do the same thing you did, to go make a difference. Her difference is she's not going to be fighting. There's not a darn thing wrong with that. But she's James sighed. I guess she's not 12 anymore. Not even remotely, Mary acknowledged with a grin. How can I, for the life of me, let our sister go, Bud? I wish you could see her now. She's got the same drive and ambition we had back then. But she's not going to be holding a gun. Very far from it. She's going to be helping people, Bud. I can't sleep. I can barely eat. But sooner or later, I gotta move on. I've got a decision to make, John. And I didn't talk to you about it before, because I can barely bring it up in front of you. You'd rise up and knock my teeth out if you could. Kick me in the stomach and laugh while I writhed in pain. But you have to help me out, whether you like it or not. So, a stove, huh? Even a telephone? Yes, his mother nodded. A car, too. It all came pretty quickly after the war. That's what everybody keeps saying. I guess it was for the better, James replied. He continued slicing vegetables for the meal that evening. Jimmy, can I talk to you about something? Absolutely, Ma. I see you out there all the time. You're kneeled over in front of him every chance you get. Boy, have you... Tears caught in her throat. Have you talked to anybody about it? Because my ears are open. James stood up from the kitchen table and peered out the back window. His mother deserved to hear his cries of pain and agony, but he could only allow himself to give her bits and pieces. He suddenly began to tear up as he turned back to his mother. I don't know how I'm going to make it. I admit, at times, he was a thorn in my side. But us together, we could... He shook his head, trying to shake the emotion off. We thought we could end the war ourselves, Ma. He turned to the window again. I put him in that grave, Ma. You did no such thing. He deserved better. Better than what he got. He was better than me in every way. Anne Hastings stood up from the table and wrapped her arms around her son. You both were better. Are better. We don't know why he giveth and taketh away. He took both my babies away from me, she cried. But he gave one back. He didn't have to do that, but he did. James kept silent on his beliefs as his tears coated her shoulder. His mother survived by believing. He would not dare ruin her peace. Your ma doesn't need to hear any of this. You understand? You got it, Pa. James had finally allowed himself to eat a home-cooked meal and was enjoying the satisfying feeling of a full stomach as the two men sat comfortably on the front porch, awaiting the sunset. How does your side feel right now? It feels the exact same as it did 2 years ago, James answered. It doesn't seem like it'll go away, like Doc believes. He believes it'll heal with time, my boy, like all things. The sun set slowly, and the temperature dropped. They did not speak, but they would not have wanted it any other way. The wound itself still caused him a great deal of pain. I can't imagine, his father began after a long silence. I can't imagine what it was like over there for you. James could only answer him with silence. His father understood, even if he could only infer. A soldier understood. No answer was required. His father dropped the subject entirely and shifted focus. 6 months since the war ended over there, and you finally show back up. I'll ask you no longer about it, but I'm glad you finally made it back.
Sometimes, home is all there is left.
James sighed and turned to his father. He could not run from the truth any longer. He would have to face the unending guilt.
You gotta remain calm about this. But from where you're standing, I'm sure you already know. It wasn't our family, John. Not the smell of home, my own bed. It wasn't seeing Maggie crying as she jumped into my arms. Not embracing Ma and Pa to help them with their pain. Not at all. I'm so sorry, bud. It was her alone, nothing else.
He hung his head and prepared for his father's oncoming wrath. A silence fell over them. He heard the chair creak. A hand rested warmly against his shoulder. He looked up to find his father standing directly in front of him, with tears rolling down his face.
What did I tell you?
Joseph calmly demanded.
What did I tell you? Tell me. About what, sir? About my time overseas. What did I tell you?
James quickly searched his brain for the appropriate answer. He found it bare.
Honestly, nothing, Pa. You did your time and came home. You ever heard the stories of that war? Days would go by, and we'd move 100 feet. They piled up in those trenches. A smell like you wouldn't believe. All the blood, charred skin and earth, just all looked the same mess after a while. Your mother, she was a rose seen worlds away. I'm glad for you, son. There's better causes worth dying for. But none will keep you going more than what tugs at your chest. She was it for me. Not my own folks either. Just her. And you, son, he continued, smiling. Because you were with her. John, you can strike me down from where I stand. You can hit and break me down as much as you want, but it still won't fall away. And if I could explain it, I would. I couldn't. I can't get away from what happened. I had no control over it. Powers that be, maybe. It just flowed with time. Something that great, I sure as hell didn't deserve, or dare ask for. I crashed up against it and she fell into me. And as much as I tried to lie and play it off, I couldn't shake it. It stayed firm, and surely always will. And you helped it along by making us dance. For what it's worth, I thank you for that.
The two embraced. As they cried together, they reminisced. She had once carried him. She had once been his shelter. She still was. She gazed upon him with the exact same gaze as when she first beheld him, as overjoyed then as she was now. And he had been as lost then as he was now, hungry and crying out for help. But now he was not hers to nourish. He desired life from somewhere else, someone else, and she had to let him go once again, this time with a fuller heart and, as always, a kind spirit. I know you wish for him not to, but your father told me everything, and I agree with every word. With every bone in my body, I give them all to see you truly happy. You deserve it. I know you've longed for it. I don't think I can do that, Ma, James replied, defiantly shaking his head. I cannot leave this place again, and seeing you off while I do so. Jimmy, she placed her hands on his face and pinned his cheeks together gently. You don't know it, but you've already made your decision, and it's out of our hands. My boy, you owed it to your country to go and fight, and now you owe it to yourself to go find her. And from your letters, I think she'd want you to do that also. I think she's hurting without you. We were only together for a few months. What can it really be? Everything. she replied.
Trust your mother on that one. If there's just a tiny sliver of hope that it might be something, I'd sure take it. And I do want to meet her. She kept you strong, and she brought you back. That sure gets a big hug from me.
You think little Maggie has a plan? I sure didn't have one, Mary confessed. Jimmy, I know that I was meant for something else, and I was darn sure I couldn't do it here. At least not at first. Don't be so selfish and think you're the only dreamer. And don't think I didn't lose anybody either. He was too timid to ask the obvious question, but it bogged his mind.
Yeah. Where is Jane? She went west. I went east. I came back. She didn't. We both didn't have any plans.
Mary sighed.
Going on almost 3 years now, I guess. Back when you all left, she followed soon after. Any word at all? I got a postcard maybe a year ago. Didn't say much. Didn't have to. That hurts.
James truly was remorseful.
I really am sorry. Jimmy, I know you're hurting also, but Will, Lord knows I love the fool. He thinks the world of you. Just promise me that whatever you all are up to, you don't spill your own blood on him, you hear? Every move he makes it for the better of you. You two are thicker than blood, you know?
James could only nod in agreement.
You did this, you know. You can't deny it. You opened that big mouth of yours. You strung it all together like it was your own. Well, I was your own. Still am. Always will. I have to leave. I know that now. But I know you're coming along for the ride. You wouldn't have missed it. I'm gonna need your guts. I'd let you do the talking, but I need to take the reins. That's the thing about us. Life surely couldn't separate us. Death never stood a chance, huh? Now, you never shut up. Always leading me in ways where I don't want to go, but where I need to go. Always better in the long run. I never told you goodbye, and I never will, because you never left. We were never two, you and I. We were never two.
They were over an hour outside of town, heading east by bus transport, bound for New York. The city called. Its magnetism was undeniable. But the city was not the reason. It was only the stop before the final reason. She would provide a bravado that would support and never break. The journey this time would prove to be a much less dangerous one than his first, albeit its perplexing outcome. What could he possibly say now? After 2 years, what could he possibly provide in the way of understanding? He had again neglected contact in any form. He would show himself in person. He had so much to tell her.
I firmly told them I wouldn't leave,
James remarked, looking out at the landscape speeding by.
Ever again. Never without good reason. And I broke that oath in less than a week.
A glimmer of hope is always a good reason, Will retorted.
But for some reason, they didn't take it hard. They basically had smiles on their faces,
James mused, shaking his head.
I can't understand that.
You leave to fight, but this time for a different war. They're happy for you. I'm happy for you. You're leaving to seek happiness, not glory.
But I leave for myself. Another selfish reason.
You question your motives. That's good. But never question your morals. You're lost, but you're not in shambles. And no one should leave this world alone. No, it's not selfish.
What the hell is it then?
Human nature. Your humanity remains intact. It never left you, despite your thoughts on the matter. You just seek to be whole again. And it's why I'm along for the ride.
Again, I appreciate it, but You really didn't have to come.
Oh, yes, I did, Will laughed.
You're already questioning your reason for leaving, and we're not even out of the damn state.
James was still exhausted. Maybe he had slept. Even if he had, it had probably only been in small bursts. He could not recall. He needed to relax. The bus was uncomfortable, but every other resting place had failed him. He closed his eyes, but saw the expressions on the faces of his family behind his eyelids. They may have been full of hope for him, but his perspective had held firm. He was regretful and sorry, but hidden underneath it all, a small flame of anticipation rested on a cloud of wonder.
Son, you have to go, and you have to go quickly. If you stay here, you'll be dead within the year, and I'll only have myself to blame, because I didn't help you along.
James wiped away his tears and slowly glanced up at his father. Joseph Hastings was never one for long conversation, but the situation required it. His son needed his guidance.
I don't want to see you here after tomorrow. Make it your one last mission in life. And I promise you that a year from now, you'll thank me. But I'm hoping for sooner than that. Her father, James softly replied. He can't stand the sight of me. Wish for me to never see her again. How do I fight that? Then don't go,
Joseph Hastings countered, standing up in frustration.
Don't go and just stay here. You jumped out a plane to fight an army, but yet you are still timid of one man? Jimmy, is she worth it? Absolutely. Then you should have got on that bus yesterday.
His father turned to go inside and smirked.
But after all you've been through, for you to still say that, she must be one heck of a woman.
She was, he thought. She is, and she would be worth it. I'm going to go take a leak. Do you want a pretzel or something?
No, I'm all right,
James answered. The bus had stopped near the West Virginia and Pennsylvania border, where they would break only for food and fuel. They were scheduled to travel overnight and reach the city at daybreak. James, however, preferred to remain seated. He did not want to miss their final departure. No food at all? Will pressed. I don't think you've eaten in days.
Will, I'm all right, James sternly replied.
Will exited the bus and entered the convenience store nearby. James was finally alone. He leaned back in the seat. He had always enjoyed the silence and lack of company. Always, that was, until he met her. From then on, silence and isolation had become loathsome to him. How had he ever enjoyed that? His time as a prisoner of war had taken its fair share of his body and soul, but what it failed to take, what it never would take, was his unending will to live, his reason for holding on. He finally lifted his foot from the brake when the car came to a complete stop outside of Maggie's school. They had made it safely. He let out a long sigh of relief. His perplexed sister could only smile at his seriousness. She still clung on to the last tales of innocence.
Thank you for driving me, Jimmy. Mary told me of your plans to go east and go into nursing.
Oh, Maggie hunkered down in her seat.
You're not mad at me, are you? Yeah, at first,
James stated as he peered out the window to watch the other kids walk inside the school.
But how can I scold you for making the same mistake I did?
This isn't a mistake, Jimmy. I'm only leaving to help others.
So did I,
he replied sorrowfully.
So did I. I thought that I could do my part to end the war. And I took so many with me,
James added, beginning to break down.
Mags, I just don't want you to have the same regret in leaving home.
I won't be in harm's way, she retorted.
I promise Ma and Pa. I guess I just want to see the world like you did. I saw more than my fair share, places I try to forget, and places I hope I never will.
You'll have to sit down and tell me about the beautiful places one day, Maggie beamed. She now wished to embark on her own journey more than ever.
I will. Maybe one day we'll talk about those places together.
Maggie's grin widened as she opened the car door. She didn't want to leave him, but she knew that her brother needed to get back home. He was leaving for the East Coast the next morning. She would have plenty of time to express her goodbye wishes, and she still found reasons to smile.
I'll see you tonight, Jimmy. I love you. Love you too, little girl.
He could not help it. She would always be his little girl. He watched as she waved back at him and disappeared in the crowd of other students. Soon, she would leave to find her own way. That longing had definitely proven to be a family trait. James tried unsuccessfully to take a short nap on the bus. His excessive lack of rest was apparent. He struck the back of the seat in front of him in frustration. Shaking his head in anger, he turned to look upon the nearby lake that was positioned by the road. The colorful sunset grazed the water, and the two met in the distance with a glow of pure radiance. It was breathtakingly beautiful. He had only witnessed that sight once before, on the beach, the night he met her. The scene transported him back to that blissful moment in time. He had to see her. Nothing else would dare enter his mind.
Boy, that sure is pretty.
And there you go, ruining the moment, you fool. James snapped back. He grumpily turned back to the window. A bench was situated away from the road and overlooked the lake and its surrounding landscape. It was occupied by an elderly couple. He had noticed them earlier, but now looked more closely. The couple was wrapped in each other's arms. They enjoyed the romantic moment rightfully deserved, and they both stared out at the horizon. It seemed as if those moments had eluded them for quite some time, but now they possessed all of the time in the world. James leaned in closer to the window and examined the man's face.
It can't be,
he murmured. What? Will demanded, pushing to the window. His eyes grew wide when he saw the man. There was no way, no chance at all. The two men quickly stood up simultaneously. No, none at all.
No way,
Will exclaimed.
I can't believe my eyes.
James questioned the validity of the image.
There's just no way.
Will proceeded to open the bus window. He deemed it necessary to get their attention.
Don't, Will. Don't,
James commanded.
Jimmy, we gotta at least go say hello. It's been way too long. No,
James assured him.
Don't ruin their moment. He's earned this. He taught us everything he knew. Prepared us the best he could. But that's all over now. Believe me, he wants no part of remembering that life any longer.
The rest of the passengers slowly filed onto the bus, and they resumed their eastern journey. James and Will fixated on the couple as they faded into the distance. James wished for the sunset to remain as long as possible. Perhaps time had stalled for the two lovers, who had finally found long-lasting peace amidst a beautiful canvas. He hoped for that to be true.
He would have made that day much more bearable,
Will painfully reminisced.
What about Taylor?
James asked.
How did you all fare under him?
Max Taylor? He was always referred to as the backup plan. He did jump with us, but the poor bastard left, and we got pinned down about a month after the landing. He was supposed to be there.
So, a coward?
No, Will retracted.
He was ordered away, but he caught too much flack that he didn't deserve. He wasn't what we were used to, but he was a good man.
Within the hour, Will was asleep, and James continued to remain restless. He hoped that he was making the right choice in leaving. He kept recalling the image of the sunset hitting the water, sensing that it was a sign that he was going in the right direction. He was not traveling toward this dream alone. He had his brother with him. Both of them. The city lights would soon glimmer ahead. They called for him once again. It would not be long now. Part 10. Will slowly wiped his eyes after a long night's rest and saw the city outside of the window. He had returned. There was only one more train to catch, and their transfer would be in the heart of the city. James had already been fixated on it for a while. Each passing moment brought him back to a time much fonder and much more alive. She's always easy on the eyes, huh? I couldn't live here if I tried, James answered him. But I sure could stay here for a while. I'll drink to that, Will smiled, unearthing a small bottle of brandy. A breakfast unlike any other. The bus changed its normal route when they entered the city. The morning commute to work slowed traffic, and the driver attempted to avoid the chaotic mess. James stared out the window, still amazed by how the city's landscape had changed in such a short amount of time. The idea that this place had been the cradle of civilization for outgoing soldiers and weaponry seemed a far cry away. It had been the embodiment of a city at war. Her spirit, however, had remained unchanged. No event brought upon by man could derail the city's charm and wholesome aura. She was the city of life, the city that never sleeps. She encompassed everything individually and all at once. She captured her audience, but they would never feel freer or more in control. One look up at her high-rise buildings and never-ending streets would make any human feel like a tiny speck in a vast makeup. Everyone and everything, parts to a whole. But she was not his home. The city only served as the setting to his once blissful memories, and it was happy to play the part. That's our stop, Will remarked as he pointed out of the window. Right there. One step onto the pavement brought James back. He vividly remembered the poultry and produce markets located adjacent to the bus stop. Some years ago, his mother had stepped onto that very same spot, but he could not stay long to linger and reminisce. Will led them up the street to the other station, but after a few blocks, it was clear to James that Will had veered off of the intended path toward a familiar landmark close by. We've got a little time before our next bus leaves, stated Will. I was thinking we could stop in for breakfast. I haven't forgotten the lay of the land, Will. He won't want to see us. That was then. This time, I don't come alone. Will smiled at the restaurant sign, which was situated directly across the street. James was worried, but would not reject a possible reunion. Besides, an Italian breakfast seemed rather pleasing. Mr. William Cramden, we meet again. How have you been, Mr. Carnera? Oh, me, I'm always fine, he cheerfully replied with his heavy Italian accent. Readying this here restaurant for another busy day. Business is on the up and up. Really great to hear, sir, Will replied. James waited anxiously behind Will. The surprise was imminent. Nothing's changed, my dear friend. He is the same now since you left. Now months ago. He wishes for nothing to change, Alberto Carnera continued, albeit with a remorseful tone. Doctors say his sickness is within. I don't know what to say. He only just prefers the kitchen now. Will nodded. Sir, we don't wish to stay long. Maybe for breakfast, perhaps. That would be my pleasure. Now, where would you gentlemen like to? Mr. Carnera stopped suddenly, finding himself short of breath. His knees became weak, and he leaned against the nearby table, completely aghast. He was aware of the situation, but could not explain it. He too had felt the heavy loss. Too many stories told during too many late-night panic attacks. They were all mostly dead or lost, except for this one. This one had somehow returned. Mr. Carnera's expression of dread and confusion quickly subsided. He was overjoyed, and he had every reason to be as such.
My, how long has it been, my boy? It's good to see you again, sir.
James nodded.
I won't ask. I'll only hug.
He leaped up from his leaning position and clasped onto James as tightly as he possibly could. He was overjoyed and exuded great elation. He caressed and slapped James' back numerous times. When he finally released his firm grip, he stepped back and could only shake his head in amazement.
My son, we all believed you dead, and like a chance miracle, you have come back.
He is the reason I am here, Will responded.
I used to wait your table. You always had your dear brother. May the Lord rest his soul. Or a very pretty girl, Mr. Carnera teased, nudging James. The kind of girl that wars are fought over. Really good to see you again, young man.
He rushed in again to shake his hand.
Sir,
Will alerted him.
Ah, I do forget. I apologize. Let me get you two seated.
No, sir. We'd like to see him. I have a feeling it'll be different this time.
No,
Alberto Carnera muttered.
I thought I told you I didn't want to see you ever again.
A loud, overpowering yell originated from the back of the restaurant. In the kitchen doorway stood a young man, covered in a mixture of flour and sauce stains. Their long-lost brother stood before them in full chef's attire, but in many ways, he still wandered the French countryside without direction. You did, Nick, Will cautiously replied. But I believe you will stay and talk this time, because this time isn't like any other time.
Yes, it is, Will, because despite it all, you and I still remain, when we both should have stayed there to rot. One of us did, and now he's here and wants to see you. Rotten hell, Will Cramden,
Nick cried, turning his back on them. As he pushed through the folding doors, he was halted by a familiar voice with a most desperate plea.
I've been there. Hell. It's a place where no one should rot. No friend or enemy of mine. I just want to have breakfast with an old friend.
With his back still turned, Nick's heartbeats abruptly hastened. After some time, he finally mustered the courage, after many years, to face the unknown. But it was no unfamiliarity before him. He was a reality, and he stood before him, pleading for his help. Any help. Nick finally smiled and was relieved. He was reunited with his brothers.
I gotta tell you, I missed her. Don't tell me you two didn't also tear up like little schoolgirls when you first saw the statue. I took her for granted, I tell you.
Well, I won't admit to that, Will joked as he wiped his mouth. James found joy in the situation, yet he was still reserved in expression. It was not his time. They had eaten together once again, but had chosen not to speak about the war. They only spoke of the before and after. It had driven them apart, but it had also established their friendship, for that was all that truly mattered anymore.
So, Will, you finally convinced some dumb broad to settle down, huh? You son of a bitch.
With my neighbor, of all people, James sarcastically replied. I admit it, Will laughed. I did. What about you, Nick?
Well, honestly, up until about a half hour ago, I've been a damn shell of myself. But I don't know. I got a foreign dame that keeps eyeing me at church.
Yeah, you probably just sit there and sulk, Will chuckled. I bet the girl's downright scared of you.
Hell, she probably is. Don't worry, though. Old Niccolo will make a move one day.
Nick smiled as he put his arm around James.
I gotta tell you, you have brought me back, and I can't for the life of me figure out how to repay you.
Don't mention it, Nick. James nodded back at him.
No, I'll figure out something, Nick replied. Where are you two fools headed anyway? I know it wasn't just to see my ugly mug.
Not too much longer now, Will replied. We're actually heading up to Connecticut to see his girl. No clue how it's going to go, but it's worth a shot.
You're damn right it's worth a shot. Jimmy, I bet you ain't seen that dame since we left for England, huh? Been a while, James nodded back. A damn long while. She was pretty as a picture if I remember right. Looking up at the ceiling as if to draw out the memory. Yeah, I remember right, he grinned. So what are you two idiots still doing here? We were going to leave right after we ate, replied Will. No, leave now, Nick exclaimed. That's all this guy's been doing these last few years. Waiting. You two get up and go. James and Will slowly stood up as Nick's overpowering voice carried throughout the restaurant. Okay, now get going. I'll walk you to your car. Where is it? We came by bus, James answered. You came by, and you... Nick pondered out loud. That's it. Boys, you two are going to borrow my car. It's parked on the street out there with a full tank. I don't... Will hesitated. I don't think we can take... Shut up, Will, you dumb fool. When someone does something nice for you, you smile, say thank you, and be on your damn merry way. Nick passionately embraced them both and led them outside toward the car. They were left with no choice but to follow him. Nick opened the door for James, who climbed in the passenger seat. Okay, you all know where you're going? Absolutely, Will retorted. You know? Nick pressed, clearly puzzled. How in the hell would you know? Because, Will turned to Nick and sternly replied. I dropped off a flag for her. Nick fell silent. There was so much about the war that he had chosen to bury. In his mind, all of his friends and brothers had perished during the invasion. Like others, there were images and sounds that followed him everywhere. But for Nick, they had clung on and never let go. But now, after seeing one of the lost return home, he chose to move forward. And he was right in his assumption. He knew he could never repay James for that. But now, Nick stammered emotionally, you drop off the real thing. Jimmy, I hope this girl gives you everything and more. You deserve it more than anyone. Nick slapped the side of the car as if to move it along. Get going. You're wasting daylight. I'll see you all very soon. As Will pulled away, James turned around to wave. Nick stared them down as he too waved back. He was openly crying, but as he cried, he smiled from ear to ear. He was a new man with a new life, with another reason to hold on. As they reached the outskirts of the city, the buildings began to fade, and farmland littered the landscape. The spring season only added more beauty to the breathtaking scenic route. The gardens were in full bloom, along with the trees themselves, which sprouted flowers of abundant colors. James remembered the route itself as if it were yesterday. Paul Stevens speeding up the roads as he sat beside him in full military attire, wondering how someone such as him had claimed the heart of someone as beautiful as her. He missed her dearly, and he missed his lengthy conversations with Paul as well. Soon, he thought, on days far brighter, they would all enjoy the company of each other again. I remember this drive so well, James reminisced aloud, turning to Will. Please tell me, Bud, how was she? In good spirits? She longed to see you, and what I could tell her surely wasn't enough. I told her that I believed you to be alive, and I didn't lie, he smiled. And what did she say? James asked. She believed it too. She waits for you. I know she does. They turned onto a narrow road. They were less than a mile away now. His body became tense even as he desperately attempted to relax. He tried to breathe normally. In, out, in and out. There was no sense in fighting it anymore. She had remained within him. After all those years, she still clouded his mind. It had never left, only faded. His journey had been long, but now it had reached its final turn. Try to loosen up, Jimmy. No way, he replied. You'll have to help me through this. With everything. Paul, I know, will help me as well. Will slowly nodded back.
They turned onto the long driveway, revealing the same lush scenery that had been imprinted on his mind. He noticed the apple trees in the distance. He imagined her, sitting under her favorite tree just outside of the front door. She cherished that spot. It was where she felt the most at ease. Maybe she had read his letter beneath it, James dreamt. He recalled every word that he had penned for her. They had been written from the heart, and they were true. When they finally drove past her tree, James saw no one seated beneath it. It was early afternoon, so James presumed she was probably eating lunch inside. A lone car was parked outside the front door entrance, but he did not recognize it. Paul's car wasn't there. The grand white house remained as beautiful as ever. Will finally brought the car to a halt directly behind the parked car. He too was visibly nervous, but he attempted to shield his trembling hands.
"Let's go,"
Will stammered.
"What if she's not here? Let's not think like that."
He allowed James to lead the way up the marble steps. James slowly shuffled to the front door as he concentrated on his breathing.
"Just be yourself, Jimmy,"
Will advised.
"You are her reason for surviving as well."
James rang the doorbell and held his breath for a brief moment. He eventually exhaled, and a great calm rushed over him. A new life waited in front of him. Someone inside fiddled with the locks. The bolt loosened, and the door opened to reveal an elderly maid, one James had only seen in the kitchen. He did not see Miss Lily.
"May I help you?"
she asked.
"Miss Catherine, please,"
Will replied.
"We'd like to speak with her."
"Well, I guess you boys aren't caught up," the maid scoffed as she shook her head. James was visibly perplexed.
"Caught up with what?"
"Miss Helen, who might that be?" A male voice resonated from the family room. The voice sounded vaguely familiar to James, but he could not place it.
"Two boys looking for Miss Catherine. One's military, it looks like."
James was dressed in his full airborne attire.
"Military?"
exclaimed a woman's voice. James quickly recognized her accent. She would be overwhelmed to see him alive as well.
"Is he home? That must be him." "No, Aunt Caroline, it's not," replied the male. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you must continue reading." "I will not be lied to yet again,"
shouted Mrs. Stevens. The sound of a chair scraping the floor could be heard as she stormed to the front door.
"Aunt Caroline, Miss Helen, please,"
the male voice pleaded, trying to block her from reaching the door. His attempts were futile, however, and Mrs. Stevens approached the doorway. When she saw James and Will, she deflated. Her ample amount of hope quickly deteriorated, and she grew weak. It was clear who she beheld before her was not whom she had wished to see. She broke down, collapsing to the floor in tears, and the maid slowly guided her back to her seat. A man stepped up to the front door, and James recognized Michael Whitaker, Caroline's nephew, and Paul's cousin, the source of the male voice. "James, I knew it to be you." Michael offered his hand, and the two men greeted each other for the first time since that fateful Sunday afternoon brunch. "It's such a pleasure to see you again, James," Michael continued. "Familiar faces have been tough to come by in these passing months. Good to see you again as well, William."
"You too, Michael."
The two men shook hands. It was clear to James that Will had met Michael when he had visited after the war, but so many other questions needed to be answered. "James, it has been years since we've last met, and I know you're here to seek Catherine, and rightfully so, but I'm afraid you're a few months too late. She and my uncle, they moved back to their California home. They couldn't bear to stay here anymore due to the circumstances. They departed shortly after your visit, Will."
"I understand."
Will nodded, but James stood before them, painfully baffled and frustrated.
I really don't see a reason why they moved,"
James stuttered.
"Is everything with Mrs. Stevens all right? Where's Paul?"
"I'm afraid things are not all right, James," Michael reluctantly answered, turning to Will. "I thought, Michael, don't worry.
Will swiftly interrupted. I'll explain it, he sighed. I'll explain everything to him. What would he explain? James wondered. What had he not known? James felt his head become weightless. He searched for somewhere to sit, but found nothing. He quickly tried to piece everything together. The recent events had quickly sped by. What could it all mean? He searched and scanned his mind, but found nothing. But then, in the corner of his mind, he heard Mrs. Stevens, who still wept bitterly in the other room. But why? What could be the cause of such distress? Upon seeing him, she had completely broken down, and even though he knew it was surprising to see him alive, her cries sounded like they were for something lost. And where was Paul? Michael had never answered his question. Oh, he gasped in horror. Oh, God. Military. Full attire. Someone lost. It was not he for whom she cried, but for her only child. His knees crashed to the wooden floor of the front porch. He could not handle the weight forcibly bearing down on him. It was too much to carry and to hold. He strained to pick his head up, but his strength would not allow him to continue. He was lifeless on the floor, as the truth stood directly in front of him. It was all his doing, his burden once again. He overheard Michael and Will conversing, but their words were drowned out by the roaring in his head. They had known. They had both known. Will had known and uttered nothing, because it would have destroyed him. He had given Paul the idea. Unintentionally, the seed had been planted, and it had only grown during his time away. Paul had joined up and died because of him. Him alone. She would never forgive him, James thought. Paul was all that she had held dear, and by his own hand, it was over. Michael and Will both helped him to his feet. Their sorrowful looks of pain and regret matched his own. They tried to get him to stand alone, but his knees were weak. He would not last. Will, he'll explain all of this to you. Do not blame yourself, James, Michael urged, putting his hand on James' shoulder to steady him. Please, I implore you, do not blame yourself, because she needs you now more than ever. Right before she left, she wished for me to send you her way whenever you returned. She still believes, James. James nodded as he struggled to breathe. I just gave Will her address in California. It's a long drive, but I know you'll make it. Michael hung his head in dismay. I also apologize for my intolerable behavior toward you long ago. You didn't deserve any spoken word of it. I now attempt to live life every day with the same outlook as my cousin once did. A better man than I will ever be. James teared up as he nodded once again. I will call as soon as I can and let her know that you are coming. I know that you wish that I wouldn't, but I will not allow my cousin to suffer any longer. The two men shook hands. I wish you all the very best. I do believe that we will be seeing each other very soon. Happier times lie ahead, I assure you. Michael's demeanor represented a fully transformed man. Some of Paul still lived through him, but to James, it mattered very little. Michael closed the door as James stormed back to the car in a fit of unrelenting rage. Will stayed calm, even though he knew he was not remotely ready for his brother's impending wrath. He had his own reasons for keeping silent, and hopefully James would find the courage to listen. I wanted to tell you, Will began. Believe me, I wanted to tell. He felt a surge of force hit him from behind. He tried to brace himself, but the intent was clear. Will violently slammed into the side of the car, shattering the passenger side window. Shards of glass cut his hand as he desperately struggled to control James. But James was void of reason, and soon he wrapped his hands around Will's neck, screaming viciously. What the fuck? What the fuck? How the fuck could you? He released his grip on Will's neck and aggressively paced around the hood of the car. He didn't wish to harm Will more than he already had,
but the thought of Will keeping that information from him was entirely unforgivable.
Why, Will? Why? You just threw me in there,
he cried.
To the fucking wolves. Why?
Will gradually sat up and propped himself against the car tire.
I'm sorry.
He struggled to breathe.
I'm so sorry. Well, fuck you, you sorry piece of shit. I'd hoped,
Will tried to explain.
I had hoped Catherine would tell you, and I thought, mistakenly thought, that if she told you, you'd understand. And now, of course,
he winced, rubbing his neck.
That burden now falls on me. That was your goddamn responsibility, to tell me like a fucking man, not like the fucking coward that you are. Fuck you, James Hastings,
shouted Will in reply. It was the only tone that James would understand.
Fuck you. No, I'm sick and tired of telling people their loved ones are dead. You want to know the fucking truth? Fucking spit it out,
James demanded.
I gave Catherine your flag, but she didn't have the heart to tell me. Miss Lily did that bidding. She told me Paul was killed in the Pacific. Kamikaze hit his ship. Straight suicide mission. They didn't have a goddamn thing to give his mother. Not a fucking thing. At least for Jack, we had something. How little it was. Brought little Johnny home pristine and proper for your poor ma and pa. Nothing for her,
he shouted, pointing back up at the house.
She's lost her damn mind, Jim. That's probably why the rest of them moved west. Couldn't take it anymore. God,
he bellowed, hitting the car.
I'm through telling sob stories.
James squatted down and wiped away a steady flow of tears. He had wished that the worst was over. Now he realized that not only had he led his brother to his demise, but he had done the same to Paul. Her Paul.
He joined up because of me. No, he joined up at his own fucking account. Stop blaming yourself for everyone's misfortunes. Now get the fuck back in the car. He didn't deserve this,
James replied.
No, he didn't. No one did. We left the best over there, as you well know. No truer words,
James remorsefully agreed.
He joined up, a good man,
Will continued,
and he died a greater man than we ever will hope to be. We have no choice but to go on. We have to go west. How could she ever want to see me now, knowing what happened? Jimmy,
Will sighed, looking at James kindly.
She still wants to see you. I know it. I could see it in her eyes. She believed you to be alive as well. If she really is your sole reason for living, a trip across the country doesn't seem that far at all.
James slowly shuffled to the car and put his hand on the door. He knew that he could not give up on her. It truly was not a viable option. He hoped that she would someday forgive him. He looked up and gazed at the trees adjacent to the house. Ripened apples gleamed in the sunlight. They were months out of season. Why they still grew remained a mystery, but he picked around a half dozen and returned to his seat with them in hand.
I'm not doing this for me anymore,
James declared.
I'm doing this for her. Her alone.
Will was bleeding from multiple wounds, but smiled upon hearing that sentiment from James. It would be a long drive, he knew, but it would most certainly be worth every passing hour, for both of them. James needed rest, but it would have to wait a while longer. She would wait. It was all either of them could do.
Why on earth are you back here? Why? Can you please tell me?
Nick fumed, stepping out of the restaurant during the dinner rush.
Nick,
Will fumbled for an acceptable reason.
We need to drop it off.
He tossed Nick the keys.
We are heading to California,
James blurted.
Just outside of Los Angeles, to be exact.
And again, I ask you two idiots,
What in the hell are you still doing here?
This is your car, Will replied, confused.
And? I said, don't come back without her in hand. James, I still owe you my life,
Nick replied, reaching out to shake James' hand affectionately.
This doesn't scratch the damn surface, but it's a decent start. Now go, you two shit stains.
They didn't waste any time, and Nick would not allow them to do so. By nightfall, they were clear of the city. The vast landscape of the country, for which they had shed their blood, awaited. The distance was only an obstacle, one more obstacle to pass. They took turns driving throughout the night, so that they never had to stop. James never slept. He only closed his eyes to dream.
Look at it, bud. She's beautiful, you know. The blood, the death, all of it was for this. She ripens with age. Each passing moment is another step closer to her heart. I know you can see it, plain as day. The cities, the towns, everything in between. We never knew her only until a short time ago. We shed blood to find her. We shed blood to form her. We broke apart, and again became whole within her. But she was never broken, merely wounded, and we built up around her once again. We thrived, we collapsed, and yet we rose to fight for her one last time. Again, to end it all, to finally give her everlasting peace. And through it all, you were lost. I was lost, only to return, and now behold her in her purest form. You look on from afar, but I know you're seated right beside me, within me, guiding my every way. It won't be long now.
Glad to see you finally slept, Jimmy.
I didn't,
he calmly replied. Will had driven through the night, hoping that his companion would ultimately find rest, a hope that would never seem to come to fruition.
Right,
Will sighed. It's not your time yet. Will continued to press on through the desolate roadway. They had just reached the western boundary of Pennsylvania and were on their way to Ohio. They observed from a distance the new developments scattered around them. Millions of American soldiers had returned home from abroad, wishing to start new families and new lives. An overabundance of marriages and children had spawned a burst in home buying. The housing market skyrocketed to an all-time high as newlyweds all throughout the country received keys to their new homes. Areas designated for housing subdivisions began surfacing on the outskirts of all major cities. James and Will drove past and gazed at the abrupt phenomenon.
I never thought they'd build them so close together.
It's not just here in Ohio. I saw them back in Pennsylvania and New York, while you attempted to rest, Will added sourly.
My closest neighbor lived a mile away,
James commented.
These people, mere feet.
And you know, I'm going to marry your neighbor and build her a house way more spread out than these.
And Will, I'll help you. But some like the closeness, the unity, James told him. We can't fault them for that.
Will Cramden sensed his brother's hopeful dream. James desperately wished for it to be a reality, that it would no longer be just blissful imagery, only for it to be inevitable, undeniable, and true. It would be no fairy tale anymore. I'll help you too, Jimmy. It could be a drive across the world, and I'd still be happy to make it. Never before has anyone deserved.
I don't deserve it,
James quickly interrupted.
I don't. Again, my actions have damned me for more than a lifetime. Anything I receive now is out of pure sympathy.
Or charity, Will responded. You've been given so much, even if you fail to recognize it.
I should have listened to your every word. You preached it all to me from the beginning, that I would regret it, that I was acting solely on foolish pride, on arrogance and selfish ambition. I was so confident that I could keep my brother safe, my brothers safe, that we could all save the world. I even wanted to see the damn sights while I was over there. And this all stemming from a closeted mind that lived in my own shadow. You warned me, and now you're gone. Gone to dust, or perhaps a better world. Who really knows anymore? But I know that you embraced it, and your suffering has long since ended. You could finally join your family once again, wherever they may be. You barely lived without them, and yet you still pressed on. You kept the pain. What does it mean to truly suffer? They were taken in the flames, your wife and children. Death took my only brother, plus many others. But they weren't blood. That's not your pain. You and I will never measure up in that regard. We are nothing without family. The phrase still lingers within me. I hold on to your every spoken word. I had to hold on to something, but I chose someone. Now I need to heal. I need your never-ending strength. How could you cope with it all? This war that shattered my family to pieces. I never wish to encounter it again. You were always right. The war, it took everything from everyone. The poor and the rich, the young and the old, evil in its darkest form. They broke me every day, forced me to blot out human existence, day after day. And I was all alone, handpicked by the darkness to serve as its right hand. I was all alone then, and even now, seemingly nothing has changed. I sit in self-loathing. I feel mentally caged up. I think about the forest that surrounded that dreadful place. It seemed to stretch for 1,000 miles. I didn't dare try to escape. Where could I have gone? Escape, only to risk death? No, not ever. And this only added to the unending torment. I was told every day that our entire army had been defeated, that the enemy had prevailed, and that those still alive had been massacred. I refused to believe it. I knew they were just fabricated lies and nothing more. But after a year, and no signs of rescue, doubt slowly crept in. They weren't coming for me, because there were no more to send, no more brothers in arms, and I had nothing else for which to grasp, except her. If I could just hold on to her for a bit longer, I thought, maybe it would all change, and I would be rewarded for holding on. It was far-fetched, an impossible dream in a nightmarish landscape, but it kept me going. Maybe she would still be there, holding on as well. But it was so selfish of me to keep her waiting. I finally just wanted to see her truly happy. And yet, I wanted to see it for myself. My lone and last request. Would she be worth it all? Were yours? I have no doubt that they were. So I will press on, with you still close by my side. Thank you for everything. I'll soon return to keep you company. But if I'm certain, you have all that you possibly ever could truly need.
The sunset was behind them. Its glow reflected off the water as they walked toward the ocean. It was a day of freedom after all, and they had all known exactly where they had wanted to go. "This look familiar, James? I'd wish you'd stop." He jokingly laughed in reply to Paul.
Right,
John blurted.
He stole your car and your cousin and took them all for a joyride.
I took the car, she sternly corrected. And I took him, John. You just love to hear yourself speak.
She barely knows him, and she already hates him,
Sam Travers exclaimed.
That makes me so happy.
The group collectively chuckled as they made their way onto the sand.
Last one of the water gets thrown in,
Trent shouted as he pushed John, who tripped and fell prone onto the sand. The rest swiftly rushed to the freezing water. They cast away their worries. Any anxiety from their impending travels was all but forgotten. It was their last weekend together. He smiled at her as they tightly held each other's hand. They skipped across the dampened sands and gently grazed the water's edge. To their surprise, it was relatively warm. In the midst of winter, the ocean also seemed to cling on to warmer days. John was the last one to reach the edge, and he promptly jumped into the ocean, with no regard for the full military attire that he sported.
Good Lord, this feels fantastic,
John shouted as he surfaced.
Glad you could join us,
Jack Drysdale teased, kicking water in his face. With no destination in mind, the group began straddling the water's edge up the coastline. They walked just to walk. It was their momentary escape from impending chaos, and their shared paradise emulated every sense of the word. Living up here sure does have its upsides, remarked Will as he admired the view. Don't it, Nick?
You act like I get a chance between the restaurant and church to go swimming all the damn time. For God's sake.
Don't get all hot and bothered, little Italy, John giggled. I'm just surprised they didn't put you in charge of some of the rackets downtown.
And for the last time, Carnera impatiently corrected, I'm not in the damn mob.
In charge of rackets? Sam questioned.
The kid can barely count. The only rackets he'd be in charge of are for tennis players,
Trenton Hill chuckled.
Some friends I got.
Nick, now see here, interjected Paul Stevens.
If they don't give you some flack, you can only infer that they wish to ignore you, which means that they probably dislike you. So I suggest that you laugh along with them, like the good racket weaver that you are.
The men continued to dish out insults to each other as James and Catherine looked on from behind. The two were silent. It was all coming to an end. Their time together would soon experience a lengthy delay, and they could only wait, forever wishing never to be silent with each other ever again.
Why me? Why was I handpicked? What did I do to deserve that unending pain? Day after day, night after miserable night, you must have seen something. Some sort of potential in me that was worth controlling. You tried your damnedest to break me, and you succeeded. After a while, you didn't need to force your hand, for I fell on my own, over and over, until the ground became my dwelling place, my sanctuary. For years now, I've searched for reasons as to why, how, and for what selective purpose I became your angel of death. They all became soot on the floor, which I willingly swept away. Why? I will surely never know. Death walks the earth hand in hand with the living. They complement each other. How could we recognize the good in spirit without the concept of evil? You lie within that regard. We fight wars for the dream of peace. We are nothing without family, yet everything with it. And now you are silenced, never to order anyone for anything, ever again. Your death you saved for your own hand. You left this earth on your terms, however cowardly they were. Why? Despite it all, I refuse to waste another second asking for an explanation. My only recourse is to forgive. Who are we if we bottle that unrelenting hatred all up and spend our days searching for answers? We become lost in our own indulgence, and we wake up from nightmares, searching for some sort of pity that never surfaces. We are then no better than before, lost without direction. So now, against my hesitance, I choose to better myself for who I will become. I owe it to those still near to my heart. You were nothing but a sheep that followed a leader with profound influence for the perceived benefit of the country. For this I can relate. I seem to despise you for only being human, the same reason for which I hate myself. Both mere mortals succumbing to our surrounding madness. We hardly put up a decent fight. You took it upon yourself to pass on with that disdain for a part of humanity still intact. I won't. I refuse to share the same fate. So I will not waste my days closeted in that mindset. I want to be free. I hope to gaze upon the world as I did once before, as one with unending hope and a burning desire for which to live.
They had long since driven past their home when they stopped to refuel. Will pulled into a small-town diner just inside the border of Kansas. The fields would have been considered barren to some, but to others, it appeared to be a beautiful harvest. The scattered wheat and corn crops littered the side of the road. It was the midpoint of the country, and thus the midpoint of their journey. James recalled Paul's cousin Michael Whitaker chastising him for inhabiting such a wasteland. He had since apologized for his negative comments, but James had forgiven him from the start. He had chalked up the insults to a misunderstanding, based on nothing factual, a misconstrued bias, not a first-hand account. James, too, had learned firsthand how preconceived notions amounted to nothing. He had believed that the war would be an escape and an opportunity, rather than what it truly was, a sullen death trap that could never be prevented or washed away. They had passed countless farmhouses and small towns along the way. Each reminded him of home. Their lives were not so different. In each house, he supposed that another foolish young man had also joined up to fight the war in a quest for honor and achievement. Maybe those men had found what they were seeking. Only James doubted that very much. As he stepped out of the car, he admired the sunset on the horizon. The flat terrain allowed the rays to paint a mural of wonder onto the surrounding plains. He was awestruck by the sight. He could not recall a similar moment during the war. Sunlight, it had seemed, had never been visible throughout the European campaign. If it had shone, it surely had not been welcome. To shine light on those scenes of despair would have been an unforgivable travesty. But here in the heartland of the country, the sun shined brightly on those who appreciated its presence, on those who rose every day and worked under its watchful eye. It oversaw as they sweat and tirelessly sought to provide. They used up its full daily ration and slept, only to rely on it again the following morning. These countrymen remained unnoticed, but they sought no accolades. They, who nurtured the animals and the fields, their only desire was the abundance of crops and prosperity. That much more to bestow upon others, the many ungrateful others who gave nothing in return. Fair trade, they would all wholeheartedly agree, for they knew their worth. The screw only turned by their hands alone, and with that knowledge, they were fully satisfied. James turned his back on the fading light and stepped inside the glass door of the diner. He ached to press on, but his body was weak with malnutrition. The dinner rush had recently commenced, and the smell of the kitchen fryer was overwhelming. The overworked waitresses scrambled in the close quarters to take the orders of those who were famished and low on energy. James finally located Will, who was sitting at a booth, flailing his arms to hail James' attention. Embarrassed, he sighed and took his seat across from his dim-witted brother. "Hey, Jimmy," Will smiled. "I was hoping you'd see me." "Yes, I did, along with the entire diner." "Oh, I'm not worried about them," Will confidently replied. "And I do apologize for stopping for a sit-down meal." "It's all right," James reluctantly forgave him. "I think we both could use a decent meal, and I needed to clear my head." "That's understandable. Have you given much thought to what you're going to say once you see her?" "Only thing I can do now is tell the honest truth." "Which is?" Will questioned. "That I need her. I can't lie to myself about that anymore. And honestly, for me to keep on living, I need her all the more." "And thus the reason for the drive," Will grinned. "Like I said, you need someone to have a reason for life. Trust me, I know. You can't witness hell and then go about like normal, as if your world will still somehow heal itself. That's just not the way it goes for us. I just don't know what she'll say in reply, but I really do believe that she won't turn me away. Jimmy, don't entertain that outcome at all. You heard Michael speak her intentions, but do keep her father in mind. I know that he'll wish to have a say in the matter, and Paul isn't here to help you along." Will glanced down for a moment and sighed. "I'm sorry once again for keeping that from you. Some things, I guess, are better left spoken by others. Again, I hope that she would do that bidding for me." "No, don't be," James reiterated. "I blamed you in the moment, but I didn't stop to think. If I were you, would I have done the same? I hope I never have to make that call." He placed his coffee cup down as he slowly pondered. James had listened intently to Will's assessment of his situation, and with each spoken word, his decision to leave home was validated again and again. Why did they all have to tirelessly convince him to undertake the journey? How could he not have seen its necessity for himself? He considered himself unworthy of such encouragement, especially after the many wrongs that he had involuntarily carried out, and yet it still came. It was impossible to deny, and he was truly grateful. A small child giggled in the background, drawing away Will's attention. He smiled. He admired and envied the child's effortless ability to create happiness out of mere gestures. The child was seated on the lap of an elderly customer who cackled along with him. The young boy smiled joyously at the cooks and passing waitresses. He was an important key to keeping a sense of humility during their hectic struggle. "Is he bothering you at all?" "Not one bit," the customer happily replied back to the waitress. "Your little one is a bundle of joy, I tell you." "Mommy, can I help you today?" "No, not today, sweetheart," the waitress replied over the muffled bits of amusements from the onlooking patrons. The boy adamantly slapped his hands on the table multiple times in protest to her answer, which prompted more smiles and laughter throughout the dining area. Will continued to stare and smile. The child was purely magnetic, and gazing at him brought Will back to a time gone by, filled with a long-lost yearning for adventure, a chance to seek in hopes for a treasured find. But fortunately, his painful search had recently concluded. His treasure had been discovered, but not from afar. It was a home, a family, and a beautiful reason to continue. "Cute kid," Will remarked, to James' annoyance. "Driving his mama crazy." "Well, don't stare too long now," James sarcastically warned him. Will smirked and sipped from his water glass. James, meanwhile, was fixated on their car parked outside. His feet were restless, his thoughts preoccupied, his appetite non-existent. Eager to get back on the road as soon as possible, he turned around to the kitchen to check on the status of their food order and suddenly caught the stare of the little boy. His hand shook. Coffee splashed out of the mug as he blindly attempted to place it on the nearby saucer. His breathing was controlled, but was rising rapidly. He was in a total state of shock. He felt like he was staring into a mirror. His eyes locked onto the child. The boy ceased his smiling and stared back, and it felt as if time stood still. It couldn't be, James thought. It hadn't. Not possible. No seemingly plausible scenario. His fists closed and opened again. The action forced him to recount the final time in that hellbound plane, the memory that was permanently etched into his weary mind. Only this was no memory. It was staring back at him, offering itself with an open invitation. "I know that face," James murmured as he swallowed the dense air. "What are you? That face? Those eyes? It can't be." He was overly perplexed. He frantically searched his mind for a reasonable explanation, only it rendered barren. Images and scattered thoughts flew in and out too rapidly to comprehend. An apparition? It couldn't be. It moved. It breathed life. It smiled. And the all too familiar eyes exuded vibrancy and vivid reality. She gasped. He turned to her as she held entrees in outstretched hands. James gazed at her with much surprise as the plates shattered on the floor. The clarity, the wholesome feeling of understanding. She began to weep, completely disregarding the mess on the floor. but it was inconsequential, along with everything else past and present that once lived or breathed. And it had finally come, a reason to smile. James made an attempt, but it again proved futile. But the warmth of emotion surrounded him, and he broke down in tears. He turned back to the child. The child turned to his mother. Jane turned to a long-lost friend. All three united by one. And suddenly, James was overcome with an abundance of questions. Johnny bounced up and down in his mother's lap as she stared blankly across the table at James, whose face expressed a similar emotion. Will continued to stare at both of them, confused and completely unaware. "Jimmy, you're going to have to help me out here," Will muttered.
"Just look at her, Will," he ordered sternly. "Long and hard. A bell might ring."
Will continued to stare at the waitress, with no success. "I guess my sister finally told y'all," she mused quietly.
"Told us what?"
James fervently demanded. The obvious answer soon came to him, but it was one that he found difficult to fathom.
"So, she knows,"
James continued with disgust in his voice.
"She knew. All this time,"
James growled. Will's epiphany soon came to fruition. He stared in shock at the child, with his mouth agape. Jane Ingram looked up at James, full of shame. She had hidden the truth for as long as she could withstand.
"I can't,"
James sighed.
"I just can't understand your silence. After all these years."
She only stared back at him. Apparently, she had avoided contact with all except one. Her younger sister had covered for her. Mary Ingram had known all along, yet she had kept the burdensome secret from James, from everyone. But the glaring truth could not hide in the dark any longer. Johnny again grinned widely at James. Another glance at him caused James to briefly lose touch with reality. He still could not believe. His brother's son, his own nephew. An unplanned product of lust, he was a necessary beacon of hope and light. The boy emulated his father's charming smile.
"Pa wouldn't have understood."
She broke her silence.
"Understood?"
James retorted.
"You ran away from home and abandoned your family, your kin, and yet you still have the nerve to speak of understanding?"
"My God," interjected Will. "So you're Mary's sister, the missing one."
"Shut up, Will."
"How does he know my sister?" she questioned.
"That's Will Cramden,"
James answered irritatingly, nodding toward him.
"Your brother-in-law."
She angrily stared him down. "Okay, now," Will chuckled with embarrassment. "No, not married. Not yet."
"Even if they were, you wouldn't have a damn clue, would you?"
"I call her," Jane cried, raising her voice at him. She was tired of running and hiding from her past, but mostly she was just plain tired. Her frame grew more exhausted with each passing day. The truth slipped out of her quickly.
"I call her every Sunday night," she calmly admitted. "She helps me get by some days, but I really just love to hear her voice." "But no visits? No family reunions, huh?"
James fired back. He could not understand. He was blatantly aware of her hesitations, but he still chose to press the issue. "No," Will interrupted and took in a deep breath. He had finally made sense of the entire ordeal.
"Mary sometimes says that she's got to go out of town to visit her aunt, an aunt that her family hasn't seen in 20 years.
Will nodded his head in realization.
"Some secrets are so well hidden, and others, I guess, hide in plain sight."
He looked at Johnny again, who was tapping a fork loudly against James' coffee mug.
"How often?"
James asked her.
"We try for every month," she sadly explained. "I make my own way. She just comes to see me. And him."
She glanced down at her son, and then up at James. One look at him revealed his constant pain, and she wished to offer any sort of solace. Unbeknownst to her, the child offered more comfort and ease than she could have ever hoped to imagine.
I think about him too, Jimmy. You might have just thought it was just good fun, but we had something, however brief it was, and it most certainly wasn't all for nothing. I'd like to believe that he would have been proud to meet this one.
The child smiled happily up at his mother.
Mary called me a few days ago, Jane continued, and said you had made it back. I cried so much. I was so happy.
She began to smile, but her face fell again.
And I understand you being unhappy with me. I should have let John know, and I regret that with every passing day.
She paused for a moment to comfort the child.
I'm torn.
James gritted his teeth, unsure of how to respond. He held back his anger at Jane for not confiding in John with the inopportune truth that she bore his child. Her secrecy disgusted him to the core. But who was he to pass judgment? He chose instead to take the road less demanding, the one of understanding and true forgiveness.
He had wanted a reason to carry on,
James finally responded, recalling a memory that he had sworn to forget.
He believed that he had nothing to fight for, and no one to return to. And to think,
he mused gently,
he had one all along.
But, she continued,
you know for a fact that he would have never left if I had told him that. He would have hated me for separating you two. You two share the same old stubbornness. And he loved you, Jimmy, more than he could ever hope to love another.
She trailed off as she began to cry again. James looked with sadness upon the boy and his mother. Her copious tears dripped down her face and onto the boy's cheeks. James abruptly leaned across the table and wiped Johnny's face clean with his napkin. He peered into the child's eyes once again and spent a moment admiring the uncanny resemblance. It was an image too surreal and too difficult to fathom. It bore such a dreamlike grandeur, which in turn deemed it impossible not to embrace. James sat back in his chair as John Ingram happily nodded his head and grinned at him. James began to address him, and the child was eager to listen.
Bud, you and I, we have so much in common. And I believe we'll get to know each other a lot better as time goes on. One thing you have to remember, as long as you can, is to never lose that smile. Me, I don't smile anymore, only because I forgot how to. Actually, I choose to forget. I hope that you'll never be faced with a reason to forget. And please, always have love for your mama. But it looks like I don't need to tell you that.
Jane smiled widely back at him.
Thank you, Jimmy,
she humbly replied.
So, if you two are just passing through, where are you heading?
James answered her without hesitation.
California.
When they walked out to the car, Jane walked alongside James, and Will held Johnny in his arms. The child desperately wanted to be let down, and as soon as his feet hit the gravel, he raced past the group and jumped into the empty driver's seat.
Mama, can I drive? Johnny, come out here this instant.
Jane, it's all right. Believe me.
He has his father's unfortunate trait for causing trouble,
James commented, finding the situation slightly amusing. He was already growing fond of the memories that they would all soon share together. Will began the process of coaxing the boy out of the car.
At least let me put you all up for the night, Jane pleaded. It's the least I could do.
No, but thank you, ma'am, Will replied. We plan to drive through the night and make it by midday. He wished to see his brother return to a more cheerful state as soon as possible.
I wish you wouldn't do that.
No, we need to, Will assured her.
And I know, we barely know each other, Jane. But I want to see Mary at her absolute happiest. I care deeply for her, and I'm sure you know that by now.
Mary's told me a great deal about you, Jane smiled, and Will's sheepish grin widened.
You don't need to worry about a thing, young man.
Then, He began to implore hesitantly. Then what would it take for you to come home? Jane's smile fell. Well, I know you mean well, but that's a long shot. No, it's not, James retorted. Your folks, I'm sure they want to see their grandson. I know mine would. Jane teared up as his statement echoed through her like a drum. It was clear that she had never given a second thought about his parents, and that new perspective deeply disturbed her. She stared back at James with overwhelming sympathy. You would be celebrated, not sent away, he continued. It would mean a great deal to your mom and pa. I know mine would rejoice in it. Surprise wouldn't even come close to describing how they would feel. I want to be home for that great day, he declared. That would most certainly be a day of much healing. Jane wept more and more with each word he spoke. Please think about it, Will urged. Next time you speak with Mary, please mention it. If she is the one who helps you get by, surely she could now help you get home. Jane slowly nodded and embraced both James and Will. The child tugged at James' leg as he opened the car door. James bent down and hugged his nephew, the child that could have only existed in his dreams. And yet, there he was. He could feel his brother. He could sense his abundant happiness. James had lived each and every day during his captivity, believing the fragmented notions that John's life and death had been purposeless, that they had borne no apparent meaning, that his brother's desperate cries to him were justified, that he would have no one which to return home. How truly wrong he had been. Will smiled at the boy as they finally drove away and vanished in the night sky. They were headed westward. James wished to sleep, but felt wide awake. He wished to never spend another moment in darkness.
In your wildest dreams, could you have even hoped to imagine? I know you can see him. See how beautiful he is. Because I can see you through him. As soon as my eyes beheld him, I knew. You still live. You could never die. Death would have never entertained the idea of taking you. That would have been its gravest mistake. I only wish that you could have held him, that you could teach him yourself. I had always perceived you to never be up for that task, but now I trust that once you had held him in your arms, you would have known exactly what to do. She needs to come home and bring your little one with her. The Ingrams would surely let her stay. It's been so long since she's left. No matter the wrong, they would quickly forgive and forget. I know Ma and Pa would be overjoyed. I want to be there to see it, to see the looks on their faces as they first meet your child. They deserve it so. They surely believe that the war destroyed them, and it surely did just that. They believe that it took their only sons. There are still times when I wish that the enemy had burned me like the many others. This is not one of those times, John. For our folks to learn that a part of you still lives and breathes would floor them with praise and gratitude. It would serve as an overwhelming response to their constant pleas. I am still in shock. I want to laugh. I want to join in that praise, in a song of delight, and yet I am held back. It is a solid barrier that I alone cannot break. Maybe only she can help me. Will has mentioned many times that the key to happiness for us former soldiers is the love from another, our other half, our better half. And I am not ashamed anymore. I feel guilt, but I am not ashamed. I stayed alive. Through it all, I still continued to breathe. Ash and pain still flow through me. They encompass my entire being, but I still believe that she can guide me to cope with it all. I left home those years ago, searching for purpose. I have left again to rebuild that purpose, to make right my countless wrongs. I don't seek forgiveness, but I will forgive in return. I travel this road, no matter the distance, for a chance to thrive once again. and I know that you are traveling along with me. I will strive to be the best man I can be for your son. Any guidance I can offer to lead him on his righteous path, I will surely give all I have. I owe unto you that much. Blood knows no boundary. Life or death, the state is meaningless, but the bond is everlasting. You walk this road with me, guiding my every move. I will never abandon you. This very road is filled with darkness, but one day soon, we both shall see.
By morning, they had reached the western border of Utah. James had reached a new uncomfortable level of exhaustion. Will remained awake, but was operating solely on evaporating fumes. It truly had been a beautiful drive during the night. The moonlit sky against the passing mountains was breathtaking, but they had hoped to admire them another day. In the daytime, the sun beat down upon the barren landscape, which seemed to offer very little solace. They were driving in the dead center of the desert. The car felt as if it were melting in the scorching heat. It was mid-March, but the weather did not correspond with its respective season. In the distance, Will noticed that a small part of the road reflected the sun's rays. He soon understood why. He had but a short window to swerve out of its path, but his efforts were all for nothing. The shard of glass tore through the rear tire, ripping it deeply. They were quickly grounded on the side of the road, more than 20 miles from the nearest town. Fortunately, the spare tire was stored in the back, and Will quickly sprung out of the car to action. James, too, stepped out onto the burning pavement to offer assistance.
You need any help, bud?
I'm all right, Jimmy. Just sit tight, he replied, quickly removing the useless tire. Will had swiftly earned the reputation of being a reliable handyman throughout the county and lent out his service to nearby farmers. What could have been a major setback was merely a small hindrance in his capable hands. James shuffled around the car and stared across the roadway. He opened the car door to wait for Will, but noticed some stone pillars located across the street at the top of a nearby embankment. Wandering away, he crossed the pavement and began climbing up the elevated terrain to the rock cluster. When he reached the top, his curiosity was quickly altered. The pillars were statues, fixated in the center of a small graveyard. He estimated that there were about 30 gravestones, all located adjacent to the nearby flow of traffic. Patches of dead grass and molten sand littered the surroundings, a place completely void of life. It was evident that the graveyard had long since been abandoned. No apparent care was provided in the maintenance of the site, and the weeds had grown up considerably around the stones. James was their first visitor in many years. He peered over the hill at Will, who was still hard at work on the tire. James had enough time to explore, so he carefully paced through the site, reading the names engraved upon the stones. He knew that even though the names meant nothing to him, they had meant everything to many others. They had once graced the earth, but now they all lay together, resting as one entity. Their ages were varied, some old, some young, but many had only been children. They had never been given the chance to live, to die for their country, or to love another. Too many children lie in this graveyard, James thought angrily. He had questioned the validity of life, but now it warranted a closer look. To allow children to perish only affirmed his query of the existence of a higher power. To let them die was unforgivable. He felt that if he ever did meet this supposed being, he would have countless questions that would need answers. He was tired of accepting these things as they were, and longed to understand the reasoning behind the vehement madness. He now regretted his journey up the hill. "Ready!" Will called to him from below, and James was pleased to leave that depraved and lonely place. Leaving the graveyard, a stone outside of the pillar boundary caught his attention. He felt like it would serve no purpose other than infuriating him more, yet he still bent down to read the engraving. Daniel Woodmont, 1891 to 1933. Laura Woodmont, 1897 to 1933. May they both find eternal peace. His mother had always wondered. She had hoped to one day find the answer to the mystery. James fell to his knees in front of the headstone. Had it all come to this? The tire hitting the glass, his wandering gaze upon the pillars, his disparity of life and death. It seemed like fate to him. He read the headstone again, and the names still remained. It warmed James to know that they had passed on together, but he would keep the whereabouts of his aunt and uncle to himself. He had scolded Will and Jane for their convoluted ways, but he now joined them in their shame. With his silence, his mother would continue to believe that her sister was alive and well, that she had never written back home due to unforeseen circumstances, and that she had found true happiness and a place worthy to call home. Why would he upset those hopes? He wanted her to be happy, but James felt like the greatest hypocrite of all. Maybe he would tell her in due time, he thought. A time much brighter than today. You told me before. You pleaded your case. That it was all for nothing. That our time over there had been an absolute waste. A lost cause. And I believed every word. I spent years dwelling on those words because I had nothing else to turn to. I was so lost in mourning for my brother and our brothers that I held on to whatever I could. Your words, which I believed to be the truth. For years you had educated us in your knowledge and tactics, and we had listened and abided. Why would I stop then? I brushed aside the fact that you had recently lost 50 of your own men. What dark hole you must have lived in then. You blamed yourself for the death of our brothers as much as I blamed myself for John, when in reality it was the war to blame, and the war only. We drove ourselves deeper into those dark holes, and we never again saw the surface. We didn't care for its presence anymore, and we neglected its light and wondrous beauty, its ability to comfort and heal. When I couldn't blame myself any longer, I turned my focus on the enemy, led by the devil in the flesh. How could they have possibly followed him? How on earth could they have justified their means for unimaginable wrongs? When they barked at me while I lay mercilessly at their feet, I viewed them not as humans, but as demented beasts, incapable of reason, only able to conquer and destroy. Their flesh only served as masks to their charred and blackened hearts, wretched and tattered beyond repair. An enemy lieutenant from the outside visited one day and finally witnessed the mass executions for himself. He commented that while they were following orders, they were abandoning their humanity in the process. The soldiers mostly agreed, but yet still continued. They recognized their wrongs, but still carried them out. I quickly came to the understanding that beneath their masks, beneath their filth and wickedness, somewhere humanity had once lived. They all but considered their crimes as daily tasks and followed the orders from high command to perfection. Who were they to disobey orders? To bypass them would have meant possible court-martial or execution. Those men did what they had to in order to stay alive. And I soon became the lone hypocrite. I, too, followed orders to escape death and persecution. Despite my previous notions, we were one and the same. In war, we fight men who are ordered by their superiors to fight us. A violent chain reaction with bloodshed as its primary objective. A vicious cycle with no reasonable end in sight. Did they share in their superiors' desire to invade and conquer? The desire to exterminate? Maybe so, or maybe far from it. I seem to mostly ramble and hold no basic rationale to justify my thoughts. To feel anything akin to sympathy for the enemy during wartime would mean treason, which was my last intention. I once questioned the validity of the war and only kept our company in mind. I disregarded the rest of our country's military,
which was fighting with us for the same cause. Thousands of men were struck down as they slept on that day of infamy, but I selfishly tossed that aside and focused on my own reasons, my own hardships. I have been so selfish for so long that even my country was rendered unimportant. So I blame myself for taking your every word to heart. Those fateful words of anger and disdain from one buried in darkness served as my own source for a descent into self-pity. So selfish was my understanding that I believed myself to be the only one suffering, that no one could somehow grasp my unending pain. At the camp, I stared into the eyes of the condemned as they were ruthlessly burned. I peered inside their very hearts and could sense if they were leaving behind loved ones or if they were passing on hopelessly alone. One gaze and I could feel it, and it became grueling to even look upon them. I wholeheartedly regret staring at the ground as I threw them away as if they were disposable trash, used up, unwanted, and worn out. And now I am left to pick up the pieces of a broken spirit, one that will require an enormous amount of care and support. But I believe, despite it all, I am fortunate enough to have an inner circle that will stop at nothing to see me back on my feet. I refuse to take my last breath holding disdain and hatred squarely in my heart. I hope that you will understand, and I hope that you too can find happiness again somewhere, someday. And if we ever meet again, may we have much happier stories to tell.
His eyes were bloodshot, dry, and void of color as he continued to stare out at the passing landscape. He breathed and smelled the salt of the ocean. Or was it his vivid imagination? Anything to pass the time. His neck ached, yet he rotated it around to look at Will, who continued to press onward. His eyes were forlorn, undoubtedly longing for Mary, who was now thousands of miles behind in the distance. For most of the trip, they had sat in silence due to severe exhaustion, but James felt that he could hold in his thoughts no longer. Did you ever hold any sort of built-up anger toward who we fought? The Germans? Will questioned. It would be understandable, but I never did. He spoke slowly and methodically, carefully placing every word. They fought and died for their cause, same as us. You? I don't know. I did for a while. But forget I asked. James sighed. He wondered why he had even questioned the matter in the first place. It was possible that he had wanted to initiate conversation, but in truth, he had spoken just to hear another voice and not feel stuck in isolation. He needed the reassurance of feeling alive. That's a funny thing, though, Will continued, ignoring James' remark. We're taught to shoot the enemy, launch bombs at him, slash through him if necessary. But when it's all said and done, we're expected to love the enemy, put our arms around him again, to smile that convincing smile. Those who didn't fight expect that from us. And we're to ask no questions, return to normal, sit down, shut up, and carry on with the others. We're supposed to just accept it for what it is. And what is it? A violent and gruesome slaughter. Jimmy, don't think I too didn't question my place. It was clear that Will needed to open up. The days, the long hours of exhaustion had reached an impending brink. Although he truly was at peace, he remembered when he too had wished for answers. He had not grown to understand, but only to accept what had happened. He held no meaningful resolution, and knew no one who did. Despite his acceptance, his new home, and a better half, he still lived as a soldier, a well-trained, beastly animal who knew the taste of blood and the echoes of pure carnage all too well. But through his newfound life and his new outlook, he had been tamed. Whatever he could do, whatever he could possibly provide, would be to offer open ears and thoughtful responses to a yearning mind. But Jimmy, he continued, in the end, I don't hate them. Why hate someone who is but a stranger to you? What personal animosity could I possibly base that on? They didn't hate me. They didn't hate my shirt, my country. Never have, never will. They hated the situation, the spilling of blood out of vigor and necessity. They sought to destroy us, to defend themselves from us destroying them. We invaded them because they invaded others to stop the process. It's complete insanity, true madness. An eye for an eye. That's what war is. To fight for peace. To seize in order to restore. To commit wrongs for the greater right. No, my brother. I ceased trying to understand a long time ago. They drove on in silence. His point was taken. Nothing else needed to be spoken on the matter. The war was over, and now it was their choice to either continue harping on their darkened past or to keep moving forward. I don't care what I have to do, James mumbled. I'll live out here if I have to, but I won't rest until I can bring her home. It's a straightforward, brash approach, but I see no other way. You'll be just fine, Bud, Will affirmed. I would normally believe those to be the words of a crazed lunatic, bound for the nut house. But my gut tells me that she'll willingly go along for the ride. It turns out that the best approach is to be upfront and honest. If it worked for my sorry self, it'll surely work for you. Yeah, how did you manage to win that girl over? James asked. Well, it helped being her next-door neighbor, Will chuckled. But you know me, I needed some luck, or rather lack thereof. Of all places, we finally met in town. Her father, with many bystanders looking on, hit me with his truck as I clumsily crossed the street. It all began with a collision, and they drove me home. It only grew from there. Who knew being an idiot would be my greatest virtue? He smiled widely, reminiscing as he lifted his head for a clearer view. I can relate to the whole collision part, James admitted, but Will cut him off. Look on up ahead, bud. There it is. The two men stared forward as the scene finally transitioned. The day had come. The smell of fresh sea salt. The busy streets. The blissful days and alluring nights. It was magnetic, and its welcoming cries reverberated through their ears. Captivated by the sight, their eyes were no longer dreary. They had finally reached the city of angels, and what a sight it was to behold. Part 11. Immaculate in vision, suspended in golden splendor, she eloquently hovered above the oceans, yet perfectly blended within the confines of her surroundings. They all admired her from afar, yet feared her enigmatic presence, bewildering to a fault, intimidating to those not familiar. Those who were born within her arms were oblivious to her concealed ambiguity. A vast collection of lands, codes, and creeds that made up its inner workings. Despite the mystery, she never chose to hide as her spotlights shined brightly to light up the mystic skies. She was never fully understood, but her eyes held the keys to all doors locked from the inside. She was giving, wholesome, generous, and altogether inviting. A beacon of the West, she played the appointed role. Those who were privileged to rise within her thrived. They were intimate with her. She opened her ears to listen to their hearts, and, in turn, she vowed to never turn away, to never part through times of struggle, and to provide care as they rose toward her lights and away from it all, to the uncertainty, slowly and meticulously fading into her aforementioned bewilderment. Outsiders, however, were never shy of quandaries, always searching for solutions that she never generously provided. No matter the years, whatever the duration, they were never accepted, only given the appearance of approval, disguised as enduring support. But her own children bore witness to the truth. They beheld her showmanship, her artificial affections, and her twisted charm. They never held back while delivering her sweltering blows to the unprepared. Despite her faults, they still heralded her on the highest platform and with the utmost praise, for she was royalty, and her crown remained untarnished. Like her sister in the East, she emitted unrelenting prowess. The two never dwindled, only strengthened. They bloomed as with the free land, pearl earrings to the nation's unblemished face, complementing bookends to its revered past and hopeful future. While the past revealed scattered wounds, her jewels served as distractions to hide the imperfections. But underneath her figure lay true beauty, her most beloved quality. Her beauty, no accident. Her elegance, by design. But the workings underneath, no matter their worth, were lost in comparison, overshadowed by attraction, and soon forgotten. James had not abandoned his home. His heart had simply driven in another direction. The road, shadowed by doubt and uncertainty, had indirectly led him here, and he began to bask in the city's dreamlike appearance and irresistible charm. He praised its forthcoming spirit, its magnetic draw, a sense of belonging and acceptance. Her roadways served as welcoming guides as their car effortlessly merged into its never-ending excitement. As the day waned, they traveled into the heart of the city. Pedestrians strolled by on the sidewalks, moving with authoritative purpose, confidence growing with each passing stride. They were returning home, eager to unwind, and the nightlife awaited with vigor and overzealous anticipation. It clung on to the landscape like a shadow, anxiously twitching in the background. Its pitch-black appearance was impossible to ignore, and yet it never appeared fearful. Those who entered through its revolving door embraced its candid enticement. It emitted a glowing, passionate radiance, complete with a multitude of thrills, wonders, and surprises, culminating into chaos. Its audience, content with disorder. It was to be expected, often necessary, and it was meant to be an escape from the daily methodical rotation of life's dull itinerary. Its calm and collected demeanor was placed on a momentary hold, only until the morning when the madness subsided. Yet they wished that it would hold for far longer. They enjoyed the unplanned risks, the mystery of the blackened corners and darkened alleys. Much more, they feared normalcy, the everyday complacency of their mundane lives. They feared the unrelenting pressure of conformity, leading to boredom at its most unenjoyable peak. As the night came, their sustained calm was no more. They were free to bask in a liberating existential high. It fueled their spontaneity and cured all ailments. The former soldiers were lost in admiration, partially due to their mentally draining journey. Yet, for a brief instance, their purpose faded to the absent-minded gray and pleaded to deaf ears. The signs glistened, and the lightly colored brick architecture shimmered in the sunlight. The night would soon come. The fanfare would commence, and the trumpets would sound. But in that particular moment, fixed in time, the city's focus swiveled toward two strangers who had traveled a long and unexpected journey. James was lost in wonder, without thought or reason. Completely and helplessly in awe, he was still cognitive of his amazement. The angelic city was home of a creative mind, and his dreams all merged together as one unrivaled experience and unparalleled masterpiece. She effortlessly clung to her young and natural prime, assertive and blemish-free. Age could not wither her. She showcased a well-scripted and rehearsed performance for him, her sole audience member and cherished critic. Had he been an average tourist, the city would have swallowed him to delve into her treasures. But not him. Not this evening, where he was only hoping to pass through. She had opened up his heart to find another, one who provided more than she could ever offer. Another time, perhaps, on another day, he would most certainly be hers to have and to hold. Gosh, Jimmy, I could live here too, Will commented, still entranced with the sights and sounds. Come on, bud. The sun's about to go down. They desperately needed directions for the rest of the way. James frantically searched for a police car. There, he alerted. Pull over here. The car came to a rest in front of a massive library. A policeman was pacing the stairs, and James quickly sprang out of the door and hurried up to him, shouting to get his attention. His tone of voice frightened the officer, who, on high alert, violently turned around to its origin. I'm sorry, sir. Could you point us to North Shore Drive? James begged. He stretched out his hand. An address lay in his palm. The officer glanced at his ripped, crumpled paper. Annoyed, he scoffed at the address, as if to question its validity. Have you any idea who live? Looking up at James critically, he noticed the stranger's uniform and stood motionless. His eyes bulged, and he slowly removed his cap. James, sensing a change in the officer, could only infer that he too had served overseas. Now that, the officer stuttered, that I haven't seen in quite a while. You jumped in France, didn't you? During the early morning hours. Spent some time with the 101st out of Louisiana. My brother and I, down there, he added, motioning back to Will, who grinned awkwardly by the car. You, sir? Damn, you guys were some goddamn heroes, the officer cried out with admiration. We came by sea 2 days later, late as we ever could be. I tell you, we cursed ourselves for weeks for not getting there quicker. Our countrymen fought and died to turn the tide, and where were we? He sighed, clearly moved. The world will forever be in debt because of what you all did there. You deserve better than that. Don't worry, sir, James assured him. Happy to do it. We pressed on into France after that. Me and another guy, Wilson from Montana, to my thinking, were the only ones who made it home. I tell you, the Ardennes was hell on earth. That it was, Will confirmed, walking up to join the group. That it was. Were you there as well? Replied the officer. I was. I think I remember seeing you there once or twice, to tell you the truth. That winter when we were shelled, for what it seemed like weeks on end. Because it was. Weeks on end, the officer insisted. Cold, too. Not like here. The furthest from it, Will broodingly reflected. He had vowed to never speak of that winter again. It was then that he had received his first command to lead. It's very important that we get here, sir. Do you know where this is? James asked again, motioning to his paper. North Shore Drive is due west of here, around 5 miles or so, the officer told them. He wrote down a list of turns for Will to abide by. It's quite a large street sign. Can't miss it. Thank you, sir, Will replied. You do know who lives there, right? The officer called out as they ran down the library steps. Sure do, Will exclaimed. Taking James here to smooch on his daughter. James swiftly elbowed him in the stomach. Oh, okay, the policeman smiled. He waved them goodbye. Welcome to Los Angeles. James felt queasy. He resisted the urge to release his stomach sickness multiple times as Will weaved the car up the west coast. How could he give up now? With the car reaching its hopeful end, he hoped that another journey would spawn altogether. He wanted a new outlook, a new purpose, a reason to smile upon the world again. They raced past new housing subdivisions, much like those outside Pennsylvania and Ohio. But here they were more prevalent than anywhere else. They had grown up like wildflowers as the city's ever-changing population blossomed after the war. Those newlyweds and new families had settled all throughout the country, but in this fervent metropolis, their numbers were dramatically larger. All of them believing in the American dream, the drive to succeed and breathe comfortably. Did you really see that cop in France, or were you just making conversation? James abruptly asked, trying to take his mind off of the task that lay ahead of him. Yeah, I saw him, Will replied, glaring at James. Why would I make something like that up? All right. I saw him.
Never talked to or met him, but I saw him," he continued. "I knew some of his lieutenants. I do believe not a company on earth endured more than what they did in one war." "We would beg to differ, Will." "We could try," Will retorted, "but many of us actually survived. He and, I guess, that Wilson guy were the only ones left after a barrage, I heard. It's just insane to think about, though." "I couldn't fathom that outcome," James sympathetically replied. "And here I sit, sulking for being alone. We always take for granted what we have yet to lose. One of our greatest faults, a crime for being human. We each serve a sentence, and it is never convenient. It is meant to be a hindrance, capturing our body and mind." James breathed in and out deeply in order to avoid being sick. "Yeah, I saw him," Will continued with brass intensity. "In Bastogne, before we made our final push forward. His face was red with blood. He had lost his entire company. All of his brothers sent home in wooden boxes. The war took its toll everywhere. We can choose to sit and sulk on wrongdoings, no fault of ours, or we can take his outlook. Inside, he's still all alone, but still does his job, wearing a smile and serving the people. I guess it always was and will continue to be his calling." Will slowly leaned back in his seat. "And there it is." James glanced up, and in the distance, the vast blue Pacific Ocean lay motionless. From ocean to ocean, from sea to shining sea, they had traveled. Their expansive undertaking, driven by belief and purpose, had at long last reached its final curtain. The saltiness of the air and the squawking seagulls now served as the surrounding features of his effervescent landscape. He soon breathed normally again as his stomach reached a relative calm. "She sure is something to see," James breathed. "Not the ocean, you blind fool. Right there," Will replied, pointing to the sign in the distance. North Shore Drive, the sign read, as if it were a city itself. This pleased James even more, and he leaned forward. Will made a right turn at the intersection, nearly a half-mile before the ocean's edge. Even though the roadway was named North Shore Drive, it was certainly not located near a shore, James thought, as the car continued to weave its way upward. The residences of North Shore Drive were vastly different than those of the county subdivisions. These homes were well endowed and massive in scale, and each was located on spacious grounds. No two homes were similar in building style in any way. Each sizable house contained its own story to tell, its own perceptions and experiences of times gone by. "Not too much farther now, Jimmy," Will assured, sensing his brother's anticipation. James nodded and leaned back into his seat. He pretended to appear collected, but his nerves only required a faint spark to ignite into a swirling zeal. They had traveled the entire length of the country, and only a few hundred feet remained. The car slowed, and Will pulled over to the side of the road. James could see it. A white two-story farmhouse, complete with columns, lay directly past the small bend in the road. He shook his head in disbelief. He had once made up his mind that as soon as he returned from overseas, he would no longer seek out adventure, that he would live out his years, firmly planted in the confines of his family farm, and that he would let her go. But he did so against his wishes and against his free spirit. His spirit had spoken volumes. It had cried and pleaded to an ignoring body. And in the end, his spirit, imprisoned by force and decay, had greatly upset those closest to him. They had ultimately sent him here, a comfortable decision to carry out. Will solemnly turned the key and removed it from the ignition. He switched his focus to his traveling companion, firmly clasping James' shoulder to assure him for the final time. "She'll be ecstatic to see you," he stated enthusiastically. "I can feel it. And she needs you, just as much as you need her. Don't forget that." James nodded and sprung out of the car without hesitation. The two men hiked the small grassy hill up to the front door.
The view was something to behold. The house was situated on a plateau, overlooking its neighborhood. In the distance, the ocean was the backdrop to the setting's wide panorama. The view was breathtaking, but blatantly ignored as the two strolled up the walkway and onto the stone front porch. His rapid breathing promptly returned, clouding his focus. He took one more deep breath, then nervously turned to Will, perplexed as to the next proper move. "Jimmy, I can drive you across the country. I can walk you up the hill, and I can lead you toward the door. But your next move is by your hand alone." James slowly nodded and took another deep breath as his knuckles collided with the finished hardwood. And then he waited. James tapped his foot against the stone floor, fidgeting in place. Will stood and watched with bold intent, confidently smiling. A figure from inside moved toward them and slowly unlocked the door, which leisurely crept open. In the doorway stood an elderly maid, unknown to James and Will. She looked upon them with confusion and alarm. Her expression mirrored those of the two men. "Hello?" "Hello, ma'am," James timidly replied. She continued to stare with great confusion. "May I help you?" Yes, we are." James stopped. Were they at the correct house? He turned to Will to confirm the address. The number was accurate. The directions were true. "Ma'am, is this the Springfields?" Will asked, taking control. "We are acquaintances with Catherine. Is she possibly here?" The maid only responded with a puzzled expression. Her stare represented a blankness that was completely dumbfounded to their queries. She shook her head as she slowly began to close the door. The uneasiness returned. Sweat dripped from James' forehead as his heavy head began to sink to the porch below. They had traveled so far, but had once again hit an impenetrable wall. We'll go in town and call Michael." Will began to console his brother, but he was also breathing deeply. "Maybe I wrote it down wrong." He could call, but he knew that the house number and street information were correct. Michael's word was his bond. He surely would not have led them astray. They both reluctantly turned to trudge down the grassy hill. The sight of their parked car was an unpleasant one, as they were forced to return to it without having achieved their goal. They felt that they did not deserve to leave empty-handed, and James looked as if he were going to burst with anger. But anger required energy, and he was running on empty. "Where do you boys think you're going?" The men stopped and turned around. It had been years, but they still vividly recognized her voice. It was distinctive and commanding, assertive yet true. It had to be. A mother of 12 needed to be strong. She needed to sound the part. And did she ever? Miss Lily smiled widely from the doorway. A weight was lifted off of James' shoulders and tossed away. Again, he wished to smile, and though his stern expression held firm, inside he danced with joy. The address had been real. Michael's word was true. They were right where they needed to be. "I thought you to be dead," she mused mournfully. "I sure did." Her smile faded as James stopped directly in front of her. She reached out and caressed his cheek. She could peer into his heart. She felt the absence and the pain that filled its void. "No matter now," she continued. "You're here, and that's great news for more than just me." "Miss Lily, it sure is good to see you," Will remarked. "You too, William. I take it you did the driving." "Most of it. We drove through the night, though, so I had to get some rest," Will confessed, but Miss Lily never deviated her gaze from James. She reserved her plethora of questions for another time, because she had quickly deduced the true aim of their visit. "I am sorry for Ellie here," she motioned to the elderly maid, who still wore her puzzled expression. She's 84 years old and can barely tell grass from sky nowadays, but she still cooks with the best of them." James nodded to forgive Ellie's initial reaction, and Miss Lily quickly motioned toward the car. "Are we ready to go?" she asked. "Where to?" James replied with confusion. "Where to? The reason you're in California, that's where to. I was going to drive me and Ellie out there myself, but maybe you all could lend us a hand." "What do you need?" Will questioned. "Help bring in dinner. Catherine and Mr. Springfield are at their beach house a couple of miles away. Why we don't just live there, I haven't a clue, but I don't foot the bills." "Whatever help you need, we'll be happy to provide," replied James. She grinned again at him and showed them both into the kitchen. Only a few more miles now. The car sped around the bend to the open and magnificent view of the beach. It was as beautiful as he had pictured in his mind, and the clouds still stood firmly below his feet. It had never left him. It had always been there, and it had guided him home and driven him west. With night on its way, the city was about to explode in limelight and a luminous ferocity, but the coast remained calm, waiting for his arrival so that it could continue painting its glowing mural. The canvas, the enduring Los Angeles sunset on the Pacific horizon, held the captivating flows of blue and bronze intertwined with scarlet and gold, which flowed throughout the fading sky as the light diminished. Somewhere in the distance, James thought, lay the reason, his reason, the sole motive that remained in his blackened life. As faith moves mountains, his hope effortlessly toppled walls and glided upon oceans, the cure for an ailing soul, the serum to mend all gaping wounds. James let his mind wander. His focus bobbled around to admire the landscape as the car veered and followed the coastline. On one side, land, the other, sea, stretching out into the abyss. As they straddled the border, he quickly noted their isolated surroundings. The roadways were barren, and not a single person could be seen pedaling along the waters. A lonesome feeling, a worrisome feeling, as if they were stranded on an undisturbed island. James pondered these sensations nervously as they crept closer to their destination. There were moments, still, when he believed himself a prisoner once more. Blinding thoughts of captivity and powerlessness flickered in and out. He was cognitive. He understood the foolish nature of these scattered feelings, yet they still commanded a presence. If only she could drive them away. He believed her to possess the power. For like those closest to James had surmised, only something wholesome could fill that emptiness. She possessed more than what was required. But where did she stand? Was she still hopelessly waiting for him to arrive? Together, they could build a foundation that would rival an empire. It would encompass the earth. Even the stars would hold open the doors of the heavens to freely look upon them. Heralded and unrivaled, dreamlike, yet etched in vivid reality. It had been created, and somehow formed within time itself. No myth, no god, nor God himself dared revise its origin. Its birth, unknown. Its creator, altogether nameless. But there it was, anxious to continue and to breathe through them. James was unaware of his surroundings as they proceeded toward the door. Miss Lily motioned him around the house and onto a path to the seashore. He floated on the stone walkway, passing the nearby swimming pool and accompanying quarters. Only a row of overgrown grass and thistles separated him from the coarse sand. His muscles remained calm and undisturbed, and he summited the weeded cliff, overlooking the entire vastness. He breathed deeply, but comfortably. All cares and excess strain flew away in the breeze, and the waters swallowed them entirely. He squinted as the final rays of sunlight pierced his eyes, but it cleared his mind and concentrated his focus. Another light shot through the sands, blinding him momentarily. This, however, was a blindness that could effortlessly bring entire civilizations to ash and peril, that could melt the sun and darken the moon. Yet, it had chosen another path, which lay before him. At its end, seated in a crater of solidarity, was the reason. A white ensemble, gently flowing in the wind. She too was blinded by the light of hope and stared out into the blankness, searching for that very same reason, slowly fading by the day. And as the days passed on, she too passed on, gradually crumbling into dust, but never to him. To him, she remained intact, as radiant and mesmerizing as ever before, more so even now. Her head, weighing heavily, was lowered to the dampened sand, but a feeling, an allurement, and nothing more, gently lifted her chin to guide her way. She was drenched in sorrow, yet hid it within. Her expression mirrored his, one of emptiness and void, and he gazed upon her, as if for the first time. His eyes bloomed wide in astonishment, his heart silenced, and his stance remained unaltered. His feet planted in the sand, and his motions turned to stone as he transitioned into that still canvas. He did not deserve this. No accolade had brought this upon him. Yet unannounced, it had come, and it was wherever she had chosen to be. He calmly observed as she beheld him in the distance. He listened intently as she exclaimed his name, and he only looked on as she hastily rose up and sped toward him. He could only perform one action, only one natural response to the scene before him. He smiled, and with that, the cloud stepped aside to blend with the backdrop. All of the built-up sadness and dismay was set free, never to return. In that joyous moment, peace reached throughout the earth. The deaf heard, and the blind could finally see. The mute sang, and the disabled orchestrated a wondrous symphony as she glided toward him. His noticeable limp pained him still, but its anguish would return on another day. She was angelic, and her white sundress floated as she relieved herself of every burden. She collapsed onto him as he clasped her, together falling to the sands. She squeezed as he caressed. In silence, he peered into her eyes. With each passing second, she restored his heart to overflow with abundant euphoria, rendering it all worthwhile. In that blissful moment, every wrong was justified, every tear evaporated, and every sin simultaneously forgiven. In his eyes, she embodied perfection, and she exuded a soothing warmth, which was complemented by the passing ocean gusts. She rose up again to implant a kiss on his cheek, pleasantly expecting him to mimic her endearing action. Yet he stayed firm, in a trance of unimpeded joy, which he hoped would last for all eternity. Images poured into his mind, those of his family and closest companions, all compelling him to search for a true happiness. An intentionally clouded mindset, now filled with an everlasting purpose. He possessed a firm belief of what remained in his realm of opportunity, and he had a chance to begin again as he clutched on to a much brighter outlook. With this newly acquired perspective, he continued to gaze, not just upon her, but at the transfixed moment. He believed it too daunting to maintain, too pure to last, but he scratched those pessimistic thoughts and stroked her arm. He felt the warmth, the robust comfort which she possessed, which she would always possess. A tear, but one of happiness, dropped onto her forehead as he remained entranced, incapable of rational thinking. He continued to breathe deeply, but his heart was in compliance with the moment. She grew perplexed by his unreciprocated affections, for she still contained the mental capability to think critically. All that she could still do throughout the years was to patiently wait and ponder for a time such as this one. Clinging solely onto gradually diminishing hope, her dreams were recompensed as the couple slowly rotated toward the ocean. They wanted to feel everything and be everything, remaining motionless in each other's arms, while the sun set beyond the horizon. He finished unloading the final components to the evening meal as he stepped outside for a view of the ocean. He meandered past the pool house, past the overgrown grass, and onto the raised landing that overlooked the coastline. He remembered the painful loneliness that had once encompassed his very soul. He remembered the constant state of solemnity, leading to a valley of miserable isolation. But on that day of discovery, when his most honorable brother had risen again from the ashes, he was finally relieved of his torture. It gave him bountiful joy to accompany that brother to life once again. Those feelings and that priceless moment were again recalled as he beheld James and Catherine lying together on the beach below the setting sun. He looked on from above and smiled warm-heartedly. He had assisted in that canvas, and it pleased him to know that his efforts had not been in vain. And now he longed for Mary, for he had been absent from her for far too long. "James, Miss Catherine, inside, you two," stated Miss Lily, startling the pair. "Your father's waiting." This command instigated a rapid descent back into reality, with both growing ever so mindful of what may come. Justified? Young man, that was justified in every sense of the word. How many more fleets of ships would you have sent before you sought alternative means? You have been to war, but until you are given command of an entire army, your theories can only be based on mere conjectures. "Sir, that may be," Will Cramden retorted, "but I was given command. Although my leadership role only revolved around the lives of a mere 50, I ask not to criticize, but to understand the process. The process of lethal force on 200,000 citizens. You understand my conundrum, sir?" "Absolutely," Senator Thomas Springfield replied. 200,000 mortals and free persons. It was a truly haunting judgment call, but I stand by the President's decision. A most controversial decision, but one made with full cooperation and without hesitance. James and Catherine hesitated before entering the dining room, where Will and the senator were already seated. She looked into his eyes and clutched his hand as they reluctantly stepped through the doorway. Senator Springfield paused mid-sentence to gaze upon the scene before him, one he had wished to eradicate in years prior, and yet it remained, alive as ever and undeterred by time. Despite its implausibility, it still breathed, effortlessly renewed. James and Catherine took their seats on the broad side of the table across from Will. The senator, seated at the head of the table, offered a congenial greeting. "James Hastings, a pleasure to see you, young man." "Thank you, sir," he attentively replied. "It's a joy to see you again as well." "Well, enough with the particulars. For you two to have traveled this far in that wagon," he chuckled, "is a spectacular feat. I do apologize for our cross-country relocation, but they are made with full cooperation and without hesitance," he added, glancing boastfully at Will. "Completely agree, sir," James commented. "Any important decision involving family is a stand-up one at that. You see, Miss Lily, great minds do think alike." "Always, Mr. Springfield, sir," she confirmed, nodding to the table. Like always, she continued to pour the evening's refreshments as the food was being prepared. James sat patiently, clutching Catherine's hand as he searched for a reason to break the dining room silence. He glanced over at the senator, who was poorly attempting to hide his blatant disapproval. It could not remain bottled up, however, and he quietly scoffed and diverted his attention again to Will. James released her hand, much to Catherine's displeasure. "Sir, I again apologize for us dropping in like we are," Will asserted. "We did not mean to catch you off guard." No, quite all right," Springfield assured him. "We seem to be transfixed in a constant holiday. California has always given off a presence,
that of a prolonged vacation, where everyone seems to be tirelessly content, but they all knowingly can sense the appearance of an outsider, the sense of nonconformity I do project. The senator paused to gauge the reactions of his audience, for he believed himself to be in the process of a slow descent into madness. But James and Will listened with intent, for they understood and had comprehended every word. "But I digress," he continued. "It is well to converse with familiar faces, so don't think yourself as a bother." "Well, we thank you, sir," Will acknowledged. "It's much appreciated." The senator paused to take a long sip from his sizable glass, presumably filled with brandy, his common preference. "And do both of you, please, accept my invitation to stay the night? Will the pool house prove somewhat accommodating?" "Sir," James interjected, "our last wish is to trouble you in any way." "James, my boy," the senator boastfully replied, "you have never proved to be a burden, and I sincerely doubt that you ever will. You've traveled across the entire country, for God's sake. Please accept our hospitality." "By all means. Thank you, sir," James answered with humble gratitude. His mind raced to different conclusions, but all contained one simple probability. Perhaps the senator's heart had lightened since their previous meetings. Perhaps, as with Michael, he now possessed a newfound spirit, a general acceptance for those outside of his circle. James pondered on the hopeful theory that Paul had willed his positive outlook to his dear family, his final parting gift. The dream itself was slightly far-fetched, but worthwhile, and James chose to accept that dream for what it seemed to promise, for dreams had proven to be his lone sanctuary. The senator leaned forward in his chair and hungrily took a bite of his dinner roll. Catherine, however, looked on at her plate with a blank, directionless stare. A series of questions had clouded her mind, and she had ceased to smile. "James, I must ask, and please forgive my unjust curiosity, but—" The senator paused for a brief moment to reflect and gather his thoughts. The war has long been over for, well, going on nearly 6 months now, and though I might appear oblivious, I am not blind to the reason for which you are really here. But why no contact, no letter, nor even a single telephone call?" Catherine lifted her head, and her eyes widened. Her father had asked one of her most puzzling questions, and James had answered none of them at all. "I understand," James spoke softly. "I understand. We visited your previous home prior to our drive out here," Will interrupted. "As you can infer, we assumed Michael would have called you by now." The senator shook his head. James couldn't understand. Michael Whitaker had promised to contact the Springfields. His reasoning for not doing so, however, remained unclear. "Will, it's all right," James retorted, shouldering the blame. I remained in Europe after the war, against my longing wishes. My only wishes," he confessed. "I see," the senator affirmed, for the eyes projected the truth, even through emphatic blinding, and James' eyes spoke volumes. Springfield promptly understood James' quiet allusion to being a prisoner of war. The senator, a former soldier himself, had witnessed those circumstances firsthand. All those who knew war, who had full knowledge of its horrors, were capable of understanding. The 3 former soldiers had perfected the craft of shadowing their hellish gazes from the general public. But the shadows themselves were luminous in comparison. No conceivable color could reign in the stature of similarity, for they had known the brave, and the bravest returned motionless, never again to look upon the world. For those select few, there lay ahead a brighter world, void of death and depravity. For the rest of the meal, they ate mostly in silence, quietly content within their company. Will and the senator conversed intermittently about thoughts and opinions critical toward politics,
later delving into the European and Pacific involvements in the war. James kept silent in times of silence and smirked during those moments of opportune pleasantry. He was delighted to bask in his newfound infancy, directly pertaining to his new outlook on life. However, he was taken aback by Catherine's continued disinterest. At times she would smirk at some of the evening's chatter, but mostly she stared blankly away from the table. He raced to conjecture reasons for her distant behavior, but he could not understand. As Miss Lily took up Catherine's mostly untouched plate, she too noticed the bridging gap that continued to widen between them. After a prolonged silence after dinner, Catherine nonchalantly flung her napkin upon the table and left hastily without a word. James could only look on with surprise as she ascended the staircase. Will shot James a puzzled expression before he adjourned to the pool house, leaving James and Senator Springfield alone in the dining room. James had recently consumed his first full meal in more than a week, and his eyes were transfixed on his water glass. Catherine's dismissive attitude troubled him deeply, but he was weary to follow after her, for her father still proved intimidating. "Thank you again, sir, for taking us in tonight." The senator nodded once as he continued to sip on his brandy. His eyes stared directly at James with a heightened sense of anticipation. His gaze became uncomfortable as the sunlight finally sunk below the horizon. A light in the distance alarmed James, but it was revealed that it came from the pool house. He longed to speak to Catherine. Perhaps his own silence had been her cue to abandon the table. He could not leave her. Not again. Not ever. He would open his heart and tell her everything. Before he made his way upstairs to apologize, he leaned in to empty the final contents of his water glass. "Do you wish to spend the night here?" I do, sir," James replied, returning the glass to the table. "Thank you again." "Then I deem it necessary for you to adjourn to the pool house," Springfield spoke softly, yet James detected a threatening tone. "I'll soon be off to bed." "Yes, sir," James replied reluctantly. He concluded that he would have to speak with her in the morning, if it was to be permitted. He slowly rose from the table and trudged to the doorway, dragging his feet with a noticeable limp. He was not more than a few feet from the door when the senator grabbed a hold of his forearm, forcing him to attention. "James," he growled, and his breath reeked of alcohol. "Don't think, for one fucking second, that I am blind as to the reason why you have shown up on my doorstep unannounced. For it is quite obvious," he stated sternly, "that your presence greatly upsets my daughter. Sir, Enough!" He raised his voice. "You would be wise to sleep well and then depart early in the morning. If you are still present here by lunch," he warned, "there will most certainly be reprehensible consequences." James' once joyous outlook hardened brick by brick and was discarded with the rest of his hopes. He could only stand and listen as her father chastised him in every conceivable way. "Just your manner, the ground on which you stand, detests me to my very loathsome core." He slurred his remaining words as he rose to turn off the lamps. "Now, leave me be, and sleep well, ever mindful of the fact that I could have spurned you on arrival." When James opened the door to the pool house, he found Will reading a book from his father's collection, Moby Dick. James wished to be alone as he sat at the end of the bed, slowly unbuttoning his uniform. There was nothing more for him to do. Her father's apprehensions were set in impenetrable stone. What once was lost had been found, only to again be separated through no fault of his. As he sat, he believed himself to be farther away from her than he had been during the war. But he had made his choice. No distance proved too far, and no barrier deemed overly fortified. It now became only a question of time. "Jimmy, your father's book collection is a well-kept secret. I urge you to read some of them, starting with this one." James ignored him and continued staring at the floor. "I take it you two's conversation, it went about as well as the first," Will guessed. James promptly threw his shirt across the room. He quickly realized his blatant disrespect to the uniform and rose to retrieve it. Returning to the bed, his teeth chattered due to overwhelming anger. This was not to be his final curtain. It couldn't be. He had come too far. But Catherine's behavior still lingered in his mind. What had he done? In such a small amount of time, what egregious fault could he have possibly committed? He wanted to see her and tell her that he was not afraid, that his need for her was undeniable. She needed to see his pain, to feel his anguish. "Get some rest tonight, bud. Tomorrow you'll speak with her again." "There is no tomorrow," James angrily interrupted. "Her father made sure of that." "Impossible." "Believe it, Will." James' focus stayed fixated on the door. "It's over, but only for now." He glared up at Will with striking intensity. It frightened Will, but only for a brief moment. He proudly smiled. "Will, what the hell could you possibly be happy about?" James growled. "You," his brother replied. "You, Jimmy. You've changed for the very better. I no longer see pain and anguish in you. Yes, you are angry, but it is a confident anger, an articulate anger, one of true determination. Will, I can hardly see straight. Don't let him blind you, Jimmy. You fought toe-to-toe with the enemy's entire army. You faced more adversity coming home than I could possibly imagine. And despite it all, your final obstacle, the last straw, is only one single man. That is why I smile. That is why I look upon you with glowing pride. Jimmy, you're an exception to every rule. You know no earthly boundary." He laughed. "And damn it, if I'm not glad as hell to call you my brother." James grinned, and his anger slowly subsided. He suddenly realized how much he owed Will, an insurmountable debt that he would gladly pay in full, but he knew that Will would accept nothing. James was and would always be his brother. It was a bond worth more than coin or paper, never to be broken apart. "You know, Jimmy, there are plenty of jobs out here for you while you wait for—" Will noticed his brother's eyes abruptly widen. James was yet again transfixed and motionless. Will turned his head, and a white mirage floated in the doorway. It appeared to reflect the moonlight, radiating inside with marveling power. She stood with a tranquil presence, as if waiting for a rousing monologue. Will turned back to James, who was noticeably unprepared for such a task. Will rose to his feet. He nodded at James, smiled at Catherine, and made his way out of the pool house, stopping once to pat his brother on the shoulder. He began to follow the coastline, dreaming of Mary walking beside him, hand in hand. James, noticing he was bare-chested, quickly grabbed a shirt from his duffel bag, much to Catherine's amusement. A moment of uncomfortable silence fell between the two as each one frantically searched for something appropriate to say. I wish to drop in and express my sincere gratitude for you being here and for visiting, she stated sarcastically, trying to lighten the mood. I'm very flattered. Right, he nodded and halfway grinned. Don't mention it. Heard there were a bunch of jobs out here as well. She laughed upon his remarks, but the laugh seemed forced. Was something funny, I guess, he remarked. Catherine's laugh became more audible as she teared up. Whimpering replaced laughter, and she bent her head down in gentle remorse. Wow. Unbelievable. She wiped her eyes and abruptly turned to leave the room. James could only shake his head and reluctantly speak his wandering mind. What? He loudly declared. Do I offend you? Am I that offensive? That you can't stand the sight of me? Am I that offensive, Catherine? He bellowed.
Not up to your father's standards, huh?
He wiped his own tears and helplessly continued, yelling at no one.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't write. I'm sorry for Paul. I'm too late.
He buried his head in his hands and keeled over, ashamed of himself for speaking that woeful name. When he opened his eyes, he found her standing in the doorway, crying profusely. He realized that she cried not for herself, not for Paul, but for him. He could see it in her eyes, and it pained him to cause her sadness.
I cannot stand what my father believes you to be, nor can I help it. James, it burns me to see you alive and well, and to look into my father's eyes, and for that miracle to disappoint him as it does. He has no imaginable reason to understand. Catherine, it can't be helped, no matter how much we try. We needed him.
He held his tongue, forcibly closing his eyes, but she understood his reference.
Forgive me.
She shook her head, as if to ignore his comment entirely.
He seems to only deal in absolutes, she replied. He views your life and my life as belonging in two separate classes, and I pity that in him, without a doubt.
James nodded to confirm her assessment.
To him, we shouldn't even know each other. In his mind, you're rich and I'm poor. You're educated and I'm just a farmhand. Yes, your life gleams with great importance, where mine is easily discarded. Yes, his thoughts exactly. And whereas your father sheltered you for your entire life, mine believed me dead. Yes, she cried. I'm sorry. Ignorance exudes from him in its most inhumane form. It's everlasting and incurable. It infects him like a plague, sickening to his very core.
James smiled sadly and shook his head.
Catherine, what do we even have?
He asked after a brief hesitation.
We knew each other for what, 3 months? Known each other, she cried. For over 2 years, I've loved you. For over 2 years. You've loved me? He questioned intently. I knew that I would the day we met. Your gaze, the way you have always looked at me. It's a look that vows to never turn away, to never give in. Our first conversation, our first car ride, it has never altered. Is that all?
He smiled. He quickly realized the poor timing of the question, but genuinely wished for her to keep speaking. She spoke from the heart, and James could see it pouring out.
No, she murmured. You are the only man that could possibly win my father's approval, along with mine.
James smirked, for he believed that to be an impossibility. His smile faded away.
Does your father know you're out here? You know, she sighed, I really don't care anymore. I've lain awake too many nights in these last years, dreaming of this very moment.
She stepped forward into the room.
What moment? What moment? What moment? She cried. James, are you blind?
James continued staring at her, with his mouth agape, his mind aloof. He was delirious, lightheaded, exhausted, and completely in shock by the recent events. He continued to believe himself unworthy, irrelevant, too flawed for such moments to occur. And yet, the moment stood before him, imploring for him to love her in return.
Blind? He murmured. I must be. Then go to hell.
Annoyed that her pleading had come to no avail, she again stormed out of the pool house. James sat perfectly still on the bed, completely entranced, failing to notice her abrupt absence. He felt little worry, for she could not leave now. She had so much more to say. They needed so much more time together. She had merely delayed the inevitable.
Why didn't you kiss me?
She had returned, much to James' expectation. She could not bear to leave. All that she had, every ounce of hope, desire, and emotional attachment was seated before her, only to be shared, not abandoned, to cherish, not to despise, and to adore, never to be released. "Why not return my affections?" she demanded. "What?" He climbed out from his stupor. "When?" "Damn it, James," she pleaded. "Why didn't you kiss me on the beach? I could tell that you held back. For what?" He slowly shook his head, again searching for an adequate reply. His heart ceased racing briefly, enough for him to gather his thoughts. I wanted to, Catherine. I really did. I don't know why. But ever since then, I've replayed that moment in my head, over and over, each recollection outweighing the last. "I know that you can barely walk," she asserted, "and I dare not ask why. Never mind that now. It doesn't pain me anymore. I wrote to you that every moment shared between us was greater than the last. I know it by heart," she sobbed. "Right here, right now, pushes all of the others to the side. Greatest day of my life." She nodded in agreement. "Please, James, answer me this. Do you love me all the same?" "What?" he asked. "What kind of ridiculous question is that?" "A goddamn simple one," she shouted with utmost sincerity. "Do you share in how I feel?" Silence fell over them. He continued to stare at her, undeterred. "James, please, did you ever always?" His long overdue answer caused her to smile. "I thought about you every damn day. On the boat over there, laid up wounded, living every day in hell. And on the way back, all the way to right here. More even now. I never before believed it to be mutual. Until just now," she remarked, enamored with every part of him. "Your father, he spoke to me. Never mind him," she pleaded. "He has no control over this. Never has, and he never will." James stood up. To a mortal, the unbearable pain exuding from his side should have rendered one grounded. But as a mortal, striving with an inconceivable thirst for something that was impossible to find, he frankly enjoyed the struggle. If it could all be repeated once again, to bask in this otherworldly feeling of ecstasy, he would be satisfied. For her, it had all been worthwhile. "Every day over there, I thought and dreamed of you." He walked toward her with bold intent, believing one day that we would look back on it all and smile together. I dare some other being to break this apart, because I love you. James, I need you more than... She ceased speaking as he continued to move toward her. There were no more walls, no barriers to break down. He would reach her, and no army, past or present, could turn him away. "Oh, God!" He clasped the back of her head and pulled her lips together with his. Her movements became his movements, her breath, his breath. Her hands ran down his back, and he released his hold as his forehead rested on hers. His eyes opened to catch hers. She longed for his next move as they passionately kissed over and over again. He was in disbelief. It all fell into place as they fell onto the bed, lying together on the cloud. He brushed her hair behind her ears as she began to pull his shirt over his head. She felt his side. It was a sizable darkened patch that continued to linger as he longed to move forward. She peered up at him as he tossed the shirt aside, keeping eye contact. He lowered his hand down to hers, and they were now as one, to have and to hold. She breathed deeply as she strained to undo her dress. He smiled and gently placed his hands in hers, which relaxed her nerves. They were transported to another place. No country, no land of origin, inhabited by only two, blending in perfect harmony. The door never opened. The blinds never pulled. Outside, the sea calmed, and the waves softened their blows on the dampened sands. The moon brightened the skies, and the stars served as luminous contrast to the fading background. The canvas painted, the brush placed down, the chaotic commotion of the roaring city lost in the silent distance. Her lights outshined. The noise dwindled as time marched on to the drumbeats of merriment and dreaming wonder. Its sustainability unknown, its hindrances awaiting patiently along with the sun, held off for now. But now was the time, and it was time everlasting, shared by two, each containing a hand to hold. Finally he could sleep, after being unable to relieve his tired form for so long. Tomorrow would surely amount to a brighter day. I'm all right, bud. I know you can hear me, because I certainly can hear you. I have heard you. Every word you've said, every dream you've dreamed. Your lowest was my lowest, and your highest is now my highest. And now I hear all the more. I look on at you with so much cheerful pride. You deserve it. Frankly, Jimmy, you deserve it all. But you would refuse it all. You'd throw it all back in their face, just for her. Any reasonable man would laugh at your blinded eyes. Yet, you, my brother, you're not reasonable. You're not ordinary. You never were. I followed your every step, your every move. Never in question, never a doubt. And you're right, as you always were. We were never two. Never feel sorry for me, bud. Never believe that it was a fault of yours. We're all born flawed. No way around that fact. But I always wondered that. Whether you were born or if you were formed. I always looked at you as someone not from this world. But seeing you now, you're more human than the rest of us put together. In that hospital, I was with you. I've been there at all times. Through the fires, those frigid winters, the way back home. I was there when you kneeled before me, and I cried as you cried. And when you smiled once again, I helped lead you onto the sands. The heart was willing, but the body was lost. It was the least I could do. I long for the day when we are reunited, but I believe it to be a long wait, because you deserve more than a lifetime of happiness with her. And I'm proud of Will. I'll welcome him home to our family with open arms. He has proven himself over and over again with a spirit that refuses to lie down. We owe him a debt that can never be repaid. I now ask for only one favor in return. Please, look after my son. Guide him on the path to be the man that I've seen you become. My boy. She's a great mother. I've watched him grow. I've watched as she struggled time and again by herself to give him any likeness of a beautiful life. And our Ma and Pa will be most overjoyed to welcome him back home. With him around, you'll always have to take the back seat. I'll be seeing you, bud. Bring that girl home soon. I know they will love her. They truly have no choice. But for now, I'll leave you to go back east. You wouldn't believe how cool it is under that oak tree. My own little paradise. Hello again, my good man. By now you are fully aware of what has become of me. My body is long gone, and yet my spirit still lingers. It's a curious thing. It's disheartening, and it weighs heavily upon my soul. Not for me, however, but now the burden lies with you and my dear cousin, my mother, and my dear family. We had so many great memories left to mutually share. But, as with time, life must go on. The show must go on. And here I am left, patiently waiting until the final curtain. But I regret nothing. It pains me to see you blame yourself for my independent actions. For I admired you so. Your presence, your charm, your unabiding love for the one I hold so dear.
To see you off on that day, all of you disappearing in the dense fog, I felt lower than the earth itself. I believed myself to be left behind, neglecting my own country, failing to protect those whom I care for in the highest regard. You never forced my hand, for truly the ink was dry long before you entered my realm, and I was envious of your driven mind, that determined focus to live a life worthwhile. And when my life ceased, I hovered over yours. I admired your courage, your endless strength to never succumb. You wouldn't allow them to take pride in your scorn. You were broken, yet never to disintegrate, and your cries of fear and anguish still reverberate throughout my tattered heart. But your reason never faded. She aided your fight and pushed you along for the entire way. And here I stand, as you lie with your one and only. My words are but an observation from afar, yet ever so near. I was surrounded by law students, intellectual and proud, but entitled and free of worry. I couldn't stand. I couldn't bear to sleep. I felt compelled to join along with others whom sought a much greater sense of purpose. But while I departed with no misgivings, I confess that my passing has filled me with the utmost remorse. I attempted to live out my days as one who embodied true selflessness. Despite that ambition, my remorse still lingered, and remorse transformed into envy as I observed your very embodiment. But I speak to you now to ardently apologize. I move on from this world with full knowledge and confidence that my dear cousin has found lasting happiness, and with you I am gracious all the more. I must leave, since the past year spent with your brother has proved to be a most tiresome ordeal. But with you two, we share common ground, and we will all surely embrace once again. That much I do believe is a true certainty. I'll see you again, my good man, but now I must find my own way, and with any luck, my own Catherine. The morning air was calm, and the sounds from the beach filtered through the cracked window as James slowly opened his eyes. He felt refreshed, full of optimism, and ready to take a fresh glance at normality. His dreams seemed to have been filled with lectures from those passed on, yet they emitted an overwhelming sense of awe upon him, as if they served as guidance and constant praise. Reflecting on the night before, he smiled and turned over on his side. He had woken up alone, but his time spent with her had brought upon him a new wave of confidence, a sense of purpose, and a fearless demeanor, unafraid of anyone or anything. The door opened abruptly, startling him. She rushed in, bringing him much delight, but she failed to make eye contact as she frantically searched the room. "Everything all right?" he asked. She slowed in her search after a short while and raised her head helplessly to the ceiling. Finally, she scoffed and proceeded to take a seat at the foot of the bed. "No, James." He sat up, wishing to comfort her, but she sensed his encroaching presence and quickly returned to her search. "No, I can't afford to." "What? What do you mean?" he replied, confused and forlorn. Her anxiety became his anxiety. "As you can probably assume, my father is not particularly fond of the fact that I awoke from in here." She finally located her missing earrings on the floor, once belonging to her mother. She wore a remorseful expression, which in turn prompted James to reply with angst. "How?" He stopped himself. He wondered as to what extent her father had scolded her. What on earth could he have possibly done to upset her this much? She had fallen silent and stood up to leave the pool house, but she turned around, sobbing profusely. "He wants you two out of here as soon as possible, and me in the city." I expected that. He had understood that to be her father's wish the night before, yet he was still overcome with alarm. But why you to the city? I surprisingly have an acting class, if you can believe that. The whole thing's a long shot, but it's promising, I guess. Not exactly my dream, but my father insists upon it. Catherine. He attempted to read her mind. Her father had quickly decided to vanquish James from her life, and he would have no say in the matter, yet he deemed it necessary to make one final plea. Catherine, it doesn't surprise me one bit. I have no doubt that you'll be a wonderful actress. You'll effortlessly shine onto others, as you always have with me. But you obviously didn't go to school for that. Please tell me that your father is not forcing this upon you. Please tell me that this is your doing. James, she replied calmly, I have no time, but I know your address. Whether it be a week, a month, or longer, I will find you, and we will stay with each other as long as time allows. And I will love you then, like I always have. But you have to go. He can't order me away, he loudly retorted. I don't care who the hell he is. I can't go a day without... James, he has men outside, she exclaimed, which made every muscle in his body stiffen. They're outside, she continued, lowering her voice. And they don't care who you are either. They'll take you away from me. You know that they will. He believed himself to be buried in the ground, with the world dancing on top of him. All of his demons, all of his pain, they had all been conquered after years of heartbreak and turmoil. She alone had torn them down, but now her father longed to restore them, intending to break him completely. Please, she moved in closer to brush his hair back. You are everything to me. Just you, standing here, is my everlasting hope for better days ahead. She leaned in to kiss his forehead, which restored his livelihood. As she opened the door to depart, he finally called after her, a decree that he always had known that he would declare. I'm going to marry you, Catherine. She smiled and turned back. James, we already are. He returned to the bed and glanced down at his hands, which had once held hers. Soon, he believed, they would truly marry. And in that moment, he grinned, but the ceremony had already been completed. They were each other's, then, now, and forever. Will entered the room and found him sitting in the exact same position in which he had left him the night before. But upon further observation, he noticed subtle differences in his mannerisms and expressions. His brother's face was not his own. His body was regenerated, and his movements were as free as ever before. While his expression held on to anguish and frustration, he also wore a familiar gaze, a look which had eluded him for years and only recently returned. This time, Will believed, this hopeful gaze would prove to become a permanent fixture of his persona, and this belief pleased Will in every way. Yes, I will be your best man, he teased lightheartedly. But I will need some time to write a speech and make sure everyone... She's gone, Will. We'll be together someday. But she's gone. Well, good morning to you too, Will, he retorted, attempting to lighten the mood. Me? Oh, I'm all right, bud. Sleeping on the beach was the greatest night that I've had in a long while. The birds, the crabs, we had a picnic. He paused to glance at James, who glared back at him. Jimmy, what could possibly be the matter? James motioned toward the door, implying the direction in which Catherine had left the room. Will offered no sympathy. You have to be joking. Not even remotely, James sternly replied. James, you just spent the entire evening with... The entire night? Will questioned mischievously. James rolled his eyes to Will's abundant joy. The entire night? With the woman of your very dreams. She obviously wants to be with you, seeing as she has told you so. So how could you possibly be upset? I don't know, Will. He abruptly stood up,
and began packing his bag, readying for the return trip.
Forgive me for wanting more time. I always do, and you shall,
Will smiled.
Everything beautiful and worthwhile in this world never contained a formula for its creation. Things like these take time, and in many cases, the better it is, the more time is needed. The question is, are you willing to spend that time, which might end up being all the time you have left, to make it work? And I already know that you will. So come on. Your family misses you, Jimmy.
They readied their bags and headed around the house to their parked car. In front of them, Catherine's car, accompanied by multiple men, pulled out of the driveway and along the road toward the city. James wished that they had hesitated for just a little while longer so that he did not have to watch as she was driven away and out of sight. He calmly stopped moving to watch her pass by. He believed her to be inside of the closed window, waving him farewell as the car disappeared below the coastline. Come on, bud. Will placed his hand on James' shoulder as they slowly trudged to the awaiting car. But James stopped abruptly when he noticed the silhouette of Senator Springfield in the bay window. The senator smirked as he closed the curtain to his study.
Jimmy, don't worry about that son of a bitch.
Will tugged at his shoulder to coax him along, but he could not stop the inevitable. James had already made up his mind. Will released the grip on his shoulder as James swiftly marched to the back door. It was unlocked. He stormed into the rear hallway and made his way to the study. The senator continued to peer outside from the opposite window as he sipped on his brandy.
Sir, does this please you?
James sternly asked.
Breaking your daughter's heart. Does that please you?
I'm sorry, Springfield snickered and glared back.
You speak as if I care. I knew, as soon as I met you, that you would never approve. I have tried reasoning with
you. Have tried, and you have failed. You spineless fuck, Springfield bellowed. You are a sheep, disguised as a poor excuse for a man. James laughed off the comment, shaking his head. He grit his teeth.
Sir,
he paused, and slowly moved toward the senator's desk.
What future, what life do you believe you're trying to force upon her? What, so you can drink your sorrows away every night, watching her perform?
Future, the senator bellowed.
What, with you? Ending up in a goddamn hole in the wall, in the middle of fucking nowhere?
Even you, as educated as you may seem, must surely know that to be anything but a future. James was empty. He was out of ideas and on the brink of volatile anger. He drew in another deep breath. He refused to insult the man who had damned him in every fathomable sense. James would not lower himself to that level, but he felt he had to persist and attempted to channel a different rhetoric, Paul's rhetoric. It seemed to be the only reasonable solution.
But sir, she said it herself, that I'm her only hope. Me, for some unknown reason, out of all people. Why do you suppose that, after almost 2 years, we still remain? Because, you son of a bitch, she's delusional. Ever since she met you, she's been out of her fucking mind. That's why today is the end of it. Today?
James smiled confidently.
Now you're out of your mind. The end of it!
The senator yelled.
I could have had you shot last night as you slept, before you defiled my daughter. Think of it as a token of good faith and get the fuck back to that farm of yours. Sir, you must be deaf,
James boldly replied.
Because I'm not leaving anytime soon. Why, you fucking...
The senator rushed to his desk and opened the drawer. James sensed his motives.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and shoot me down. But sir, if you kill me, you might as well kill your daughter too, because this will not be something that she could ever forgive.
The senator raised his revolver to James' head. His hand shook, but his finger moved onto the trigger, desperately wishing to pull and rid himself of his final adversary. James confidently stood before him, staring down the gun barrel, a sight which was all too familiar to him.
I plead, sir, not for my life, but for hers. Me, sir? Personally, death and I are one and the same.
James continued, glancing upward into Springfield's eyes.
You never asked why I showed up here unannounced, 6 months after the godforsaken war.
He stood, not on the California coast, but in the furnace itself, another world away. The senator could only look on from a distance as the flames surrounded his very soul.
You never asked, because I never told anyone. I burned. Thousands for them. Women, children. I was useful. That's why they kept me alive. For they would have grabbed some other poor shit to do their dirty work. You pull that trigger, and I'll go back to doing what I did best. They've been expecting me.
Someone else spoke those words. Some demon that he had been all too familiar with only a short time ago. The one who had followed orders. The one who would do anything to survive, just to look upon her one final time.
You see, sir, I don't fear you. Not at all. Not in the least bit. After what I've been through, you are the absolute lowest of my concerns. If it were not for Catherine, you and I would have nothing further to say to each other. Damn it, boy,
he loudly responded.
She is my daughter, and Senator, you two share blood and nothing more. You shut your fucking mouth, you goddamn peasant. You have no earthly idea what we have shared, so you can go straight to hell.
Well, James leaned back.
You two do have that in common. Do you see her mother walking around?
The senator, inebriated, flailed his arms about.
Died during childbirth. God damn you, James Hastings. Think I deserve that? Maybe so. But I don't give a damn anymore. Brought her home from France and barely got her through the fucking door before I put her in the ground.
Springfield was lightheaded. He sat his empty glass down on the desk as he collapsed onto the office chair. He quickly collected himself to pour another drink.
My lord, sir. Do you even hear a word I'm saying? Every single one, boy.
His movements slowed as he swiftly downed the newly filled contents of his glass.
Then why tear us apart?
James pleaded.
Why break a good thing? My only good thing. She despises you for it.
She's always despised me, Springfield scoffed.
I've never known my little girl. When a daughter spends more time with her damn maid than her own father, you'll know about our love. She never gave me any, but she's the product of her mother, only fit for a king. And I'm certainly not royalty. Never, the senator confirmed. You wish to fight me on this, and I respect that. I respect any soldier. But while I respect you, I cannot allow it. I know.
James breathed a long sigh.
I get it now. I don't meet your standards, and I never will. I knew that before today, but I'm here to tell you that I can't give up. Sir, this is set in stone, and I will not let it end in blood.
He turned his back to leave the room.
Have a good day, sir. Soldiers don't give in,
the senator drunkenly fired back.
Sir, I'm not a soldier any longer. I've seen what becomes of those who thirst for blood, and I want no part of it. Sir, I have my family, the woman I love, and a place to call home. And I'm going back there. I never wished for this to be our last conversation, but I see no other means to an end.
The senator was visibly shocked, unsure of which direction to take.
I just didn't expect for you to give up so soon. Well, sir, In full disclosure, I expected Paul to be here, to stand by my side and defend my every word. Don't you mention his fucking name. But he's gone,
James loudly retorted.
Maybe he would have helped. Maybe not. I'd trade my life for his any day. But I can't. And now it's over. But that won't stop me from seeing your daughter. I will do anything in my power. I know you will. But it won't be enough. You can't change what is already in motion. I'm prepared to go toe-to-toe, whatever it takes, for the rest of my life. I just don't believe you are. You can say that you're willing, but in reality, you just want to be set free. Never. Admit it.
James nodded to him as he turned his back to walk away.
You'll relent, because truthfully, you have nothing else to fight for.
The senator desperately attempted in vain to hold them back, but a few tears rolled from his eyes. He quickly brushed them away. He could not stop shaking his head. For the first time in many years, he was left speechless, without a viable mode of defense. He reached for his glass, but mistakenly knocked it over, pouring the remaining ice onto the desk. He was silent. He was all alone. Sir, I'm going east. Give Catherine my best.
Welcome home again, my boy.
James had stepped off of the front porch and onto the walkway when a hand grasped onto his shoulder from behind. Miss Lily had been tending to the garden.
Ma'am?
He nodded toward her.
It was really good to see you again.
I see you took my words to heart, she remarked.
Your words?
You found something to fight for, replied Miss Lily. And it brought you home. You're dragging your feet like a gimp, I see, she smirked. But you're still here, standing.
I couldn't have done it without her.
No, not just her. She moved toward him and placed her hand on his chest. She's only part of your reason. A big part, yes, but only a part. Parts to a whole dream, my boy. The two of them embraced as they shared a common purpose to smile.
Ma'am, with all due respect,
James asked, pulling away.
What on earth keeps you here? Your family, your home is back east. Why stick around?
She smiled at the query. Same as you, I guess. She laughed quietly. James shot her a puzzled look, and Miss Lily continued.
She gives off so much warmth, doesn't she?
James smirked.
Somebody that you want to be surrounded by every day of your life. You can't find that everywhere. Only comes around once in a while. But seeing as you're going to bring her back home soon, I might as well start to packing. Ma'am, I don't believe that's...
James, she retorted, if you can believe it to be so, it will be so. I wouldn't put a thing in this world past you anymore. Now get, she ordered with a smile.
Yes, ma'am. I'll see you soon, I do believe.
No, boy, she frowned. You disgust me. Her negativity startled him, and he looked at her, questioning her motives. But he soon discarded his confusion and smiled. She broke her concentration and quietly snickered. You're learning, my good man. You're learning. He peered down the vacant roadway as he climbed into the passenger seat, hopefully for the final time. Their travels were soon to be completed. He wanted to see Catherine, but was clueless as to where her car had disappeared to. He also recalled the senator's warning. He could not bear to risk the option. He had come too far to meet his end by the hand of a bodyguard who would be merely following orders. But he was permanently returning home, and that would prove to be a good thing. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you, Will told him. James let his car door slam shut. He was content with the current situation, but he still carried a hefty load of frustration. His frustration changed into uncertainty. He was uncertain of his future, uncertain as to how long her father would maintain control over her. and uncertain of the road ahead. He would have to let it be and let his worries go. But his darkened past still lingered, and loneliness would be his constant companion as long as she was apart from him. I'm ready to go home, Will. I thank you wholeheartedly for everything you've done. I truly do. But I'm done. My folks believe me dead. I refuse to give them another reason to worry. Will started the car and turned onto the road from whence they had come. I'm happy to drive you back, Bud. Will waited for a positive response, but was met with silence. Jimmy, you said it yourself. She's not going to be away long. My money's on her coming back home within the year. I wouldn't worry yourself too much with that. James continued his silence, breathed deeply, and leaned back to stare up at the sky. Look, Bud, Will continued. You two are heading in opposite directions. That's a fact. But remember, her outlook today is vastly different than that of yesterday. Yesterday, she continued to hold on to a dwindling faith that you would one day come home, that you still were alive and well. Yes, she helped breathe new life into you, but don't think for a second that you didn't lend a helping hand in return. But now, you gotta let her make her own way, Will continued. And if that path leads back to you, then so be it. That's why you came back, Bud. To find your own way, to make your own decisions. It just so happens that those decisions align perfectly with those of the one you love. But I'm done lecturing you, Jimmy. Whenever a chance like that comes along, you gotta take it. You can't let these opportunities pass you by. I mean, heck, you're in California. Live your life. Now's the time to make your own Garden of Eden. Stop the car, James ordered abruptly. What? Stop the damn car, he yelled. I didn't hear a please in that sentence, Will muttered, bringing the car to a halt. I'm through following orders. What orders? Will asked. You said it yourself, James replied. I'm through being talked down to. I'm about to let that control my entire livelihood. No, he shook his head adamantly. Not anymore. Turn around. We're heading into the city. The city? Where to in the city? I don't know. I don't know, James smiled. I don't know where to go, but I know that I have to be there. I have to see her off before I head back. You can drop me off anywhere. I'll walk for all I care. The hell you are, Will smiled as he turned the car around on the roadway. I won't ever leave you behind, Bud. I'm here for the long haul. James grinned widely and cackled, reaching his arm across the seat to embrace him. Jimmy, you know the senator will try to have you shot, right? You haven't forgotten that. Bud, I'm not even going to let it come to that. I just got to see her. I'm insane. I can barely hear myself speak, let alone think clearly. But they all focus on one thing. Welcome back, James, Will replied. It's so good to see you again. The window had been left partially ajar, and a small breeze from the ocean floated through the open rooms. The aroma of smoke and liquor hovered in the library, and the revolver lay motionless in his rigid hand. The wall, freshly coated. The sound, heard by only one. She would soon make the grim discovery. They glided along the coast, aided by the cloud, always present, yet far in the distance. For dreamers will always dream as the sun continues to rise. It depends on nothing, but founded on all things. It could never pass on, not now, not yet. Its grip only tightened, its light never fading, to remain luminous, to outshine the angels, outweighing them all. His eyes were now open, and his dream could not have looked more beautiful. Hollywood Nights, by Samuel Moore. Audiobook edited by Anthony Cariazes.